Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Prairie Bride by Julianne McLean, narrated by Charlotte North. Chapter 1. Kansas, 1875. Exhausted, knowing she would not sleep for many hours, Sarah McFarland leaned forward to peer from the train window. The shrill steam whistle blew. Heavy iron wheels chugged and squealed beneath the soles of her feet, faster and faster, mimicking the rhythm of her heart. Tonight, she would lose her virginity. For the second time. Sarah sank back in her seat and massaged her pounding temples. She prayed silently that it would all go well, that she had done the right thing coming out west. Searching for reassurance, she pulled open her drawstring purse and withdrew the newspaper advertisement. Farmer Arthur Brigman seeks gentle and peaceful wife for simple life on Kansas prairie. Must agree to daily toil and plain home. Marriage and a simple life was what she'd always wanted, she reminded herself, as she watched two children chase each other up the aisle, screeching with laughter. A troublesome guilt slithered up Sarah's spine. Never in all her dreams had she believed she would reach her goal of marriage through deceit. But she had no choice, really. She folded the wrinkled piece of paper and slid her fingers along the crease. If only she knew what to expect from her future husband. If only she knew what he looked like. Stuffing the ad back into her purse, accidentally elbowing the sleeping woman beside her, Sarah decided with conviction that a man's looks were of little importance to her now. She had learned her lesson in Boston. This time, she would act with common sense. She gazed out the window at the ocean of golden prairie grass. The rippling land seemed to stretch on and on forever, colliding violently with the cloudless sky. A person could easily disappear in it. She tilted her head back, closed her weary eyes, and imagined her new husband. Perhaps Arthur would be waiting for her with a black buggy and a handsome black horse. He would touch the brim of his hat when their eyes first met. Surely he would know her the moment he saw her. She envisioned him wearing a new wedding suit, a gray one with a matching fedora, something similar to the one her father used to wear to church on Sundays. She wondered if Arthur was clean-shaven. Papa had always worn a wide, bristly mustache with the ends waxed into a curl, and gold spectacles. She smiled as she remembered how he used to smoke a pipe on Saturdays after supper. Perhaps Arthur would do the same. All of a sudden, that tenacious guilt returned and stabbed at her dreamy thoughts. She had not been completely honest with her future husband. She had kept many things from him. Sarah had come here in search of more than a simple home. She had come in search of safety, sanctuary. A baby at the back of the train began to cry. Sarah opened her eyes. She hoped Arthur would never know how far she had plunged from her father's virtuous pedestal, and she hoped her husband would forgive her for deceiving him on their wedding day. "I still think you're making a big mistake," George Brigman said, his eyes perusing the dark, damp interior of the sod house. Arthur Briggs Brigman glared with irritation at his brother, who brushed at the top of a wooden box before sitting down. Heaven forbid he should soil his new suit while he handed out his opinions. Trying to ignore George's advice, Briggs looked around his one-room dwelling. Rain from the day before had soaked through the walls to the inside. Mud dripped from the ceiling with a tedious tat-tat-tat. The smell of wet earth yawned from every crevice after the rainstorm the night before, the dampness seeping under his clothing. What a fine mess for his new wife to come home to. George stomped his foot on a grasshopper, kneading it into the dirt floor. "You're not over Isabel yet." Shrugging into his fringed buckskin coat, Briggs winced at the sound of Isabel's name. He hoped after today he wouldn't hear it again. His gaze searched the dugout for his worn leather gloves. Taking 3 easy strides, he swept them up from the nail keg by the door and tapped them against his thigh. He wondered if he should have shaved. Too late now, he decided. He'd been working since dawn in the cornfield and hadn't realized the time. "You're not listening to me," George went on. It's only been 3 months, and you're hardly set up for marriage." "I'm set up fine. I have land, and I have a house." He spread his arms wide so the fringe on his sleeves dangled. "What more could I need?" "You call this a house?" George walked to the sod wall and plucked out a long blade of limp, brown grass. "You advertise in a city paper for a wife, and you expect her to live here?" Briggs clamped his jaw at the insult. He was proud of what he'd accomplished over the past year. He owned this land and all the corn and wheat planted on it. As soon as the harvest machine came, he'd make a handsome profit off his wheat and rye. "I said I was looking for someone who could handle the prairie. That someone answered, so there's nothing else to talk about. I need help around here. I need a wife. And I'm done sitting alone on my land like the hermit everyone thinks I am, pining away over—" Still uncomfortable speaking her name, he reached up to rub the back of his neck, warm under the blanket of his thick, unruly hair. "You were never one to care what other people thought," George pointed out, a little too perceptively for Briggs' present mood. He took a deep breath, searching for patience. He succeeded only in reminding himself of the ever-present smell of dirt and grass. Everything was so darn wet. "I am over Isabel," he said. "I was over her the moment she took me for a fool and broke our engagement." He turned his back on his brother. He didn't need this. Not today. They had a long drive ahead of them, and he had vows to think about. "Look at you," George snorted. "You're covered with dust. You look like you just walked off the field. Why don't you at least borrow one of my suits?" Briggs looked down at his faded denims and shabby leather boots. "I did just walk off the field. This is the way I dress, and your suits would never fit me. You know that." "We could stop off at the clothier." Briggs raised an eyebrow, wishing George would stop making suggestions about his wedding attire. Briggs had never intended the ceremony to be anything more than what it was, a legality. A moment of silence passed while Briggs threw an old gray blanket over the narrow bed and fluffed up the single pillow. Suddenly, his gut wrenched. He was in the habit of living alone. Soon, he'd be sleeping here, sharing his bed with a complete stranger. "You don't have to marry this girl today," George continued. "You don't even know what she looks like." "It's not about looks, George. In fact, a pretty face clouds a man's judgment. What I need is a capable woman who's not so concerned with fancy clothes and hats and all that other stuff women like." Briggs flipped his hair out of his face. "She's going to live out here, miles from town, lighting fires with dry cow dung." George's disapproving gaze swept the room. Then he pushed his gold spectacles further up the bridge of his nose. "It's not too late to change your mind. You could get to know her first, maybe court her a little." "I don't have time to court. I'm 30 years old. Besides, if I felt like courting, I'd court someone here in Kansas, instead of bringing her all the way from, Briggs drew his eyebrows together, struggling to remember which newspaper advertisement she'd answered. "Boston," George finished for him. "You brought her from Boston." "Right, Boston." He took one last look around to make sure everything was in order. It was as good as it was going to get. He reached for his well-worn ivory Stetson and placed it on his head. "Now let's get on the road or we'll be late, and she'll be standing around at the station wondering if she got off in the wrong town." Briggs followed George through the narrow door, watching his brother duck so his gray fedora wouldn't graze the low frame. "I'm sure she'll be wondering that regardless when she sees this place," George commented. The two walked into the wind toward the unpainted wagon, aged the color of a thundercloud. Hoisting himself into the hard seat, Briggs flicked the reins, and they lurched ominously into motion. He turned the wagon through the yard toward town with George's horse in tow. Briggs sighed. Maybe George was right. Maybe he should have waited, at least until the harvest was in. But what was done was done. He'd made an agreement, and he wouldn't go back on his word. The girl had insisted on coming right away. She'd traveled across the country, and he had promised her a marriage certificate the day she arrived. Briggs squinted up at the blue sky, removed his hat, and swabbed his forehead with a sleeve. Marriage. He'd never imagined it would come about like this. But recalling his first proposal, he decided it was better this way. He'd made a mistake in choosing Isabel. She was completely wrong for the kind of life he'd always wanted, but he'd been struck blind by her beauty and charm. Isabel could never have been a farmer's wife. He should have known that from the start. Perhaps things turned out for the best with Isabel, he thought, absent-mindedly steering the wagon through a deep rut. There was no denying he'd suffered when she left him. Anger had beaten the drive out of him for days, but it was anger directed at himself for being so foolish. His brain had been in his trousers when he'd proposed. Not this time, he thought proudly, watching one of the horses swat his long tail at a bee. This time, Briggs had a clear set of newspaper print requirements, and a pretty face was not among them. This time, the marriage would be built on respect and a mutual desire for companionship, things that would last through the years. George's voice penetrated Briggs's thoughts. "Did you get her a wedding gift?" "A wedding gift? Isn't it enough that I paid her fare all the way from Boston?" George shook his head in that slow way of his. "A woman likes something she can hold on to, a gift that'll mean something in 20 years when she digs it out of the closet. Why don't you give her the necklace?" "Are you out of your mind?" Briggs exclaimed. "What would I do about the engraving on the back? Draw a line through Isabel and write in the other one's name?" "Sarah, I know her name. It would be nice if you could use it when you meet her." I will. And I don't want to hear you complaining if she's not the most beautiful woman you've ever seen. You like the pretty ones, and that's why you fell so hard for Isabel when she wasn't—" Briggs shot his brother a glare. "I hope my wife's got hips as big as a barn and arms stronger than Big Joe McCaskill's. She'll need 'em if she's going to haul water from the creek till I get a well dug." "And when do you plan on doing that?" Briggs clicked his tongue at the horses. "When I get around to it." George didn't respond, and Briggs could feel his disapproval like a pesky fly. Being a city person and a lawyer, George could never understand how much work went into farming, or how rewarding it could be. "I just hope you're nice to her today." "I will be," Briggs replied defensively, "and I don't want to hear any more about it." The wagon lurched and swayed over a bump in the road. "Yah!" he called to the cumbersome horses, flicking the reins and realizing that, come sundown, he'd be a married man. His chest tightened at the thought of meeting this strange woman. He hoped this time he knew what he was getting into. "Next stop, Dodge City," the conductor called out, whisking his fingers over the back of each seat as he staggered down the aisle. Knots twisted inside Sarah's slender body. She sat forward to see, for the first time, the place that would become her home. It was real now, no longer a fantasy. She checked to ensure her dark hair was neat and tidy, all her buttons were fastened, then pinched her cheeks to summon some color. "You look lovely," the woman beside her said. "I'm sure he'll fall in love with you the moment he sees you." Sarah forced a smile. "How did you know?" "I saw you reading that ad, and it's not hard to tell how nervous you are. But don't worry, you're a beautiful young woman. He'll be pleased to be sure." Sarah watched the dust-covered wooden buildings pass by the window as the train chugged into Dodge City. Sagging boardwalks sighed with fatigue under the persistent eddy of cowboys and townfolk. The wide Main Street, muddy from a recent rainfall, lay battered with deep hoofprints and wagon tracks. The steam train screeched to a tuckered-out halt at the station. Outside the window, a crowd was gathered on the platform, mostly men puffing pockets of cigar smoke out from under their hats. Sarah took one last quick look, swallowed her apprehension, then reached for her valise. Inching into the aisle, Sarah carried her bag toward the door. When she reached the steps, she squinted into the bright sunlight, then quickly raised a hand to shade her eyes. She searched the unfamiliar faces looking up at her. Where was the man who had promised to meet her? The man who would soon be her husband? She took an uneasy step down. Just then, a gust of wind blew into her face and sucked her hat off her head, sending it somersaulting across the muddy station yard. "Oh dear!" she cried as she clumsily reached up to hold her knotted hair in place. At that moment, she spotted him. He was pursuing her hat. Her spirit suddenly surged with delight. It was him. It had to be. He wore spectacles, a gray suit, and a fedora, just as she had pictured him. He looked very much like her father. The man picked up her hat and wiped it meticulously with a crisp white handkerchief. When he seemed satisfied it was clean, he turned and walked directly toward her. "Sarah McFarland?" he asked, reaching her and taking her heavy valise. "Yes, I'm Sarah." She placed her hat back on her head and poked the pin into place. "Please come this way." He led her past a small group of men. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm George Brigman." Sarah peered at him, confused. Then her stomach dropped. "George? I thought you were, is Arthur your middle name?" He stopped and laughed and held out his hand. "You've got it wrong, I'm afraid. I'm George, Arthur's brother, but I wouldn't call him Arthur if I were you." "Why not?" Sarah asked, shaking his proffered hand. "Everyone calls him Briggs. No one's called him Arthur since—" He paused. "Well, I wouldn't try it." Sarah felt an uncomfortable jolt of apprehension as she let go of George's hand. "Please, the wagon is this way." George led her around the back of the depot. As they walked arm in arm, Sarah wondered why Arthur, or Briggs, rather, hadn't come to meet her himself. Perhaps he was shy. That must be it, she told herself while fighting 1,001 fears. That's why he had advertised for a wife instead of courting one. Well, shy was just fine with her. In fact, she preferred it that way. A nice, quiet, reserved husband. Yes, that would be delightful. George nodded his head toward a wagon. "There he is." Sarah stopped to look, but all she saw was a beat-up box on wheels, hitched to 2 prehistoric-looking horses with hairy hooves. "Where?" she asked, shading her eyes. Just then, a man stepped out from behind the team. Sarah's breath caught in her lungs. Her first impression was that he was clearly in need of a bath and a shave. Had he forgotten this was his wedding day? He wore a white cowboy hat, a brown buckskin coat with long, swinging fringe along the sleeves, and a necklace fashioned from animal claws. Animal claws? He looked nothing like her father at all. Fighting the nausea which had suddenly rooted itself in her stomach, she took another tentative step forward. Briggs bent forward to check a hoof on one of the horses. "I don't think he's seen us yet," George said, sounding apologetic. In her opinion, Briggs was more concerned with his horse than her arrival. But the extra moment gave her time to rein in her emotions and reconsider this situation. It was wrong of her to judge him based on his appearance. She hadn't met him yet. He could be a very polite fellow. He dropped the horse's hoof and looked up. Sarah's gaze met his, and a shiver of trepidation skittered through her. He seemed disappointed, as if she were not at all what he had expected. The sun moved behind a cloud, bathing Briggs in shade as he sauntered slowly toward her. Tall and muscular, he moved with surprising grace. "You're Sarah McFarland?" he said. She swallowed nervously, then struggled to keep her voice from quivering. "Yes?" George broke in. "Sarah, this is my brother Briggs. And Briggs, this is Sarah." The large farmer swept his steely gaze down her body, then back up again to her oversized purple hat. "Somehow I can't imagine her hauling water," he said to George. "She's no bigger than a mouse." "I can haul water," Sarah mentioned uncertainly, but no one seemed to be listening. George shrugged at Briggs, and Sarah was sure his eyes said, "I told you so." "Throw her bag into the wagon and get in," Briggs said to his brother. While George climbed into the back, Sarah stood wondering why this man was so displeased with her. She tried to appear pleasant. For pity's sake, she'd done everything she could to primp and make herself beautiful for him. "Let's go." He climbed into the high wagon seat. "The courthouse closes at 5. When she hesitated, he frowned down at her. Heat stole into her cheeks, and she suspected she'd turned a vivid scarlet. "Are you coming?" Something inside her wanted to say no and make a mad dash for the hills, but the hills, she thought ridiculously, were quite a distance from here. She stood motionless, letting her eyes wander the flat, windy town. The sun poked out from behind the cloud, and she had to shield her eyes again to look up at Briggs's large silhouette. This man was less gentlemanly than she would have liked, to be sure, but she was in no position to be fussy. She would rather take her chances here than back in Boston with Garrison, who could be on her heels at this very moment. At least if she married Briggs, it would be legal and she would change her name. If things didn't work out, at least some time would pass and her trail would become a little less visible. Garrison wouldn't be able to find her. Of course, she hoped it would work out, that she and Briggs could get to know each other and somehow manage some sort of life together. One day, she might even tell him the truth, after enough time had passed. Raising her skirts, she scrambled awkwardly into the seat beside him. "Yah!" he called out, flicking the reins. Without warning, the wagon jerked forward and Sarah's head snapped back. She bounced and jiggled, using all her muscles to avoid toppling into Briggs's lap as he turned the wagon around and headed across the wide street. He spoke not one word the entire way, and Sarah wondered miserably if she'd just escaped one dreadful situation only to arrive smack dab in the middle of another. Chapter 2. With his backside planted firmly on the crooked wagon seat, his fists clamped around the worn leather reins, Briggs refused to do anything but stare straight ahead. His head throbbed with the tension he'd not felt in months. How in tarnation had he gotten stuck with such a beautiful woman? He needed someone who could gather fuel, empty the stalls, and milk the cow, not to mention helping out with the harvest, and when it came time to slaughter the pig, well, that went without saying. Hadn't she understood his ad? What was she going to do when she saw the sod dugout she'd have to live in? Worse yet, she was exactly the type of woman Briggs had always found attractive. Her midnight black hair was pulled into a loose bun on top of her head. She had big brown eyes a man could lose himself in, skin the color of fresh cream, and lips the color of raspberries, and those lush, soft, feminine curves. Ah, hell. He didn't want to notice those things because the minute she set eyes on his sod house, she'd no doubt demand to be sent straight back home. He'd be a fool to think otherwise. When they turned up Railroad Avenue, the wagon struck a rock and leaped into the air. Beside him, Sarah bounced like a jumping bean and nearly landed in his lap. "Sorry," she said, then quickly righted herself. All of Briggs's muscles went rigid. His body tightened with a maddening awareness and an arousal in his groin that he struggled to disregard. But it was no easy task. She seemed so delicate being tossed about, like a butterfly on a sudden, unexpected gale. George moved to the front of the wagon bed and sat directly behind them. "Are you tired from your journey, Miss McFarland?" "Just a little," she answered politely. Her leg, somewhere beneath all those layers of skirts, bumped Briggs's, but she quickly drew it back to a proper distance, much to his relief. "Well, you'll be pleased to know your travels are over," George said. "Until tomorrow, anyway. Then it's a 6-hour drive out to the claim." Briggs whipped around. "What do you mean, tomorrow? There's a full moon tonight. We're heading back this afternoon, just as soon as the judge gives us the certificate." George pulled out a white handkerchief and blew his nose. "Well, I took the liberty of booking you both into the Dodge House for tonight. It's the best hotel in town, and I thought it would be a fine wedding gift after Miss McFarland's long journey." Briggs made no effort to hide his irritation. This ceremony wasn't supposed to be romantic. Briggs had planned to be up and fed and in the fields tomorrow by dawn. Now he'd have to spend the morning on the road, wasting even more precious daylight hours. "Thank you so much, Mr. Brigman." The appreciation in Sarah's voice smacked Briggs like a brick. He turned to look at her, seeing for the first time what a wonderful smile she had. Her eyes were twinkling at George, and her teeth were as straight and white as pure ivory. Was there nothing ugly about her? "You're welcome, Miss McFarland," George stammered like a schoolboy. "And you can call me George." Briggs shook his head at his brother's syrupy tone. "And what do you do, George?" Sarah asked. "I'm a solicitor," he replied. "I have my own office, right here in town." "How wonderful." The horses trotted to a stop outside the red brick courthouse. Briggs set the brake, wrapped the reins around it, and hopped down. As he rounded the 2-horse team, he watched Sarah clumsily wiggle down. She clutched at the splintery side of the wagon, her other hand holding her enormous hat to keep it from blowing off. Her little nose crinkled as she tried to gather her skirts at the same time. Briggs shook his head at the spectacle. She just looked so plumb ridiculous, until he noticed George clambering out of the wagon to assist her. Well, he'd be damned if he let his brother beat him to it. Briggs hurried toward her and stopped just behind that shapely, wiggling backside. He watched her for a second. One tiny foot was on the ground, the other leg was bent at an impossible angle, with the other foot still on the floor of the wagon. "Lean back," he instructed. He wrapped his hands around her narrow waist and lifted her dainty frame to the ground. Holding her so close, he noticed the clean scent of her hair and the faint hint of rosewater on her skin. He had to fight the inclination to enjoy it. "Thank you, Mr. Brigman." Sarah's face flushed pink as she smoothed her skirt. It was one of those things that charmed him, a woman smoothing her skirt. But almost as quickly as the feeling came, he squashed it like a bug under his boot. "Well, don't expect assistance every time. You're going to have to get used to things being difficult." Her jaw dropped in surprise, and he wished he'd kept his thoughts to himself. But at some point, his mail-order wife was going to have to learn to put away any tendencies toward vanity if she was going to survive out on the plains with prairie fires, windstorms, and grasshoppers. He had no intention of letting her spend precious hours of every day in front of the mirror, fussing over herself like Isabel had done. They started up the stairs together and headed toward the front door. All the while, Briggs could feel a slow, heated panic moving over him. After all his preaching to George about the problems with a pretty wife, what in the world was he about to do? Feeling dizzy, Sarah gaped at the large brick building. Halfway up the steps, she grabbed hold of the handrail. She could not go through with this. The man beside her was not at all the kind of man she'd imagined she'd be wedding. Why couldn't it have been someone like George? Panic stormed at her from all angles as they entered the building and climbed the creaky stairs to the second floor. They reached the office at the end of the hall, and Briggs ushered Sarah through. As she approached the distinguished judge seated behind a large mahogany desk, she realized she was another step closer to going through with this. Sarah heard footsteps behind her and felt Briggs's looming presence like a net about to be tossed over her head. He was standing too close, trapping her in this stuffy office. She couldn't breathe. She had to call this off. It wasn't too late until the papers were signed. Turning on the braided carpet to face him, she sucked in a quick breath. He stood before her like a huge stone wall, thick and solid. She swallowed, staring at his animal claw necklace, realizing he was taller than she had thought. The top of his white linen shirt had fallen open. She could see his bare neck, glistening with perspiration, and it made her mouth go dry. He flipped his golden hair back, revealing tiny beaded designs on the shoulders of his faded buckskin coat. "You all right?" he asked. "You look like you need a glass of water or something." Nodding, she dropped her gaze to the floor. She wished she were anywhere but here. "George, get her something, will you?" Briggs led her to a green upholstered sofa where he rested his hands on her shoulders and firmly sat her down. He knelt before her, then picked up a few papers from the desk and fanned her with a gentle breeze. She looked up to meet his gaze. Goodness. There was something very intense about the way he was looking at her. It caused a strange, heated fluttering in her belly, and she wondered if there might be some hope for them as a married couple. Perhaps there was some kindness in this man after all, although she wasn't sure that's what was causing the fluttering sensation. He was rather handsome and charismatic upon closer scrutiny, quite astoundingly so. His lips were full, his face chiseled to a fine masculine perfection, and those green eyes, watching her with concern, were absolutely mesmerizing. Struggling to gather her wits, Sarah wet her lips and took a deep breath. She tried to think logically. Surely this was the right thing to do. Women traveled west all the time to marry men they'd never met. Briggs had said in his advertisement that he wanted someone who would enjoy a simple life on the prairie. And that's exactly what she wanted, wasn't it? To live somewhere remote, far away. To live an honest life with purpose. She just hadn't imagined, in all her girlish fantasies, that she would be marrying someone so muscular, intimidating and rugged, so much like this rough, untamed land. There was something dangerous about him. It made her heartbeat quicken, her cheeks flush with heat. George hurried into the room with a glass of water and handed it to her. She sipped, self-consciously, feeling the eyes of each man watching her. "Perhaps some air would do you good," the judge suggested, opening the window. A fast prairie gale dashed inside and swept some papers off the desk. The white sheets floated and rocked in midair before Sarah's eyes. She felt dizzy, like she was rolling right along with them, falling and swirling into a dark, unfamiliar canyon. "Darn wind never stops." The judge pressed his palms to the desktop to hold down what was left. Still kneeling in front of her, Briggs waited for her to finish the water, then took her empty glass and set it on the desk. She stared blankly at his strong facial features, the square jaw, the dimpled chin, the long lashes like an awning over his green eyes. The longer she looked at him, the more handsome he seemed to be. She suddenly found herself wondering with a strange inner excitement what his kiss would taste like. Would it be different this time? Would his touch be gentle, or would he be rough? He touched her forehead with the back of his hand, and Sarah instinctively jerked back. Briggs hesitated, his eyes narrowing with a dozen questions. Surprised at her impulsive reaction, she tried to relax and allow him to touch her. He seemed to be waiting for her readiness, and again he laid his hand on her forehead. "You're a little warm." "It's just the heat," she explained. The judge laughed, his voice deep and booming. "Happens all the time," he joked, "but usually it's the groom. Some days they drop like flies, face down onto the rug." George joined in the judge's laughter, but Briggs kept his attention focused on Sarah. "You all right now?" he whispered privately to her, and the sound of his voice brushed over her like velvet. "It's not too late to change your mind." Suddenly, beneath her clothes, her flesh erupted in a strangely pleasant sensation of goosebumps. She felt protected and cared for, something she hadn't felt in a very long time, not since her parents died. With that realization, her heart began to slow its rapid pace, and she sensed that beneath the hard, uncouth exterior, this man may very well be decent, like her father, and he might make an excellent husband, for he was the perfect embodiment of exactly what she had been looking for: protection. It was all she needed to lift her up off the sofa. "I'm fine," she heard herself saying. "Let's go ahead." Standing in front of Judge Frazier, gazing into the liquid depths of Sarah's coffee-colored eyes, Briggs was surprised by his sudden lack of cold feet. She'd seemed so innocent just now, sitting on the sofa looking up at him, desperate for him in a way he couldn't quite understand. Isabel had never looked at him like that. No woman ever had. He felt an inexplicable urge to take Sarah into his arms right then and there and tell her everything was going to be all right. He would make sure of it. Briggs glanced at the judge and recalled his earlier vow to avoid the kind of attraction he had felt for Isabel. After the lesson he had learned, he hadn't thought himself capable of instant heated desire ever again. So why was his body betraying him with such a powerful surge of anticipation? The judge turned a page and startled Briggs out of his thoughts, reminding him to listen to these important, lifelong words. "Repeat after me," Judge Frazier said, his gaze directed at Briggs. "I, Arthur John Brigman, take you, Sarah Jane McFarland." Feeling as if he were floating, Briggs repeated the words, ending with, "to love and to cherish, until death us do part." Great God, what was he saying? Until death do us part? To love and to cherish. He tried to remember Sarah's letter from a few weeks ago. It had convinced him she was the right woman. She'd mentioned her parents' recent passing, her loneliness, and he thought even before meeting her that she possessed a purity that Isabel had not. Looking at her now, he sensed an undeniable virtue and a sense of loyalty to family, which was a quality he admired and something he would treasure deeply, for he too had always been steadfastly loyal to those he cared about. Wasn't it possible that another beautiful woman could be everything he had wanted Isabel to be? Wasn't it possible he could trust Sarah? He listened to her shaky voice repeating the same words he had spoken. He sensed her anxiety, which was only natural under circumstances such as these, but there was no turning back now. As he slipped the ring onto Sarah's slim finger, he promised himself he would build her a real farmhouse just as soon as he brought in the harvest. With any luck, they'd move in before the first snow. He would finally sell that necklace he had bought for Isabel. His hopes and dreams belonged with Sarah now. Oh, how quickly a pretty face could alter a man's convictions. The judge said his final words, and Briggs gazed down at Sarah's expression in wonder. Her eyes were wide and unfathomable, her cheeks flushed like two sweet, ripe strawberries. They were man and wife now. His heart pounded hard enough to knock him over. Briggs felt George nudge him in the back. Then he looked at the judge and realized everyone was waiting for the kiss. Briggs let his gaze fall back to Sarah's frightened face. How was he to do this? They were complete strangers to each other. Taking a deep breath, praying for a lifetime of courage, he leaned forward and pressed his lips lightly to hers, all the while resisting the desire to let his tongue wander inside. He would have enjoyed lingering there a while, with her soft, luscious body melting into his, but when arousal grew too fast, he pulled back. Such things should be enjoyed in private, he knew, and thankfully that moment was near. "Thank you, George, for booking us a room at the Dodge House. I didn't think I'd want that, but damn, I do." Simply the idea of his wedding night was enough to make Briggs weak with anticipation for what lay ahead. Chapter 3. Sarah glanced across the small, round dinner table at her new husband and could barely swallow. One part of her wanted only to move on to the wedding night and get it over with as soon as possible. Another part of her wanted to put it off forever. Surely when Briggs came to her in the dark, he would know he was not the first. Garrison had told her men knew these things. She had to be strong, she told herself. She had to get through this. Perhaps her previous experience would not make a difference to Briggs. After all, there was no love between them. He merely wanted a helper on his farm. Silverware clinked against china plates all around them. Conversation hummed, and laughter bellowed from the back corner of the restaurant. Sarah shifted in her chair, then cautiously looked across at Briggs again to see if he'd noticed how little she'd eaten. To her dismay, he was staring at her over the fragrant, colorful vase of petunias. Their eyes locked and held. For that brief second, she wondered what in heaven's name he was thinking. Then, without warning, self-consciousness intervened. She dropped her gaze, picked up her fork, and scooped up some mashed potatoes swabbed in dark gravy. Chewing furiously, she knew her face had gone red as a ripe tomato. Briggs probably wasn't surprised. Her behavior was what a husband would expect from a nervous, naive bride on her wedding night. The problem was, Sarah was not naive. She knew fully what to expect in the marriage bed, and it wasn't something she was looking forward to. After dinner, she dawdled over her coffee while they discussed nothing more interesting than the weather and Sarah's long journey. Soon, the conversation slowed. Her coffee was cold, and Sarah knew the time had come. She breathed deeply, trying to calm the nervous knots in her belly. Briggs slid his chair back across the floor. "Are you finished?" Sarah forced a smile and nodded. "Shall we go upstairs, then?" he asked, offering his hand. She placed her hand into his and allowed him to help her out of her chair. They walked arm in arm upstairs to room 21, where her new husband inserted a large metal key into the lock and pushed the squeaky door open. Standing in the hall, unable to take even a small step forward, Sarah peered inside the tiny hotel room. One flickering kerosene lamp produced a smoky light. A tall rosewood dresser stood against the far wall, holding a blue and white chamber set. But the most notable piece of furniture, taking up the most space in the room, was the cast-iron bed. She felt a rush of fear. "Make yourself at home," Briggs said, gesturing with an outstretched arm and probably wondering why she was hesitating. After a few seconds, she took that giant step over the threshold. Once inside, she turned around, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. Her rugged-looking husband was leaning one shoulder against the doorframe, both his hands in his front coat pockets. He swept a seductive gaze down the length of her body, then let it rise to meet hers. There was a tingling in the pit of her belly, but what was causing it? Fear? Dread? Or was it an indecent thrill? Because he was very handsome, and so much more of a man than what she had expected. And soon those big, work-roughened hands would be working their way over her naked body. She swallowed nervously at the thought. Would it be different this time? "Aren't you coming in?" she asked, feeling the intensity of his stare. He stepped back into the hall. "Not just yet. I thought you might like some time to yourself after your trip. I reserved the hotel tub for you." He rubbed his jaw. "And I thought I might get myself a bath and a shave, too. George is expecting me at his house. It's just a few blocks away. I'll come back in an hour?" She nodded without thinking, then watched him close the door. With knees trembling, her breath coming in short gasps, she listened to the sound of her husband's heavy footsteps fading down the hall. Then silence boomed in her ears, and she collapsed onto the bed. Outside the hotel, Briggs stood a moment, staring up at the star-speckled sky. He listened to the saloon piano clanging a tinny tune down the street and found himself missing the quiet night hiss of prairie grass. So much for avoiding beautiful women in fancy skirts and feathered hats, he thought, as he breathed an autumn fragrance in the late August air. He'd sat at dinner, watching his wife fidget in her chair like a child in church. She was nervous about tonight, poor thing. She was plumb scared out of her wits. He was too, he supposed. He'd never been with a virgin before. All of a sudden, a case of the jitters hit him. He hoped he would make it pleasant for her, even though he knew he probably couldn't, no matter how hard he tried. Women didn't usually enjoy it the first time, or so he'd heard. He pulled his gaze from the blanket of stars overhead and started walking toward George's house. Maybe the bath would relax him a bit. He sure as hell hoped so. Sarah sat up in bed wearing her pink cotton nightdress, buttoned tightly at the neck. Good Lord, she felt like she was choking. The nightdress had been a gift from Garrison on that horrible night in the hotel, and it stung that she must wear it now. But what else was she to do? Wait naked in bed for her husband? Certainly not. By the time she heard those boots tapping softly down the hall, she was nearly frozen with fear. The key clicked in the lock, the doorknob turned, and the door slowly creaked open. The time had come. She was alone with her new husband, and he expected the marriage to be consummated. "Sorry I'm late," Briggs said quietly, closing the door behind him. He stared at her only briefly, removed his hat, then turned and shrugged out of his coat. Sarah said nothing. She couldn't. All she could do was sit up against the pillows, biting her thumbnail, taking in the details of his appearance in the flickering lantern light. He turned his back to her while he pulled the animal claw necklace over his head, set it lightly on the chest of drawers, then unbuttoned and stripped off his loose white shirt. Sensations of awe exploded within her at the sight of his bronze, muscular back. He was large and strong, bigger and stronger than Garrison, a thought that provided her with some peace of mind in some ways, for she had come here in search of a protector. But when Briggs got into bed with her, he would be very heavy on top of her. She would feel trapped, confined. Looking away, she shivered, remembering what had come after Garrison had removed his shirt. At least this time she knew what to expect. She had time to prepare herself mentally. This was not that. This was a new life, and Briggs was not Garrison. Briggs took 3 slow, sultry steps toward the bed. "There's no need to be afraid. I'll be as gentle as I can." Gentle? Her voice shook as she grasped for words. "We barely know each other." He came closer, tilting his head. His expression was different from before, when he'd first looked at her at the train station with those callous green eyes. Now his expression was encouraging, reassuring. but no amount of reassurance would change what he was about to do to her. He raised a knee to the bed and crawled cat-like across her to lie on the other side. A faint scent of musk touched her nose. "I hope that by tomorrow we'll know each other better," he replied in a soft voice. He settled down and cupped her chin in his hand. "Can I kiss you, Sarah?" Trembling, she nodded, then closed her eyes to prepare for the feel of his mouth upon hers. Her heart beat fast in her chest, her mind alive with horrible expectations. But when his hand caressed her cheek, then moved like a feather to her ear, and played in the wavy locks of hair she'd just finished combing, she found herself feeling warm and a little less afraid. Then his lips moved over hers like a whisper, carefully at first. She quivered at the unexpected tenderness of it all, the flavor of his mouth, the unanticipated desire she was feeling. His lips parted hers in a smooth, sweeping motion, and his tongue moved into her mouth. A sensual response awoke deep within her. Her body was beginning to relax, her muscles letting go of their resolve to resist this. If only the rest of it could be as satisfying as this kiss, she thought. If only they need not go further. Briggs drew back and wet his lips, his hand still playing in the tendril of hair over her ear. "That was nice," he whispered. "Would you like me to lower the lamp, or would you prefer I leave it burning?" "No," she blurted out too quickly. "I'd like it to be dark." He leaned away and lowered the wick in the lamp beside them. The room went black, and Sarah said a silent thank you to be spared the expression on his face when the truth struck its inevitable blow. She felt him lift the quilt to climb under, and gathered from his movements that he was removing his denims. "Come, get under the covers with me," he said. Her eyes adjusting, she sat forward while Briggs removed the extra pillows and tossed them to the floor. She reluctantly inched down until her head rested on the pillow. For a moment, nothing happened. She had lain on her back, and her husband was simply lying on his side, resting his cheek in his palm, propped up on one elbow. "What's wrong?" she asked, worrying he could see that she was hiding something. "Nothing. I just want to look at you." Then he rolled on top of her. Sarah gasped, but caught her breath when Briggs lingered there, his hands again twirling through her hair splayed out on the pillow. After a few seconds, as if he were allowing her time to prepare herself, he lowered his face and kissed her again. Ah, the kiss. She did like the kissing. Butterflies danced within her as he brushed his lips across her cheek, down her jaw, then nipped at the sensitive skin at her neck. Gooseflesh tingled down her left side. He pulled gently at the ribbon on her nightdress and unfastened the tiny top buttons. His lips journeyed slowly across her collarbone as she stared through the darkness at the ceiling. "You're trembling," he whispered, pulling the nightdress down over her shoulders. "But there's no need to be afraid, Sarah. I promise I'll go slow." He looked down at her, and she wondered frantically if she should just tell him the truth now. Then he kissed her again, and desire coursed through her veins. He sat back on his heels and removed her nightdress, then settled his weight upon her. "I'm glad you came here, Sarah. I didn't think I would be, because I've gotten used to being alone. I thought I just wanted to help her on the farm. But maybe there's a chance we could be more to each other." He paused. "I didn't expect someone like you. You're very beautiful." For a brief moment, while nothing but his body and his words seemed real, she felt transported to a new life, to a new beginning where she could perhaps become a different person. She could forget about the old life, make a fresh start, and perhaps there could even be love for her here. Then Briggs shifted, and all at once she felt the silky tip of his arousal poised where the pain had been last time. "Don't be afraid," he whispered. "It will only hurt this once." But how could she not be afraid? What if, as soon as he learned her secret, he would shout at her for lying to him, for involving him in her stupid, stupid mistakes? She didn't know much about Briggs. What if he became violent? "I'm nervous." He kissed the tip of her nose. "That's only natural." But he didn't understand. He didn't know why she was afraid. He continued to kiss her neck, and soon his mouth reached her breast where he used his tongue to stimulate her passions and help her open up to him, at least physically. His mouth was like some sort of drug that made her forget all her regrets and anxieties. What a glorious escape it was. For a long while, she relaxed into the pleasure of his touch, sighing with delight every time he kissed and suckled or used his strong, warm hands to stroke her. But then the inevitable occurred. His hand slid between her legs to the damp center of her womanhood, and she gasped, for there was no turning back now. He would know very soon, as he stroked and explored, that she had not come to him as an untouched woman. There had been another before him. Briggs's head drew back, and he looked her in the eye. Sarah blinked a few times while her belly turned a somersault. Does he know? I should tell him now. I should try to explain. But how? Slowly, with a slight frown, Briggs settled his weight upon her, positioned himself for penetration, and slid easily into her slick, heated depths. He drove all the way in, very deep, and continued to watch her face in the darkness as he held himself there inside her. The dreamlike trance she had been enjoying moments ago was all gone now. She was alert and aware of the physical sensation of his body inside hers, without the pain she had known last time. But what was he thinking? Heart racing, Sarah clutched at her husband's broad shoulders, waiting for him to say something. Seconds ticked by. Did he even know? Then he spoke softly, without emotion, and her heart sank. "I'm not the first," he said, his body perfectly still. Suddenly, Sarah was overcome with regret for having succumbed to her desperation, for having led this man to believe that she was an innocent with no past. She was ashamed of herself for the letter she had written, the lies she had told. "No," she replied simply, for she couldn't possibly begin to explain. Not now, when he was so deep inside her, and he was breathing heavily and beginning to perspire, fighting to hold still. But what else was there to say? The whole story was sickening and complicated, and there were things she still didn't want him to know, things she hoped he would never know. All that mattered in this moment was that she was not a virgin, and now he knew that part of it at least. If he wanted to annul the marriage, so be it. She wouldn't protest, for she owed him that, but she hoped he would not wish to send her away, for she was feeling things presently that she had not expected to feel. Passion, for one thing, and a desire to go with him to his farm on the prairie, to feel safe in his protection, if only he could forgive this part of it. Growing uneasy, Sarah shifted slightly on the bed, which caused a hint of friction down below where their bodies were joined. Everything was so hot and wet down there. It felt like liquid fire. She wiggled her hips slightly beneath his weight, and Briggs let out a small groan. Then he closed his eyes, bowed his head, and began to move in a steady rhythm, in and out, slow at first, then gradually faster. She told herself the worst was over, and it was all right to relax now and enjoy the sensations. He was her lawful husband, and he had kept his promise to be gentle. Most importantly, he knew. About this part, at least. Soon, the ecstasy returned, and her muscles loosened and tingled. Her skin seemed to melt into his as they made love in the darkness. She realized in that moment that her previous experience had been nothing like this, nothing at all. Tonight, it had not been hurried, for Briggs had taken the time to pleasure her, to soften her and help her relax before he entered her. The sensations reached a heady, overwhelming pinnacle, and she shuddered unexpectedly as physical delight poured through her body. Briggs tensed and went rigid in her arms. A sound escaped him, a sound that could only mean pleasure as she had just known it. He throbbed within, and she knew they had completed the marriage act. It was consummated. Perhaps he had even planted a child in her womb. That thought filled her with hope. He relaxed on top of her, heavier now, but surprisingly she didn't mind. Her heart was no longer racing with anxiety. Their bodies seemed glued together with heat and perspiration as they lay in silence, until Briggs withdrew and rolled off her, leaving her suddenly exposed to the chilly bedroom air. Briggs lay motionless in the dark, listening to his wife's breathing. He draped his wrist over his eyes. He had thought. Hell, he didn't know what he had thought. Why was he so surprised? He knew nothing about this woman in bed beside him. She had answered an ad in a newspaper, for pity's sake. Why should he have expected her to be a virgin, and what did it even matter? She had never promised such a thing in her letter, not specifically, nor had he asked, or implied that it was a requirement. He had simply assumed it because she had said she attended church regularly and lived with her parents until their deaths recently. How could a man possibly know what a woman was truly about, he wondered solemnly. He couldn't. It was as simple as that. Briggs should never have presumed anything about Sarah. He simply had to accept the reality, that she was a stranger to him and that she had led an independent life before coming out here to join him on his claim. And obviously, there had been another man, or perhaps more than one. He felt a spark of jealousy, even though it shouldn't matter. There was no love between them. Love and passion wasn't even something he'd wanted when he'd placed the ad. Why, then, was he wanting to hit something when he imagined her in bed with someone else? Had she loved the man who had been her first? Where was that man now? Sitting up, Briggs dropped his feet to the floor, squeezed the edge of the mattress, and found himself wishing he could have simply taken Sarah without any expectations, without feeling so hopeful about the sort of marriage they might have. He should have known better than to let down his guard. Chapter 4. Rolling onto her side, Sarah tried to focus on Briggs through the darkness. He sat on the edge of the bed, his broad back to her, his hair disheveled. Her mind slashed through a brambly thicket of unanswered questions. Was this the beginning of the end? Did he realize now that she had kept secrets from him, that she was not trustworthy? And would he change his mind about having her as his wife? Would he annul the marriage first thing in the morning and send her back to Boston? Her heart began to race again. It burned inside her chest. She pulled the quilt up to cover her nakedness. Is everything all right? It's fine, he coolly replied. He rose to his feet, his nude body stunningly beautiful, as he crossed the room to get dressed. All Sarah could do was stare in awe at the strong arms, the firm, muscled back, and the sinewy thighs as he picked up his trousers and pulled them on. She leaned up on one elbow. Briggs, You don't have to say anything. It doesn't matter. Just get some sleep. You've had a long day. He pulled his shirt on over his head. I'm going for a walk. Sarah lay back down, wondering why his response felt a dozen times worse than what she had feared earlier, that he might shout at her in anger or become violent. Instead, he appeared hurt and disappointed in her. Heaven help her. She hadn't imagined it would be like this, but in all honesty, she hadn't given much thought to how Arthur Brigman would actually feel about her. All he had been to her, until the moment she stepped off the train, was an impersonal, printed advertisement in a newspaper, which had allowed her to conjure up some sort of fantasy life where she would be safe and protected. And she'd been so desperate to escape her current life, to start fresh somewhere new. Briggs moved like a shadow across the room, and she understood that he needed to be alone. With any luck, his disappointment would wane after a few hours. Surely, when he considered it more thoroughly, he would remember that their courtship consisted of 2 short letters to arrange everything, nothing more. And if he'd wanted a virgin for a wife, he could have specified that in some discreet way. But he didn't. The only thing he'd specified was that his potential bride be a hard worker, which Sarah fully intended to be. Hoping with quiet desperation that Briggs would view the situation from that perspective, she watched him shrug into his buckskin coat. She noticed with some relief that he was leaving his claw necklace on the chest of drawers. At least he planned to return. Without looking back, he walked out of the room and closed the door behind him. The next morning, Sarah opened her eyes to bright sunlight streaming in through the white lace curtain, painting dappled shadows on the pink and white patterned quilt. The exhaustion from endless days on the train seemed determined to linger in her weary bones and muscles. She stretched her arms over her head and pointed her toes, trying to recall what it felt like to be free of fear, then realized, with a jolt of alarm, that her husband's side of the bed was empty. Sarah sat up, her eyes darting to the chest of drawers. The claw necklace was gone. Tossing the covers aside, she got out of bed and crossed to her valise. She flipped it open and pulled out what was on top, the purple gown she'd worn yesterday. She had to find Briggs and make things right, because the last thing she wanted to do was find herself on a train back to Boston. But then she heard a key slip into the metal lock in the door. Good Lord, what if Briggs had abandoned her and the hotel manager had come to throw her out? She wasn't dressed yet, and she had no money. This was all too familiar. There was no time to pull the dress over her head. She could only hug it fast to her body, hiding all but her bare shoulders. A knock sounded, and the door opened. Suddenly finding herself staring at the brown-fringed coat and tousled golden hair that belonged to her husband, Sarah exhaled a breath.
"Wagon's ready."
He stepped all the way into the room and shut the door behind him before looking up from under the brim of his white Stetson. His cool gaze flicked from her eyes down to her feet, then back up to her eyes again.
"Hurry and dress yourself. We need to get on the road. And don't worry about breakfast. I had them pack us something to eat on the way."
With that, he was out the door again, leaving Sarah frozen in her place, heart pounding like a hammer while she prayed that this meant he was willing to forget about their first night as man and wife and simply start over. Briggs stood by the wagon, one hand on his hip, the other holding on to his hat, tapping it against his thigh. He watched and listened with annoyance to a pack of dogs across the street, barking and howling at each other. He wished they would quiet down for just 1 minute so he could think about how he was going to move past this awkward beginning with his mail-order wife, who had proven herself to be not quite what he had thought. 10 irritating minutes passed before he spotted Sarah walking out the front door of the hotel, shading her eyes with her white-gloved hand while she perused the street, searching for him. For a moment, he just stood there, letting her search, until she finally spotted him and seemed to sigh with relief. He noticed she wore the same dress she'd worn yesterday, the lacy purple thing with the oversized bustle, which could serve no sensible purpose when she plopped herself down on the stool to milk Maddie. Gathering his resolve, he approached Sarah and took her bag. He carried it to the wagon, then helped her up onto the seat. "I came right down, thinking you were in a hurry to go," she said, adjusting her skirts all around her. Briggs looked into those pretty brown eyes and reminded himself not to get lost in them again.
"I appreciate that," he said. "Now let's get on the road."
Out on the windy prairie, Briggs pulled the wagon to a slow halt. The harness jangled lightly as the horses paused and shook the flies off their backs. Sarah's insides reeled. Why was he stopping? Was this sick feeling in her stomach about to become justified? Briggs removed his hat, raked his fingers through his hair, and donned the hat again. Squinting toward the west, he leaned back in his seat.
"I know it ain't exactly proper to talk about this sort of thing, but I don't rightly enjoy brooding about things either, especially if they're just misunderstandings. And right now I can't seem to get something out of my mind."
"What is it?" He looked directly at her.
"I want to know why you looked so nervous last night when you had me thinking you'd never—"
He paused, feeling like he'd been made a fool of.
"Not that it matters. Your past is your business, not mine. But why were you acting so nervous if you'd done it before? Were you trying to trick me?"
The calm, matter-of-fact tone of his voice did little to ease Sarah's nerves. "No, I wasn't trying to trick you. I truly was nervous because I was afraid of what you might think of me when you found out you weren't—" She paused. "The first. I was afraid you'd be angry or disappointed, which obviously you are." He glanced up at the sky.
"I'm not disappointed. It's not like we were marrying for love. I just don't like being misled."
"I didn't mislead you," she replied, feeling her dander rise for the first time. "What was I supposed to say? It's not exactly a proper thing to talk about, and you didn't ask." He sat in silence a moment as if contemplating that.
"Let's just forget about it. You're here, we're married, and now we're going home."
He made a move to flick the reins, but Sarah's hand came up to catch him, to rest on his soft buckskin sleeve. He lowered the reins and looked at her. "I'm sorry you're upset," she said.
"I'm not upset," he insisted. "Just tell me one thing."
He slapped the reins lightly and set them in motion again.
How many were there before me?
The implications of the question stung and offended her, and she suspected that was his intention. That's hardly a polite question. She paused, hoping he would back down and maybe apologize, but he remained silent, waiting for her answer. Only one, she finally said. He drove the wagon in silence, then he looked into her eyes again.
Did you love him? Do you still love him?
His words came as a surprise. Sarah wanted to smooth things out between them, to set them back on track. But what was the correct answer? To tell her husband that she'd loved another man didn't seem right, but to say that she didn't, and never had— Yes, she softly replied, lowering her gaze to her lap. I believed I did. In all her innocence, she'd truly believed she had loved Garrison, at least at first, though now she wasn't certain what that word meant, because clearly she had not known who and what he truly was on the inside. She knew nothing of his heart. Briggs slapped the reins again to hurry the team along the bumpy road.
How long has it been since you've seen him?
She stared numbly at the horses' long manes, their heads bobbing up and down. She'd done enough lying, so come what may, she decided to tell Briggs the truth. It's been 3 weeks.
3 weeks?
He pulled the horses to a hard halt, wrapped the reins around the brake, and leaped out of the wagon. He strode off across the grass, then stopped about 20 yards away, his back to her, his hands braced on his hips. He was shaking his head. Here we go. He's going to take me back to Dodge and leave me in the street with nothing but my regrets and my traveling bag, which I suppose is exactly what I deserve. Squeezing her eyes shut, Sarah tried to think practically. It wouldn't be so bad. She could find work in a restaurant. She had experience, and start her own life somewhere else. Alone. This dream of being married, having children and a husband who would protect her, and living a simple life on the prairies didn't seem to be working out too well for her. She opened her eyes. Briggs was now sitting down in the grass, his elbows resting on his knees. She climbed out of the wagon and hopped to the ground. The wind sailed through the rippling grasses, hissing like a snake, blowing loose tendrils of her hair into her face. If nothing else, she owed Briggs a choice, a way out of this marriage if he wanted it. She knew why she'd been so quick to agree to become a mail-order bride. She needed to get away from Garrison and start a new life. But maybe Briggs regretted being so hasty. If so, she would ask him to take her back to Dodge, and she would agree to an annulment. How bad could that be? She'd been in worse situations. At least she was in the West now, far away from Boston. When she reached Briggs, she sat down beside him. Staring at the distant horizon where the rolling prairie met the sky, she steadied her voice. I'm sorry I didn't tell you any of that. Her heart felt like it was snapping in two. But I've been on my own for 4 years now, and— Briggs tossed the grass away.
You mean 4 months?
I beg your pardon?
4 months, since your folks died.
Sarah felt her eyebrows pull together with a frown. No, that was 4 years ago.
Briggs shot her a glare. You wrote in your letter that it was 4 months.
No, I couldn't have. Perhaps my writing was a little—
Your writing was fine.
Are you sure that—
I'm positive.
His tone was so sharp, she knew he was telling the truth. As she remembered the haste in which she wrote and sent the letter, she began to wonder if she might have made a mistake. A horrible, horrible mistake. Oh, how could she have been so careless? Then again, maybe it wasn't a mistake, she thought miserably. Maybe she'd known that marrying Briggs was wrong, that she wasn't fit to be an honest man's bride, and she had purposefully tried to create a new identity for herself. It certainly seemed that way now.
You've been living on your own in Boston for 4 years? He asked. Has everything been a lie?
Sarah shook her head and spoke firmly. No. Briggs plucked a long blade of grass and wrapped it around his forefinger. His silence was more unnerving than any reprimand. He was so calm, when most men would be shouting at her. All she could do was sit in the tangled growth and suffer, knowing what he must think of her now, that she was completely unreliable and untrustworthy. But who was she trying to fool? She was unreliable and untrustworthy, because Briggs didn't know the first thing about her, and she had no intention of revealing the whole truth to him or to anyone. Ever. It was too dangerous. If she told him why she had needed to escape Garrison, Briggs might report him to the authorities, and she might be implicated in his crimes. Besides that, she knew what Garrison would do if he ever found out she'd told someone. He'd made that more than clear. She couldn't put herself or Briggs in that kind of danger.
"What else did you tell me?" Briggs asked. "Oh yes, that you went to church. And I suppose you're about to tell me the church in your neighborhood burned down and you haven't seen a Sunday worship in what, 4 years?"
"No," Sarah said. "I do go to church. I wouldn't lie about that." He continued to stare coldly at the distant rolling hills.
"But you'd lie about everything else."
Briggs tossed the grass away.
"Do you still love this man that you parted from only 3 weeks ago?"
Sarah shut her eyes and faced the wind. "No, I don't love him. I hope I never see him again, and I give you my word, for whatever it's worth. That is the honest truth." She met his gaze directly, with conviction.
"And what will you wish for 3 weeks from today?" Briggs asked. "That you could be on your way again? Will you leave me when you get bored and leap into another man's bed to drive the one you really love from your heart?"
His words were like a slap across the face. She deserved it, she knew, but it didn't make it any easier. Rising to her feet, she spoke unwaveringly. "I'm sorry for all this, Briggs. Truly I am. And I understand if you regret bringing me here. We can go back to town right now if you want and get a divorce or an annulment. I won't argue, and you won't have to worry about me. I'll make my own way." She turned and started walking back to the wagon, angry with herself for getting into this mess in the first place. Not just with Briggs. All her problems had started when she'd met Garrison. She wished she had listened to her instincts then. Something about him had made her uncomfortable from the start, but his behavior had always been impeccable. Too impeccable. He'd said all the right things and looked the part of a gentleman. Handsome and wealthy, he had wooed her well and ruined her life in the process. Now Briggs thought the worst things about her, and he deserved a way out. She reached the wagon and climbed onto the seat, realizing wretchedly that Briggs had every right to judge her the way he had. She was a liar. But what did it even matter now? Their marriage was over. It was time to move on. From the corner of her eye, Sarah saw Briggs approach the wagon, but she resisted the urge to acknowledge him. She sat with dignity, her backbone as straight as a steel skewer, while he vaulted himself onto the seat, making the vehicle bounce, squeak, and wiggle. He's going to turn this old wooden box back toward town, and that will be the end of it. Sarah gripped the side of the wagon in preparation for its sudden lurch, but nothing happened. Briggs held the reins in his large, sun-darkened hands, as if thinking. She had been brave and strong a moment ago. Where had those feelings gone? Now she was uncertain and more than a little intimidated. She could do nothing but wait for his decision. After another agonizing moment, he slapped the reins and the horses plodded forward. They flicked their ears back and forth while Sarah held on to the wagon seat, waiting for them to shift direction and turn back toward town. But they did not alter their course. The horses lumbered along the straight and narrow road, lightly jingling their harnesses.
"We had an agreement," Briggs said coolly. "Whatever you did in Boston is your business, and I'd rather not know about it. But you assured me you'd be a good worker, and that much I hope is true. The rest doesn't concern me. Like I said, we had an agreement, and I plan to stick to my end of it."
Surprised and hopeful, she snuck a glance at Briggs, but was disappointed to find all traces of tenderness gone from his face. The word agreement held less allure than her dream of a real marriage, but at least it was something, however minuscule, to cling to. Chapter 5. It was late afternoon when they finally approached a homestead. Sarah saw a barn built of sod and roofed with hay, a noisy chicken coop, a vegetable garden, acres and acres of tall green corn to the west and golden wheat to the east. But no house. Perhaps it was over the next hill, she thought, then wondered why anyone would build a house so far from the animals. The muffled sounds of moos and snorts from inside the barn interrupted the constant roar of wind as they drew closer. Sarah inhaled the scent of fresh manure and animals, and strangely, she found the smells agreeable. She realized how accustomed she had become to the city smells of sewage and rotting garbage. She sat forward in her seat, feeling like her behind had been battered with a washing board. Stiff and sore, she wanted to ask if this was to be her new home, but hesitated when she glanced at the scowling face beside her.
"Darn,"
he whispered. Briggs pulled the wagon to a hard stop and hopped down. A wandering hen clucked and flapped her wings, scurrying out of the way.
"What are you doing out here?"
he asked a pig. The swine was licking the cuff of a pair of work trousers hanging from a clothesline strung across the yard.
"How'd this happen?"
Sarah waited in the wagon while Briggs strode toward the barn door.
"Darn dog,"
he said, barely loud enough for Sarah to hear. He flipped the door latch with his finger, then called out,
"Shadow, come out here."
Sarah felt a nibble of concern as she imagined what he was going to do to this poor animal who had let the pig out of the pen. Just then, a flash of movement whisked past the wagon. It tore across the yard toward Briggs. He knelt down to meet a golden retriever who bounded into him and nearly knocked him over. The dog whimpered and licked Briggs's face and hands. Sarah couldn't suppress a smile. So this was his land. But where was the house? Looking all around, she hopped down from the wagon and splashed into a fresh, wet pile of manure that soiled the hem of her petticoat. "Oh," she groaned, lifting her skirt and stepping back to examine the sole of her boot.
"You gotta watch where you step around here,"
Briggs said. He disappeared into the barn, then returned a moment later towing a white goat.
"Go stretch your legs, Gertrude, but stay away from my trousers on the line."
He let her loose to wander the yard. Sarah, still scraping the bottom of her boot on the hard ground, watched Briggs walk back into the barn. She heard him apologizing to someone.
"Sorry, Maddie. Didn't mean to be gone all night."
He stayed in the barn a while this time, and after a few minutes, Sarah wondered what she should do. Should she get her bag and find her own way to the house, or should she wait for him to escort her? Most definitely, she did not want to invade his home without his permission. But she was his wife. It was her home, too. Feeling an overall uneasiness, Sarah wandered around the yard while a pulsing, squirting sound reverberated from inside the barn. She entered the fenced pen, which was attached to it, then peeked through the door to see Briggs sitting on a small wooden stool, milking a cow. He had removed his coat and had draped it over the side of the stall, and now sat with his loose white shirt stretched across his back. Leaning forward, he squeezed and pulled at the poor thing's feminine underparts, while milk squirted in thin, forceful streams. Sarah stood watching, entranced by the muscles in Briggs's back, tensing and relaxing in unison, with the steady sound of milk striking the wooden bucket. She realized with some surprise that she'd never really watched anyone milk a cow before, not for any length of time. All of a sudden, a brown flash came bounding out of the barn and tackled her. Tired and less alert than she ought to have been, she'd toppled backward into the mud, only then realizing her face, sunburned and stinging from the long drive, was being licked clean with unbridled enthusiasm. The dog snorted, his long, wet tongue making its aggressive way up her nose. "Ugh!" she screamed, trying to cover her face with her white-gloved hands.
"Shadow!" Briggs hollered. "Get off her!"
The big dog skulked away with his ears pressed back and his tail between his legs, while the pig watched the entire spectacle with interest.
"Sorry about that,"
Briggs said, striding through the mud and wrapping his strong hand around Sarah's elbow.
"Look what he did."
He pulled her swiftly to her feet, but she lost her balance and fell forward on one knee into the mud before he scooped her up again. Sarah fought to control her temper and wondered how she had ever survived the past month without pulling her hair out. She tried to catch her breath, but it seemed no use. All her troubles were catching up with her. She picked at her skirt with shaky, muddy fingers. "My Sunday dress! It's covered with mud!" It was the least of her worries, but it seemed the only problem she could talk about.
"It ain't mud,"
Briggs said matter-of-factly. "It's not mud," she repeated, refusing to accept what possibilities remained.
"Aw, hell," he said again. "You're gonna have to go down to the creek."
"The creek? Don't you have a tub?"
"A tub? Not out here, I'm afraid." He turned away from her, then pointed. "Creek's that way. You'll find soap on the big rock."
Sarah glanced hopelessly in the direction of his outstretched finger and guessed the water was just over the hill. Struggling to mentally prepare herself to wash out of doors with the animals and insects, she staggered out of the pen alone. At least the dog had followed Briggs back into the barn and was no longer a threat. She trod across the yard and, with no shortage of grunts and groans, lifted her valise out of the wagon. She lugged it in the direction she hoped would bring her to water. When she approached the top of a small hill, she saw the creek in the distance. It was at least a half a mile away. She certainly wasn't about to lug her bag all the way there. Whispering an oath, she set it down and withdrew a clean skirt and bodice. She left the bag in the grass and hobbled wearily the rest of the way. After stumbling down the creek bank, she found the soap in a battered tin bowl. How was she going to do this, she wondered, turning to check if anyone could see her. Of course not. There wasn't another soul for miles. She unlaced her boots and kicked them off, then removed her dress and underclothing, feeling one level beyond nakedness. She was outdoors, stepping into a creek with God knows what kind of creatures swimming around in it. She forced those thoughts from her muddled brain as she waded in, shivering at the sudden ice-cold shock upon her skin. Goose flesh covered every part of her body that had a name, so she decided to bite the bullet and plunge in head first with a splash. Her body soon adjusted to the cool temperature, and she began to swim around in circles, feeling surprisingly refreshed, but nevertheless wondering how she was ever going to survive out here. No wonder Briggs had to advertise for a wife. But surely he wouldn't expect her to crack the ice and bathe here in the winter. There must be some alternative plan. Treading water and looking in all directions, she realized she had not once imagined that it would be like this. She'd honestly believed there would be other farms nearby. She thought it would be a small community with charming country houses painted yellow, a church and a school within walking distance, children playing games together. She'd fantasized about quilting bees and spelling bees and honeybees. There was none of that here or anywhere near here. Nevertheless, and she was sure some would be surprised by this, she felt lucky and blessed. Maybe there weren't any quilting bees, but there was hope for a new beginning. Feeling encouraged, she stepped out of the water and reached for the soap, bringing it to a cool lather between her palms. She washed her hair, her face, and her body, then dove into the water and swam beneath the surface to rinse herself clean. When she emerged, she took one look at her dung-covered dress and groaned. Briggs carried the bucket of milk around the back of the barn and into the house. When he walked through the door and descended the 5 steps, he saw, perhaps for the first time, the primitive conditions he'd been living in for the past year. A fly buzzed around his ear, and he swatted it away with his free hand, then set the bucket on the table. What was Sarah going to say when she walked in here with her white gloves and her fancy hat? Briggs took one look at the narrow bed, felt his insides spin, then turned and walked toward the door. She'd have to accept it. That was all. She didn't have much choice. He'd advertised for a farm wife, not some giddy, vain city girl who didn't know a harness from a grasshopper plow. If she didn't like his way of life, it was her own fault for answering his ad, under somewhat false pretenses, in the first place. Isabel had been the same way, all desperate to get married no matter what, not thinking for a second about what she was getting herself into. When it finally hit her, off she went, first chance she got with that no-good, smooth-talking, randy gambler who had promised her the fine life. And Briggs had let her go without a fight. Not this time, he thought, climbing back up the steps and remembering Sarah out on the prairie, in the middle of nowhere, suggesting a divorce. A divorce? First sign of trouble, and just like Isabel, she wanted out. Well, he'd already betted Sarah. Out wouldn't come so easily this time. Briggs stopped just outside the door. How would Sarah stand up to the challenges that faced her? He rubbed the back of his neck, stiff after the long drive from town. Would she see his home as a damp, dark hole in the ground and want to leave? How would he stop her if she demanded that he take her back to Dodge to get out of this marriage? That was just what he didn't need. Another scandal setting more tongues flapping in the wind. The whole town would probably think he was cursed. He was beginning to think that himself. Sweeping that notion away, he decided it was time to show Sarah the house. For every moment he stood stalling, he was wasting daylight hours that should be spent preparing for the harvester. He walked to the creek and strolled down the bank, then spotted her and froze. She stood with her back to him, fastening the back button on her pale blue floral skirt. Her shiny wet hair flowed down her back in a torrent of midnight waves, the tips of the dripping curls grazing her tiny waist. He stood in bewildered awe of this woman he had brought to this remote, uncivilized place. She simply did not fit. She stood out like a red rose in a field of snow. Just then, Sarah turned around. When her gaze lifted, her eyes narrowed. She folded her arms in front of her. "You have the most inconvenient habit of sneaking up on me when I'm half-dressed, Mr. Brigman." Briggs shifted his weight from one leg to the other. "I just came down to remind you that there's work to be done. And you're more than half-dressed, Mrs. Brigman. You look fully dressed to me." Sarah unfolded her arms. "What kind of work?" "Chores. All day, every day. You didn't expect to bathe and primp and brush that hair for hours on end while I do everything around here, did you?" "Why would you assume I'd want to do that?" Briggs paused a moment, realizing he was being unreasonable, but knowing it was too late to take it back. All he could do was stand there and stumble over a dozen possible retorts. Sarah raised her chin. "I did read your advertisement. I know what hard work is about, even though for some reason you think I don't." Feeling a little guilty for being so hard on her, which probably had a lot to do with their rather disastrous wedding night, Briggs closed the distance between them. "When you're done cleaning your dress, I'll show you the house." "Thank you." Briggs cringed when he imagined what she would think when she saw it. Then he chastised himself for caring, for being ashamed of his home. He'd been more than proud the past few months. In fact, he'd never felt so proud as the day he finished the roof. Briggs started up the bank, but stopped. "By the way," he turned to point at her clothes, "those are more practical out here." She glanced down at her simple calico bodice and skirt. "If I were you, I'd pack up that purple thing with the big bustle and save it for Sundays." Sarah gathered her hair in her hands and wrung it out like a wet towel. "Fine. Now if you'll excuse me, I have some laundry to do." Feeling as if he'd just been dismissed, Briggs resisted the petty urge to have the last word. When he saw Sarah pick up her dress and scrub hard enough to wear a hole in it, he knew she didn't want to hear anything he had to say anyway. Chapter 6. Gathering her skirt in one hand, her heavy wet gown draped over the other arm, Sarah climbed the steep bank toward the yard. Finally, she would see her new home, the place she would whip into shape. She had every intention of proving herself, and as soon as she got to work, Mr. Briggs Brigman would see that he had nothing more to complain about. And what a pity for him. Complaining seemed to be his favorite activity. On her way back, however, she lost some time, unable to find her valise. She hadn't thought to mark the spot. Mentally kicking herself, she wandered in circles until she found an imprint in the grass about the size of her bag. Confused, she glanced toward the homestead and reasoned that Briggs must have picked it up and carried it back. At least, that was what she hoped. Otherwise, she'd have to return for it later, giving him one more excuse to criticize her. Crossing the yard toward the barn where Briggs was leaning one shoulder against the doorframe, his arms folded in front of him, Sarah felt her insides flutter with nervousness. She glanced down to see her valise on the ground at his feet, then resolved not to let this man intimidate her. She was ready to take on her role as prairie wife with all its challenges and hardships. He wasn't going to break her. "It's about time," Briggs said, stepping out of the shady doorway and picking up her bag. "I thought you were waiting for your dress to dry, too." Sarah smiled coolly. "Of course I wasn't. Let's not forget it was your rambunctious dog who did this." Ignoring her, Briggs walked past. "The house is this way." Sarah turned. That way? There was nothing that way but more prairie. Withholding her skepticism, Sarah followed her husband away from the barn. "It's right here," Briggs said, climbing a knoll. He disappeared over the other side, and when Sarah reached the top, she realized with horror that she was standing on a roof. But this wasn't a house. It was a mound of dirt. She stood dumbfounded, looking down at her husband.
"It's called a dugout," he explained, because it's
dug out of a hill," Sarah finished for him. Gulping back her astonishment, she ambled across the roof and down the side. "Do many people live in dugouts?" She struggled to appear unruffled.
"At first, until they earn enough to buy timber for a real place. As you can see, there's nothing out here for building material except sod."
"Yes," she replied, gazing across the obstinate ocean of grass. "I see that."
"The door is here."
He wrapped his hand around her elbow and hurried her along. Sarah looked more closely at the outside walls. She was amazed by the construction and the resourcefulness of a man determined to build a house in a land without wood. They reached the door and had to walk down 5 steps carved out of dirt. The inside, about 4 feet below ground level, seemed dark at first until Sarah's eyes adjusted. Coolness swept over her skin as she breathed in the damp scent of the earth. Still doing her best to appear calm and composed, she smiled at Briggs, who walked into the one-room house, dropped her valise by the table, and spread his arms wide.
"This is it,"
he said proudly, but it was a pride Sarah suspected was less than genuine. He expected her disapproval. In fact, he seemed to want it. "It's very solid," she commented, determined to prove his infuriating expectations wrong. She tapped her foot 3 times on the dirt floor.
"The dirt was like putty when I dug the hole," he explained. "It dried nicely, though, don't you think?"
"Oh, yes, very nicely indeed." They stood in silence a moment while Sarah glanced around at the furniture. A nail keg and soapbox stood against the wall, and 2 mismatched chairs accompanied a weathered plank table. A rude bed with shaved tree trunks as bedposts stood in the corner. She walked to the table and set her dress down next to the bucket of milk. At least there was an iron stove. Her gaze followed the steel chimney to the ceiling. She scanned the back wall, carved out of the side of the hill, then the front and side walls, which were made of chunks of sod, each block laid with the grass side down, staggered like brickwork. Briggs stepped into her line of vision as if he had been watching her reactions, waiting expectantly for the first teardrop to fall.
"The constant wind may rattle the window and door," he said, "but not the walls. They're about 36 inches thick."
36 inches, Sarah repeated. My. She looked up at the roof, wondering if she should worry about it caving in. "What's that made of?"
"A lattice of willow poles. Then there's brush, long grass, a layer of clay from the creek bank, and a final dressing of sod. Strong enough for you to stand on."
"How reassuring," she said, fearing her composure was reaching its last limit. But she would not let him know. She turned and looked at the bed. "Is that
"The bed. It's too small, I know. I was planning to build another one before you got here, but things got behind in the haying, and I just didn't get the chance."
Sarah swallowed the throbbing lump in her throat, wondering with concern when he intended to find the time and what they were going to do in the meantime.
"Don't worry, the bed bugs are minimal."
"Bedbugs?" she echoed, feeling her skin prickle all over. Briggs walked toward the door.
"Now that you're settled in, I gotta get to work. You'll find all the food I got in that box over there and in the garden. You can expect me back around dusk."
He walked up the dirt steps without looking back, then disappeared into the daylight. Sarah stood wearily, wondering if he realized his house was a dark, depressing dungeon. She felt a sudden tickling at her neck and slapped at it, inspecting her palm for some frightening little creature with lots of legs. Finding nothing, she assured herself that she had imagined the sensation. It was probably just a loose sprig of hair. Sarah looked around with uncertainty. Briggs had given her no direction as to her duties, but he had said there was plenty to do. The obvious chore at the moment was to unpack her bag, then prepare dinner before he returned from the field. That couldn't be too difficult, could it? She carried her bag to the bed, but when she found nothing that resembled a chest of drawers, she had little choice but to leave everything packed for the time being. Next, she went to the cupboard, an open wooden box by the stove. and knelt down to see what it contained. She found a sack of cornmeal, a small jar of sorghum molasses, some fat in another jar, coffee, flour, and some salt pork. A bag of potatoes sat next to the box, and beside that was a whole barrel of salt, half full. How had Briggs survived before she'd arrived? No wonder he'd advertised for a wife. From this moment on, she decided meals would improve around here. Tonight, he would bite into the best biscuits he'd ever tasted in his life. Sarah would find a way to make that salt pork into something mouth-watering, and her surly, stubborn husband wouldn't be able to deny it. All she had to do now was light a fire and start working on the biscuits. She went to the stove and pulled open the door. Ashes. She sighed. Wondering when Briggs had last cleaned them out, she looked around for a shovel. Unable to find one, she scooped the residue out with a soup ladle and filled a bucket. When the stove was empty, she proudly swiped her palms together and looked around for some kindling. A careful inventory of the so-called kitchen left her with nothing flammable to speak of. So she went outside and searched the yard and the barn for firewood. Still nothing. What did he use to light fires? Grass, perhaps? It seemed he used it for everything else, but how could anyone keep a fire going with only grass? All of a sudden, she didn't feel so clever. The simple task of cooking supper was now a daunting assignment. Her insides reeled with frustration. Briggs was probably crouching out in his field, spying on her and waiting for her to fail, even if it meant coming home hungrier than a lion to a wife in tears, hunched over an empty table. What was she going to do now? She couldn't face him with a cold slab of salt pork when he came home, but she wasn't about to waste time experimenting with the art of burning grass, either. Heaven forbid her husband should return and discover her doing something wrong. She'd never hear the end of it. She walked onto the roof, raising a hand to shade her eyes from the sun while she looked around for Briggs. Strangely, her stomach did a flip when she spotted him, far off across the field. He was piercing hay with a pitchfork and tossing it into his wagon. Standing shirtless in the tall grass, in that ivory-colored Stetson, he was an arresting sight to behold, like a perfect Adonis, exquisitely formed, and she couldn't help but admire his impressive physique. There was something so manly and virile about him. It caused a tremor of lust in her belly as she remembered their lovemaking the night before. Despite everything, their wedding night had been more pleasurable and satiating than anything she could have imagined. She'd had no idea the marriage bed could be so sensuous and physically gratifying. If only there had been no secrets between them. She flopped down onto the grassy roof, trying to stay focused, because there was work to be done, and she couldn't spend the afternoon ogling her husband in the fields. She let out a groan. Why had he left her so soon without explaining in more detail how things were done here? She could feel an irksome lump forming in her throat, but she'd come this far. She was not about to fall apart now. All she had to do was venture out there and ask Briggs a few simple questions. May a thorn prick her pride for making it so difficult. Hiking along the wagon tracks, carrying a bucket of cold water and a tin cup, Sarah rehearsed her questions. She had to ask them in a way that made her seem confident and comfortable in her new surroundings. In order to truly feel that way, she had to learn 101 new ways to be a wife. And fast. The bucket grew heavier with each labored stride she took into the hot summer wind, until her arm felt like it was being wrenched from its socket. Water sloshed and splashed into the grass, but she didn't mind if it lightened her load a bit. All she had to do was ignore her own thirst and forget the idea of taking a drink herself before she reached her husband. Huffing and puffing, she tramped onward with forced confidence until Briggs looked up from his work. Exhilaration pulsed within her as their eyes met. How was it possible that his face kept getting more handsome? And she had to fight not to stare at his bronze, muscular chest with the sun raining down upon him, reflecting the droplets of perspiration like tiny diamonds. He paused for a brief second or two and watched her, then leaned to the task again, spearing hay with the pitchfork and tossing it over his shoulder into the wagon. "Hello there," she said, reaching him at last. He pitched one last mound of hay, then stopped and leaned the fork against the wagon.
"What are you doing out here?"
"I brought you something to drink." She set the bucket in the grass, scooped out a cup of water, and held it out to him. He glared at it suspiciously, as if he thought it might contain arsenic. A trickle of sweat made a trail from his temple along his hairline, and he wiped it with his forearm before raising the cup to his lips. He closed his eyes and tipped back his head while Sarah watched his Adam's apple chug. The skin on his neck shone with perspiration, and she found herself taking shallow breaths at the awesome sight of him. He drank the water, then bent to fill another cup. Resting a muscled arm along the side of the wagon and crossing one ankle over the other, he met her gaze.
"Not enough to keep you busy today?"
"There's plenty," she responded, trying to come up with a dignified way to ask how to light a fire.
"I appreciate the drink, but it wasn't necessary."
Sarah wet her parched lips. "I thought you might be thirsty. And why do you have to make me feel irresponsible for trying to do you a favor?"
"I'm not trying to make you feel anything at all, Sarah. If you feel irresponsible, don't blame me."
He flicked the cup, tossing the last shimmering diamonds of water into the wind. "I don't feel irresponsible. She stopped herself, realizing with stunning presence of mind that she was reacting just as he wanted her to. He wanted to frustrate her, to punish her for the secret she'd kept from him last night, and for allegedly loving another man. Well, she wasn't going to break. She wasn't. "In all honesty, I would like nothing more than to get to work, but you left me behind with little idea as to how you like things done around here, so I had to come all the way out here to ask what you use for firewood. Now, whose fault is that?" A sly, subtle grin crossed his lips. He wiped his forearm across his mouth, while Sarah resisted the thrill of staring into eyes that twinkled like emeralds. He set the cup on the wagon seat behind him.
"You don't know much about prairie living, do you?"
Sarah clenched her jaw. "Of course not. But remember, you advertised for a wife in a city paper. What did you expect? So don't go blaming me. And aside from that, why do I get the impression you're happy about it? Happy that I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing?"
"Happy? Me? I'll be happy when I get this hay in. As for your domestic difficulties, I haven't given them much thought."
She found that hard to believe. He walked to the horses to tug at a harness buckle.
"Ask me anything and I'll tell you. I'm not trying to keep any secrets."
"Ah, I see. We're back there again, are we?" Sarah looked down at the bucket at her feet. "I just want to know what you use for firewood." He came around to stand before her, only inches away. Her gaze fell to his hard, rippled stomach, and heat pooled low in her belly. Her heart began to race from fascination and desire.
"Oh, yes, firewood. You won't find much of that out here."
Sarah managed to make eye contact. "What do you burn, then?"
"We burn cow chips."
She frowned slightly, trying to interpret his meaning. "Cow chips? Do you mean—"
"Yep."
She wondered for a moment if this was a cruel joke, but decided her husband couldn't possibly be that inventive. She could feel her insides beginning to whirl at the thought of collecting this so-called fuel and stoking the stove all day long. "Isn't there anything else you can—"
"Nope."
She swallowed uncomfortably. "Do you have a store of these chips in your barn?" Briggs shook his head.
"No, but you should start one. Take the wheelbarrow and head out that way."
He stretched his long arm and pointed.
"Herds drive by regularly. The chips will be scattered everywhere, nice and dry."
Sarah gazed despondently at the horizon.
"Careful not to get lost,"
Briggs added, removing his hat and bending forward. He lifted the bucket and dumped the remaining water over his head. It cascaded down over his hair and onto his shoulders. Then he shook his head like a wet dog and splattered Sarah's dress. She raised both hands and jumped back. "Do you mind? I've already had my bath today."
"Thought it might cool you off."
With the hot sun burning her face, Sarah stared for a stifling moment at the rivulets of water blazing silver trails down his chest. Then she dutifully tore her gaze away and flicked her hand over the front of her bodice. Trying to recapture some of her dignity, she brushed a tendril of hair away from her perspiring forehead. "I'll see you at dusk," she announced curtly, pivoting on her heel and stomping away. She'd gone at least 20 paces before he called after her.
"You forgot your bucket."
Sarah stopped and squeezed her eyes shut. She'd been so happy with that dramatic exit, too. Taking a deep, frustrated breath, she considered ignoring him and continuing on her way, but that was the only bucket in the house that wasn't filled with ashes, and she'd likely need it to cook supper. Raising her chin, she turned and marched back with no shortage of theatrics. Sarah scooped up the empty bucket, glared at his insufferable, grinning face, then pivoted on her heel again. 10 more paces, and he called out one more time. "And your cup." Sarah stopped. If she returned and met that self-satisfied expression one more time, she would likely swing her bucket by the handle and bat him over the head with it. After considering that option for a second or two, and receiving some satisfaction from the image in her mind, she forced herself to forget it. She would persevere. Sarah leaned into the wind and strode forward. Even if she was shriveling with dehydration, she would do without that cup until supper hour. Chapter 7. This is almost comical, Sarah tried to convince herself as she dropped her weary body into a chair, trying to translate her devastated dreams into something worth laughing about. In the past hour, she had stoked the stove with cow chips, carried the heavy cornmeal sack to the table, added more chips to the fire, washed her hands, measured the flour, added more chips, washed her hands, measured the fat, mixed the biscuit dough, added more chips, washed her hands. Now, as she wiped perspiration from her brow and waited for the biscuits to cook, she wondered in a panic if she'd washed her hands again before dropping the biscuits onto the pan the last time. Maybe she'd pass on the biscuits tonight. Without warning, a dark silhouette appeared in the doorway. Sarah gasped and jumped to her feet. Briggs strode down the stairs, and she wished she'd heard him approach so she could have freshened up. She'd wanted so badly to appear in control, but her hair was a wild mess sticking to the back of her neck, and when she swept 2 fingers across her cheek, she discovered her face was damp with perspiration.
"You got grease on your nose," Briggs pointed out, reaching the bottom step and removing his hat, then stroking Shadow, who had risen to greet him.
Sarah turned away and frantically rubbed both hands over her face. When she faced Briggs again, he was sitting down at the table. Shadow returned to his spot on the floor by the bed. "Supper will be ready in 1 minute," she said quickly, opening the squeaky oven door. The smell of golden, cooked biscuits floated out and filled the sod house. Sarah smiled triumphantly, hoping Briggs possessed a keen pair of nostrils. She reached into the hot oven and grasped the pan, using her apron to protect her hand, but exclaimed when the heat snuck through to her fingers. "Ouch!" She dropped the pan with a clatter onto the table, directly in front of Briggs. He leaned back in the chair, raising the front legs off the floor. She was sucking her stinging fingers.
"Do I get a plate, or do you want me to eat off the hot pan?"
Sarah pulled her fingers out of her mouth with a pop, then balled her hands into fists. The man was enjoying himself too much for her present mood. She turned on her heel, picked up 2 plates from a shelf by the stove, and set them onto the table. "There, how's that? Would you like some fresh oysters and wine? Perhaps some strawberries and cream? It shouldn't be a problem." Briggs stared up at her for a long second, then leaned forward and dropped the chair legs onto the dirt floor.
"Difficult day, was it, Mrs. Brigman?"
"My name is Sarah, and you—" She clicked her teeth shut. "Control yourself," she thought, closing her eyes to shut him out for a second or two. When she opened them, she forced a smile as sweet as candy, then took a deep, calming breath. "No, it wasn't difficult at all. In fact, I found it quite pleasant. Would you like a beverage? I was just waiting for the biscuits to come out of the oven before I skipped down to the creek to fill a bucket of water." A tremor of fatigue shook her as she stared spellbound into his deep, green-eyed gaze. Whatever emotion lurked beyond those eyes was a mystery to her, and she wondered dismally if a day would ever come when she would understand her husband's mind, or when she would no longer feel as if he was punishing her for their unfortunate beginning. Briggs leaned forward and rested an arm on the table.
"The biscuits are out of the oven."
"I beg your pardon?"
"I said the biscuits are out of the oven. What are you waiting for? Time to go skipping down to the creek."
Sarah took a step back, exasperated, resisting the desire to fling the hot pan of biscuits into his lap. Instead, she picked it up using her bunched apron and with a measure of poise, scooped the biscuits into a bowl. "I'll be right back," she said, wishing she'd had the forethought to carry the water up before she put the biscuits in the oven, but having to stoke the stove so often she didn't dare leave it alone. Wiping her hands on her skirt, she headed for the door, adding with a sharp bite, "Why don't you relax for a minute? Put your feet up. I'll be back in the shake of a lamb's tail." Fuming, she picked up the bucket of water she'd used to wash her hands 100 times that afternoon, climbed the steps, and emerged out of the stuffy sod house into the evening. The western horizon beyond the cornfield glowed a radiant pink, and a cool breeze blew by, lifting the hair off the sticky skin at her neck. The walk to the creek would do her good, she decided, staring at the magnificent magenta sky and struggling to appreciate it. A short while later, when she returned to the house with a half-full bucket of water, she slowed when she discovered Briggs lounging in a chair outside the front door with his back to her, one foot raised and resting on a barrel, Shadow sitting beside him. They were both facing the sunset. Sarah stopped and gently set the bucket in the grass, realizing he hadn't heard her footsteps beneath the hissing whisper of the wind across the grass and wheat. It was odd how the first day of this marriage seemed more like a battle than a relationship. She had revealed nothing of her true self since they'd arrived here, but of course, she was as much to blame as he was for the state of things at this moment. Probably more so, since she was the one who had admitted to loving someone else mere weeks before she accepted Briggs's offer. Her battle instincts somewhat deflated, Sarah picked up the bucket and walked toward her husband. She understood where his hostility was coming from. They'd gotten off to a bad start, to be sure, and she realized she wanted things to be better. She was tired of being angry. It was time to stop perpetuating the friction. Perhaps, if she warmed up to him, he would let it go. When she paused in front of him, he dropped his leg to the ground and squinted up at her. "Did you have a nice skip down to the creek?" Putting it behind them, it seemed, was going to prove a challenge. "Yes, I did. Thank you." Her shadow fell across his face, and she waited for his next attempt to rile her. But surprisingly, he leaned forward and placed his large hand on her hip. Sarah's blood burst into hot embers, speeding through her veins. What in heaven's name was he doing, and why couldn't she relax about it? They were married, after all. "You're blocking my view of the sunset." He gently pushed her to the side. The dog whimpered. Sarah stood like a fool with her hands at her sides, her heart racing while she had to remind herself to breathe. She wished she could just live here without reacting so strongly to this man's every move. She simply had to give it more time, she decided. This was only their first day. Once she got used to things, she'd barely notice his presence. He crossed his ankle over his knee, then glanced up at her again. "Don't you have something to do?" Unable to understand how a man could be so attractive in one way and so utterly contemptible in another, Sarah bit her tongue to keep from saying what she really wanted to say to him, which would not be the least bit ladylike. Maybe a hearty supper might warm his nature a bit, and hers as well. She turned to go inside, clinging to that hope. "Come in any time. Food will be on the table, waiting." Briggs rubbed Shadow's ears, then stretched his arms over his head, wishing he hadn't sent Sarah all the way to the creek for fresh water when she was obviously exhausted. He sure did overdo it with her today. The things she told him about her ex-lover had bothered him more than he realized, he reckoned. He rose from the chair and pulled it back against the front wall of the house, glanced once more at the scarlet-streaked sky, then retreated with Shadow into the dark little soddy. "I'll light a lantern," he said, reaching the bottom step. Then his gaze fell upon Sarah, whose head was resting in her arms on the table, her eyes closed. Briggs crossed the room to the lamp by the bed and struck a match, breathing in the scent of sulfur as he lowered the flame to the wick. He expected Sarah to wake, startled upon seeing him in the sudden light, but the poor exhausted girl continued to sleep. His stomach roared with a reminder that he had not eaten since breakfast, and his eyes searched the stove for food. When he looked at the golden biscuits arranged with care on a plate, the table set with an unlit candle in the center, and some fresh wildflowers in a cup, a stone of regret weighed heavily in his gut. Sarah was trying hard to make a cheerful adjustment. Why couldn't he? Briggs moved to the stove and uncovered the pot to find a thick stew simmering with salt pork and potatoes. Just the smell was enough to buckle his knees. Still holding the lid, he turned to check on Sarah, who was still sleeping quietly. He looked around for a couple of tin bowls, served stew for the both of them, and set Sarah's down first. "Sarah," he whispered, gently shaking her shoulder. "Are you hungry?" She did not respond, so he knelt beside her chair to study her face. Her chin was cradled in her arms, her full lips puckered, her long lashes swept down. She looked so innocent, childlike. The sight of her reminded him of happier days when June, his youngest sister, would fall asleep where she sat, usually in the middle of some game after a valiant battle to stay awake. He closed his eyes, trying to see her again. His heart at first warmed with the memory, then it flooded with sadness and longing. June would have had her 5th birthday this Christmas. He pushed those thoughts away and looked again at Sarah. When was her birthday? He had no idea. She whimpered sweetly, and he found himself wondering what in all the world she was dreaming about to be so far away that she would not awaken at his touch. He wondered if she was dreaming of the man she had loved. He felt a sudden jolt of irritation. He rose to his feet and shook Sarah again. "Sarah, wake up. You're dreaming. Wake up." She stirred finally and raised her chin as if in a daze.
"Oh," she murmured, "I must have fallen asleep. It's time for supper."
She made a move to push her chair back, but stopped when Briggs said, "I've already taken it up." She leaned back, blinking. Then she noticed the bowl in front of her.
"Thank you, but I could have gotten it."
He gathered his bowl of stew from the stove and sat across from her. "I know." Sarah cupped her hands together, pausing before lifting her spoon. Feeling ill at ease, Briggs realized that prayer was something he'd forgotten over the past few months, ever since he'd stopped being thankful. He cleared his throat. "Would you like to say a few words?"
"I thought you might like to."
She stared at him silently until he had no choice but to comply. Closing his eyes, he thanked the good Lord for the meal, the sunny day, and the roof over their heads. He quickly said, "Amen," then opened his eyes to find Sarah still staring at him. "Pass the biscuits," he said gruffly, even though he could easily reach them himself. She handed the plate across the small table, then jumped as if something bit her.
"Water!"
She rose from her chair and filled 2 cups from the pail next to the stove.
"I walked all the way to the creek for this and forgot to serve it up."
She set the tin cup in front of him and sat down. "You know," he said, "if you knew how to drive the wagon, you could fill the barrels. I'd help you set them down outside, and the rain would top them up every once in a while. It would save you walking down there 10 times a day."
Sarah paused with her spoon in midair. "That would be very kind of you."
They dug into their meals, but a second later, Briggs couldn't help adding, "In fact, maybe I'll do it for you in the morning before I head out to the field." Why was he offering to do that? He asked himself. He had work to do, and he was behind as it was. The harvester would arrive in only a week.
"Thank you,"
she said quietly, then continued eating her stew. Chairs squeaked, the lantern hissed, but neither of them spoke a word. Briggs leaned into his plate, savoring each bite, believing this had to be the best meal this little sod house had ever seen. The only decent meals he'd eaten were over at his neighbor's place. Martha, Howard's wife, could make a meal out of sod if she had to. When he emptied his bowl, Sarah stood immediately as if she'd been measuring his progress.
"Can I refill that for you?"
"Please." She set another helping of steaming stew in front of him. He ate his supper quietly, thinking. Maybe one day of anger was enough. Not that he'd forgiven her for lying to him and for being fixed on some other fella, but he'd brought her here for a reason, and there was work to be done before winter. She had a lot to learn, and in all honesty, he couldn't teach her. How Martha managed to run that household with the few resources available out here had always astounded him. He swallowed another bite and looked up. "It might be a good idea for you to visit the Whitakers tomorrow."
Sarah's eyebrows lifted. "The Whitakers? You mean we have neighbors?"
"About 2 miles past the creek."
"But I thought we were the only settlers around.
I didn't see any homes on the way out here.
That's because most of them are living in dugouts. Unless you know where they are, they're easy to miss. The Whitakers live in a sod house above the ground. You shouldn't have a problem finding them. You might want to talk to Martha about how to survive out here.
He could feel Sarah's steady gaze upon him and suspected she was a little surprised he'd bothered to suggest it, but there was no time for ignorance at harvest time.
I told her about you. I reckon she's expecting you to come by tomorrow.
Tomorrow? That's wonderful. He noticed the excitement in her voice, even though she tried to hide it.
Don't expect me to come with you for a formal introduction, though. I'm too busy. Quite frankly, things out here won't always be as proper as you're used to. Necessity and survival come first. In a bad storm, whole families will share their house with the chickens if it means saving the flock. So, be prepared for a different kind of—
I get your point, she interrupted, shoving her chair back. She began to clear the table and abruptly changed the subject. I was thinking that butter might be nice, but I didn't see a churn.
There's one in the barn. I'll get it after supper.
Thank you. Shall I make coffee?
Sure.
Sarah walked toward the door.
Where are you going?
He asked. To get some more— I have to light the fire again. It went out when I fell asleep. He saw the look of failure in her eyes and realized how desperately she had wanted everything to be perfect.
You know,
he said, rising and moving toward her,
I didn't really want coffee. It's usually a morning beverage for me. Keeps me up at night, otherwise. I was just being polite.
They stood face to face, perhaps a little too close, staring curiously at each other. I see. In that moment, Briggs realized with some discomfort that they were about to spend their first night together, in their home as man and wife. He glanced at the narrow bed, imagining how crowded it would be. Their bodies would be pressed together all night long, whether or not he wanted it that way. And despite Sarah's pretty face, despite her tempting, alluring, womanly curves and sweet, perfumed scent, the thought of touching her made something inside him squirm. How could he lay his hands on a woman who was probably dreaming about someone else? How could he make love to her, knowing another man had her heart? Briggs felt his cheeks flush with fiery irritation. None of this should matter to him, he knew, but he could not fight the irrational urge to find this man, wherever he was, and show him what the muddy ground looked like up close. What had he been up to, robbing a woman of her innocence out of wedlock, then leaving her so desperate she had to answer an ad to become another man's wife? Was she with child?
Oh, hell.
Angry at himself for falling into this trap, if that's what it was, Briggs decided to leave the house.
I'll go get that butter churn.
He breezed by Sarah and made a dash for the door. As he walked across the yard, feeling the coolness of evening touch his skin, he thought of her, only seconds ago, standing uncomfortably at the bottom of the steps, dreading the necessity of lighting another fire, but doing her best to hide it. If he had wanted coffee, he reckoned she would have prepared it with a smile, and something about that made him wish she could be a little less conscientious. At least then, it would be easier to tell her that he intended to sleep in the barn that night, and every night until he knew for sure that she was not carrying some other man's child. Chapter 8. The next morning when Sarah woke, it seemed as if the sun had gone on a holiday. The tiny house was as black as a preacher's Sunday cloak. She sat up and looked around, relieved to see some sign of the world. A narrow ribbon of light sneaking in through a clean patch on the dust-covered window and illuminating a single sod in the far corner, just above the toppling mound of cow chips. What time was it? She wondered sleepily, stretching her arms over her head. She glanced over the one-room house, wishing there was a clock ticking somewhere. Anything to disturb the perpetual silence. Sluggishly, she tossed the blanket aside, swung her legs off the edge of the bed, and laid her bare feet on the cold dirt floor. She yawned and touched the pearls around her neck, wondering why in the world she was still wearing them, and to bed, no less. As she considered it further, she knew she wore them because they were a piece of her old life, the life before Garrison. Forcing that unpleasantness from her mind, she reached for her gold timepiece. Holding it up to the dim light and focusing on the fine black hands against the white background, she felt her insides twist like a corkscrew. 10 o'clock! She leaped to her feet and ripped off her nightgown, then quickly donned the same dress she'd worn yesterday. While she hurriedly laced her boots, she prayed that Briggs had not come in here expecting breakfast before tending to his crops. Surely he would have woken her. Oh, heaven forbid he should find out how late she had slept. She splashed some cold water under her face and pinched her cheeks. She reached for a biscuit, took it with her, and ran up the stairs into the daylight. The sun was shining, the sky was blue, and the wheat field was flapping and hissing beneath the incessant breeze. Briggs was nowhere to be seen, so she started off for the Whitakers' place, thinking a visit there would be a good excuse to explain her lack of productivity that morning. As soon as she rounded the corner of the house, she stopped, noticing 2 barrels standing at attention, both filled to the brim with fresh water. "Oh dear," she said aloud, fully aware she was talking to herself. He had been there. There was still a chance he had not gone into the house, she told herself, trying to be optimistic. When she passed the barrels, she found herself feeling a flicker of encouragement. It had been very generous of him to haul the water for her when he had his own work to do in the field. Perhaps there was a chance for civility, if nothing more. It had been clear to her last night when he'd announced he would sleep in the barn that he couldn't endure the idea of touching her. Well, maybe that wasn't such a bad thing, she thought, picking her way through the barnyard and past the snorting pig in the pen. Touching her would only remind him of the thing that had scarred their marriage on the very first day. Surely he would feel differently in time, when she proved herself loyal and serious about this marriage. A few minutes later, Sarah reached the creek. Looking in both directions and knowing enough not to expect a bridge anywhere close by, she decided there was no other option but to wade across. She removed her boots and hoisted her skirts up to her waist, then waded through the cool, resistant water, carrying her boots in one hand over her head. She climbed the creek bank on the other side, and while she sat in the grass retying her boots, she saw chimney smoke against the blue sky in the distance. With her drawers wet and sticking to her legs beneath her skirts, she started off in that direction. A short time later, she walked into the Whitakers' yard and found their homestead far more established than her own. A large vegetable garden grew just beyond the wood fence. A wood fence! And the sturdy sod house stood square and straight, topped with a plank roof. Ah, what a luxury, she thought, recalling how she'd had to keep the stew covered last night while it was cooking, just to prevent dirt from dropping into the pot. Warm and perspiring from the long walk in the sun, Sarah approached the front door. She noticed with interest a birdcage hanging by the front window, the songbird making cheerful music. Below the window, potted flowers turned their pink and purple faces to the sky and seemed to giggle in the wind. Sarah wished she'd had the forethought to bring along some of her biscuits. Too late now, she said to herself, as she raised her fist to knock. Almost immediately, a plump, brown-haired woman opened the door. Her face beamed with a smile. "Why, hello there! You must be Sarah. Come in, come in." Right away, Sarah felt welcome and very grateful to meet a female neighbor. She hadn't realized how the idea of being isolated had gnawed at her since she and Briggs had left Dodge City. "How do you do?" she greeted. "I'm Martha Whitaker," the woman ushered Sarah into the kitchen. "I've been waiting for days for you to arrive, ever since Briggy placed that ad." "Briggy? You know about that?" "Oh, yes. He's like a brother to Howard and me. In fact, it was our idea, though I don't know how we'll get along without his company so often. But as Howard says, we're not losing a friend, we're gaining one, and poor Briggy was in desperate need of your arrival." Overwhelmed by this news, Sarah accepted the chair Martha offered and sat at the table, admiring the bright red checkered tablecloth. "Would you like a cup of coffee?" Martha asked. "I wouldn't want to trouble you." "Not at all. I slipped the bread into the oven only 5 minutes ago and started a pot then." How easy Martha made it seem. Sarah watched her fill 2 china cups full of rich-smelling coffee. Compared to Sarah's new home, this place was a palace. Just then, the door flew open and a little girl blew into the house, her blonde curls frazzled and wind-strewn. "Mama!" she shouted, overflowing with excitement. "Papa caught a prairie chicken! It walked right past him, and he threw the hammer at it, struck it stiff. Martha scooped the child into her arms. That's wonderful. What a feast we'll have tonight. She set the girl down, but held her hand. Molly, this is our new neighbor, Sarah Brigman. The little girl shyly stepped forward. Sarah leaned down to greet the child at eye level. Hello, Molly. What a pretty dress you have on. Mama made it. She made my other one, too. You're a very lucky girl. How old are you? Molly held up 6 fingers, then buried her face in her mother's skirt. She's pretending to be bashful today, Martha whispered. We don't get many visitors. Sarah smiled warmly, then heard footsteps tapping over the ground outside. Molly suddenly forgot her shyness and darted to the door. Look! Frank's got the chicken! Sarah swiveled in her chair to see a young boy step into the doorway. Blonde like Molly, he stood barefoot, proudly displaying a dead chicken he held upside down by its spindly legs. He couldn't have been more than 9 or 10. You got some plucking to do, Ma. Martha smiled, her hands resting on her wide hips. I can see that. Come inside and meet our new neighbor, Mrs. Brigman. He lowered the lifeless chicken to his side, wiped one hand on his trousers, and held it out. Pleased to meet you, Mrs. Brigman. I'm Frank. Sarah shook his proffered hand. Will you tell Briggs I saw the chicken first? Sarah looked up at Martha questioningly. Martha said, Frank thinks very highly of Briggs. He's going to let me help him dig his well. Oh, well? Sarah repeated, hoping she'd heard Frank correctly. Yes, ma'am. I was too little to help Pa when he dug ours, and Briggs said I ought to know how to do it if I'm going to be a farmer like him someday. Martha stepped forward and ushered the children toward the door. All right. Back to your chores. Thank you for bringing the chicken. Frank dropped the dead hen with a plop onto the table in front of Sarah, who quickly leaned back in her chair. The feathers shivered, then went still. Frank and Molly bolted out the door. Martha picked the bird up by its claws and plopped it on the counter, much to Sarah's relief. Our children, she remarked, smiling. I don't know how we'd get along without them. It would be dreadfully quiet around here. She sat down across from Sarah and sipped her coffee. So, how are you holding up? All this must have come as a shock to you. Sarah raised her cup to her lips. A part of her wanted nothing more than to spill all her woes onto the table in front of this woman. But wasn't it enough that Briggs thought she couldn't manage out here? She didn't want Martha to agree with him. Well, Martha began nodding before Sarah could finish. I felt the same way when I first came. In fact, I burst into tears the moment Howard stopped the wagon in front of the dugout. Sarah raised her eyebrows. You lived in a dugout, too? Oh, yes. What a time that was. I thought I'd go out of my mind. I was used to life in town with the mercantile down the street. You can't imagine how I suffered that first year. Sarah glanced with hope around the tidy, well-stocked kitchen. It seems like you have everything you need now. Yes, we put a lot into this place. Most of the big improvements came when Briggs arrived, though. Sarah set down her cup, suddenly more curious than she cared to admit. Really? How's that? He was all alone, and life isn't easy out here for a man on his own. In fact, it's darn near impossible. He traded work for a meal or a loaf of bread and came by often. That's why he was so desperate for a wife. He'd get behind in his own work, coming here to help us. He didn't have time to do what a woman would have done for him. Make no mistake about it, you'll work just as hard as he does, but you'll make a good life here. I know you will. Sarah felt her optimism returning. It wasn't like her to give up, yet last night when her husband had walked out the door, she'd come close. It just seems like there's so much to learn. I was so relieved when Briggs suggested I come here and talk to you. I told him to send you over the moment you arrived. I said, don't let her lift a finger before she talks to me. Well, he did let me lift a finger. In fact, he enjoyed watching me struggle over every little thing, from lighting the fire to hauling water from the creek. Martha reached across the table and touched Sarah's hand. Don't be too hard on him. He's had a rough time lately. He's a little gun-shy. She drew her eyebrows together in confusion. You don't know? Martha asked, sitting back. Perhaps I shouldn't have said anything. Please tell me. Sarah implored, wishing she had known more about her husband before their wedding night. She might have handled things differently. "It really isn't my place to say." "Martha, please, it would help me to know. Otherwise, this marriage is going to last about as long as a snowman in July." Sarah watched her neighbor shift uncomfortably in her chair. "We can't have that now. Briggs couldn't handle another heartbreak like the first one." Sarah tensed. "Heartbreak?" "Worst thing I've ever seen." Astonished, Sarah couldn't imagine Briggs feeling so deeply for anyone, much less admitting to it. "Oh dear," Martha remarked. "I knew I shouldn't have said anything. Howard told me not to." "Of course you should have. I need to know. What happened? Who was she?" "It was a terrible thing." Martha stood and refilled Sarah's cup with more hot coffee. "Briggs came here 2 years ago from Nebraska after his whole family died." "His family died?" Her heart throbbed painfully in her chest, for she knew what it was like to lose people. "Consumption," Martha explained. "Every last one of them except for George, who had moved to Dodge to start his law office the year before. Briggs lost his parents, his younger brother, his 3 young sisters. After all that, he just couldn't stay there. He wanted to start fresh somewhere else, so he sold everything and came to Dodge to be near George and buy some land. Then he met Isabel in town. Her father is the Reverend, very friendly fellow." "Isabel—" Martha nodded. "Yes, she's the one." The one. So Briggs wasn't so innocent himself. "But Isabel wasn't exactly suited to the plains," Martha went on. "She was a beauty, though, and that made Briggs a little foolish in the head, I think. He spent most of his savings on the ring, plus an engagement gift, a necklace. I suppose he wanted to make sure she wouldn't change her mind." Martha paused. "So Briggs built his little dugout and brought her out to see it, promising he'd build her a real house the following year. She took one look at that place and said she'd have to rethink their engagement. Not a week later, she ran off with another man. A rich one. It was the betrayal that broke Briggy's heart. He said nothing was more important to him than trust, and that he'd never fall for a beautiful woman again because other men would always be trying to woo her away." Martha seemed to jolt back to the present, then squirmed in her chair as she looked into Sarah's eyes. Sarah had the distinct feeling Martha suddenly wanted to eat her words. "I'm sure he's over that now," she added. But when Sarah remembered the expression on Briggs's face when he first saw her, she doubted it. "How long ago did this happen?" "It's been about 3 months." Only 3 months. That hypocrite. Sarah stood and crossed to the window, wishing she had known about this sooner. She could have thrown it back in his face when he'd challenged her about her past with another man. "Are you all right, my dear? Was I wrong to tell you?" Sarah faced her neighbor. "No, you were right. I think I understand now why he's been cool toward me. He's afraid to love someone, to trust them not to leave him." "I hope I haven't interfered," Martha said, "but you should know that it's nothing you've done. He'll warm up soon, I know he will." Sarah looked out the window. Nothing I've done. If only it were true. When Sarah turned around again, Martha was folding the tablecloth. She set it on a shelf and carried the chicken to the table. "You don't mind if I pluck while we talk, do you? If I can get this into the oven as soon as the bread comes out, I'll be able to send you home with some fresh-cooked meat for that hungry man of yours. That'll help him forget about Isabel." Sarah smiled, thinking Martha was going to be a good friend. "Now, sit down," she said, "and I'll tell you everything there is to know about being a prairie wife. Briggs will think he's struck gold when he sees how useful you'll be to him." Sarah had to admit she wanted nothing more. Chapter 9. Briggs watched the pink sun sink into the horizon as he unhitched the team in the barnyard. He glanced at his little house, saw smoke rising from the narrow chimney poking out of the grass roof, and felt a confusing wave of emotions wash over him. Part of him saw that smoke as a dream come true. What he'd always wanted had finally become a reality. He had a companion now, a partner, the beginnings of a family. A family. Unfortunately, something else had consumed his thoughts since the moment he woke that morning. What if his suspicions the night before would prove to be true? What if Sarah had been desperate to get married because she was carrying another man's child, and that man had refused to marry her? A few minutes later, after he led the horses into the barn, he swung the door shut and secured the latch. He sauntered across the yard toward the dugout, his heart quickening with every step. Why was he feeling this way? It didn't matter if Sarah had loved someone else. He had loved someone else too. Eventually, she'd get over that man, as Briggs had forced himself to get over Isabel. And if Sarah did give birth to a child in 8 or 9 months' time, it could just as easily belong to him, for he'd made love to her on their wedding night. But could he bear never knowing if it was his or someone else's? How would he live with that? He made an effort to shake those thoughts away, for there was no sense worrying about something that hadn't happened yet. She might not even be in the family way. Reaching the house, he went inside. A delicious aroma hit him like a prairie breeze. It was hard to believe a simple scent could soothe his concerns and make him feel so grateful, considering what he'd just been thinking about. How long had it been since he'd smelled anything like that? What was it? Cookies? A cake? He walked down the steps to find the house warm and flickering with golden light from the kerosene lamp. He pat Shadow, who had come to greet him, and noticed that something was different. Heck, everything was different. A red blanket had been fashioned as a wall hung from the ceiling and dividing the sleep area from the eating area. The table was covered by a white cloth, but as he looked closer, he realized it was an old flour sack cut to fit. Again, fresh flowers stood in a cup in the center. He removed his coat and turned to hang it on the hook by the door, but noticed a yellow calico sunbonnet hanging there. Where had Sarah found that? The only thing he'd seen her wear on her head was that ridiculous purple thing. Just then, the blanket shuddered, and Sarah stepped out from behind it. He found himself staring at her, wondering. "You're back," she said, her tone cheerful. "How was your day?" Even if the cheeriness was an act, it was welcoming just the same.
"Fine. I'm catching up."
He glanced around again.
"I see you've been busy."
Sarah crossed to the stove. Shadow settled down next to her feet. "I went to the Whitakers' place today."
"I figured as much. You weren't here when I came back midday."
She whirled around. "You came back?"
"A man's gotta eat."
Her face went pale. "I'm sorry. I should have prepared something for you before I left." Briggs wondered why she was so apologetic all of a sudden, like she thought he was going to blow a gasket.
"Forget it. I've been getting by on my own for the past 2 years. What's one more day?"
She stared at him for a moment, squeezing the fabric of her skirt, then seemed relieved and turned back to the stove.
"What smells so good?"
Briggs asked, all too aware of her tiny waist and curvy backside. She certainly didn't look like she was in the family way, though it was too soon to tell, he knew. "I baked a cake. I collected the eggs today, and Martha gave me a little sugar. She said it was a welcoming gift. She also gave me a bonnet and that blanket over there."
"That was mighty neighborly."
"She's a lovely person." Sarah flitted around the stove a little longer while Briggs sat back in his chair and watched her. The velvety tone of her voice as she hummed a sweet melody, mixed with her graceful movements around the kitchen, were beguiling. It was almost enough to make him forget what he'd been thinking about earlier. She lifted the pot's lid with a towel wrapped in one hand and tipped her face over the rising steam to take a whiff. A few minutes later, she turned around with a steaming plate of food and set it down in front of Briggs. He found himself wondering where his thoughts had been the past few seconds. In some other heavenly world, he guessed, a place where nothing but the present mattered.
"Is this chicken?"
he asked, unable to mask his surprise. She hadn't gone out and shot herself a bird, too, had she? "Yes, courtesy of the Whitakers." His new wife must have made quite an impression on them, he thought, his mouth watering. When Sarah finally sat down, they said a quick prayer, then began the meal. They ate in silence, partly because Briggs didn't know what to say, and partly because he was too hungry to talk between mouthfuls. When they finished eating, Sarah began to clear the table. "I learned a lot today. I think I'm going to manage just fine when I settle in and start a routine." So she did plan on staying. "I'm going to try my hand at making soap before winter," she continued. "I've started saving ashes from the stove. Martha said we can do it together after the pigs are slaughtered." Briggs stared at the back of her slender, pale neck as she rinsed the plates in a bucket. She actually seemed to be enjoying herself.
"Watch your eyes around the lye when you make that soap," he told her. "The fumes can sting."
"I'll be careful." She bent forward to open the stove. Her behind jutted out close enough for him to lay his hand on, if he was so inclined, but he fought the urge and concentrated on the delectable smell of baked cake. Sarah removed it from the oven and set it on an upturned barrel. "That should cool a few minutes before I cut you a slice. Can you wait?"
"Sure."
"Are you certain you don't want some coffee?" she asked, pouring herself a steaming cup. The pleasant aroma floated to his nostrils, and he found himself liking the idea of sitting at the table after dinner, sipping coffee with his wife, a wife who suddenly seemed comfortable and confident in her surroundings, a wife who was making plans for the future, even if they were just plans about soap. Would it really matter if a cup of coffee kept him up late?
"Maybe I will have some,"
he answered. She set a cup in front of him.
"You ever milk a cow before?"
Sarah cleared her throat. "No, but Martha explained."
"Did she show you?"
"Not exactly." Sarah rose and touched the cake with her finger. She sliced a few pieces and set them down on the table. "I suppose you want to teach me."
"You won't learn if I don't, and you're going to have to do it sooner or later."
"I'm ready to learn as soon as you find the time to show me." He nodded.
"I'll wake you in the morning and show you how it's done. At least that way you'll be up at a decent hour."
Sarah choked on her coffee. Her cheeks blushed like a couple of ripe tomatoes, and for the first time since he'd met her, Briggs laughed. For a moment, Sarah looked mortified, her eyes wide, her brows perking up toward the ceiling. Then, as if she couldn't fight it any longer, she burst into an infectious, cheek-splitting grin. "All right, so I slept in this morning. I promise it won't happen again." Briggs nodded, smiling at her, wondering how it was possible that simple laughter could sweep so much tension out of a room. Briggs rolled over in his bed of hay, scratching at his chest and arms and wondering in the darkness what time it was. Slowly, groggily, he sat up, unable to sleep with Maddie stomping in her stall next to him. She seemed restless. Must be morning. He stood and stretched, tossed the blanket over the side of the stall, then picked some hay out of his hair and brushed some more off his shoulders. Was his wife up yet? He remembered his promise to teach her how to milk Maddie and supposed he should go to the house and wake her. Faint traces of light brightened the sky as he crossed the yard, carrying a lamp, and entered the dark dugout. He descended the steps very quietly, which made no sense considering he was here to wake Sarah. But the silence of the dawn and the peaceful little house seemed too special to disturb. Briggs held the lamp high and looked around the tidy kitchen. Then he turned his gaze toward the red blanket hung as a curtain. He could hear Sarah's steady breathing behind it. Slowly, lightly, he made his way toward the curtain, remembering her sweet smile at the dinner table the night before. All night long, it had stuck in his mind like honey, and now here he was, confused by a sense of anticipation filling his brain. Waking her seemed such an intimate thing to do. He found himself wanting to stall the milking and watch her sleep for a while. Fighting that notion, he steeled himself and pushed the curtain aside. There she was, lying on her side with the covers pulled up to her ear. He paused a moment to admire what he could see. Her jet-black hair, her eyelids and long lashes, the curve of her hips, and the trail of her legs beneath the blanket. As he watched her sleep, his body awakened in the most surprising way. He wanted to forget about the chores and crawl under the covers with her, wrap his arms around her, and feel her warmth against his bare skin. Letting that thought rest only briefly in his mind, he leaned forward to lay his hand on her shoulder to wake her, before his body convinced him to do what his heart was not yet ready for. Still in a dreamy state, Sarah began to wake in time with the gentle swaying of her body. A hand was resting on her shoulder. She sighed, then opened her eyes and gazed sleepily up at a pair of magnetic green eyes. As she recovered her consciousness, she realized it was her husband bending over her, waiting for her to say something. "Is it morning already?" she asked, her voice breathy.
"Yes, Maddie's waiting."
"Maddie," she repeated, trying to make sense of the word while she sat up. Her blanket fell away to reveal the top of her nightdress, which was unbuttoned at the neck, and she noticed Briggs avert his gaze. Her heart lurched, and she wondered if he'd ever forgive her enough to look at her again, to see her as a woman, to desire her. She had hoped it would not matter, but strangely, this morning, it mattered more than she cared to admit.
"I'll wait for you in the barn,"
he said, rising to go. "What about breakfast?"
"After we tend to Maddie and collect the eggs."
Sarah listened to his boots tapping up the steps, then lowered her bare feet to the cold floor. She tried to cling to a hope that one day things would be different. They would have to be if he ever wanted children, assuming, of course, she wasn't already with child. But Garrison had told her there was only a short time each month when a woman could conceive, and he'd assured her it didn't happen as easily as most women thought. If there was any truth to that, she may never find herself in the family way, not with the husband who insisted on sleeping in the barn. She dressed quickly, pulled her shawl around her shoulders, and hurried outside. Cool air struck her cheeks as she crossed the yard, her footsteps light over the dewy ground. She stepped through the barn door to the now familiar scents of horse and hay. By the light of a lantern, Briggs was shoveling dung out from under Maddie, dropping it into a wheelbarrow. The fringe on his buckskin coat swung back and forth with each toss. Sarah stood in the doorway, pulling her shawl tighter around her shoulders, waiting for some instruction.
"You might want to shovel out some of the mess before you start each morning," he told her.
A few moments later, when the stall was clean, he pulled a small stool up beside the cow. He reached for a bucket and set it down with a clunk. Sarah, still standing by the door and feeling rather daft, swallowed when Briggs leaned out of the stall and looked at her, his golden hair falling forward onto his face.
"Coming?"
She nodded, then moved toward him. "Where do you want me?" He placed his large hand at the small of her back, guiding her to the stool.
"Have a seat right there. Maddie, be still."
Sarah sat down, now at eye level with the cow's broadside. Briggs knelt down beside her.
"You're going to have to spread your knees apart to lean forward."
Sarah tried to suppress her blush as she slowly spread her legs.
"Now, grab hold of her teats and squeeze."
Sarah reached forward, but as soon as her fingers wrapped around the warm teats, Maddie took an anxious step sideways and knocked Sarah off the stool onto her behind. Her head hit the wall and immediately began to throb.
"Maddie," Briggs called out. "Be still."
He set the stool on its legs again.
"You okay?"
he asked as he helped Sarah up. She nodded, trying to hide her shakiness, but also trying not to melt into the warmth of his strong hand.
"She knows you're a stranger," he said. "She'll be better this time. Try again. Show her who's boss."
Sarah nervously reached forward, steadying herself for another fall, her heart thumping away inside her chest. Why did she have to do this? Couldn't Briggs continue with it? Obviously, Maddie preferred him. But when she wrapped her hands around the warm teats, she discovered Briggs was right. Maddie stood still long enough for her to get a tight grip.
"That's it. Now squeeze the milk out."
Sarah squeezed with all the strength she possessed, but nothing happened. She'd never felt so incompetent in all her life.
"Keep trying," Briggs told her. "You have to get a feel for it."
Sarah squeezed and squeezed until her knuckles turned white, but still no milk. "It's not working. What's wrong?" Briggs stared down at Maddie's full udder.
"She won't let the milk down. Stand up. Let me try."
Sarah moved aside and Briggs sat down. He wrapped his hands around Maddie's teats, and without any effort at all, he drew milk into the pail like a song.
"You have to pull and squeeze at the same time," he said. "See?"
And Sarah did see. She saw a pair of big sun-bronzed hands, capable and strong, yet gentle at the same time, massaging the milk out of Maddie's udder, coaxing it with a natural rhythm. She wondered ridiculously if Maddie was enjoying herself. When Sarah remembered how Briggs had caressed her on their wedding night, she wasn't surprised Maddie had kicked her aside.
"Now you try,"
Briggs suggested. Sarah squatted down on the stool again, this time making an effort to imitate her husband's style. Nothing happened at first. Then a drip fell. "There! It's working!" It wasn't long before Sarah, too, was coaxing the milk into the bucket in steady, forceful streams. She was doing it.
"Well done,"
Briggs said. She glanced up to find him smiling. That smile was so rare, it was captivating. It made her body tingle and her bones turn to jelly. The milk stopped coming, and the barn grew quiet. Sarah tried clumsily to fix her grip, wishing she could understand the nature of these feelings that kept rising up within her. She didn't understand why she was so desperate to please a man who had treated her so appallingly that first day and seemed determined to resent her forever. Sarah dropped her hands to her knees to rest them for a minute. Glancing up at Briggs, she searched his expression for some sign of warmth or affection, or desire. He stared down at her for a long moment in the lamplight. Then he looked away as if he had something else pressing to do. Feeling rejected, Sarah returned her attention to the milking while she wondered if Briggs had seen the emotion in her eyes or felt her desire to mend what was broken between them. If he had seen or felt it, it was obvious he had preferred to ignore it. He gave Maddie a pat on the back.
"It shouldn't take you much longer. Just keep going until the milk stops coming."
Then Briggs quickly turned away and walked out of the barn. Chapter 10. A few days later, Sarah leaned over the butter churn, pumping vigorously and massaging her sore back, when she heard the wagon pull into the yard. She quickly abandoned her work to prepare the fried salt pork with gravy, cornbread, and coffee, Briggs's usual midday meal. She was slicing the bread when the door swung open. "How is the work going?" she asked, realizing she asked the same question every time he entered the house for lunch. He always gave the same answer as he descended the steps and hung his white Stetson on the hook.
"Fine. It's coming along."
When he approached the stove and went for the coffee pot, Sarah noticed a rip on his sleeve. "What happened to your shirt?" She served up his food and set the plate on the table. He tipped the coffee pot over a cup.
"Jem tried to nip me."
She walked toward him to examine the rip. "The horse did this?"
"Yes, but I deserved it. I nearly knocked her tooth out setting the bridle in place. Clumsy, I guess."
The torn fabric hung down to reveal his bare, muscled arm. Sarah folded the sleeve back in place to see if it was a clean tear. "I can fix this while you eat. Why don't you take it off?" He paused with the coffee pot still in one hand, the battered tin cup in the other. Their gazes locked on each other's, and Sarah became aware that she still held the torn fabric in place to cover his skin.
"It can wait until tonight,"
Briggs said. Sarah steeled herself, fighting the oncoming blush. "But what if you hook it on something? I'll have twice as much sewing to do. Take it off now and I'll be done before you finish your lunch." He hesitated, then set down his cup and turned away from her. The muscles in his back tensed and relaxed as his arms came up to pull the shirt off over his head. Sarah stood behind him as the shirt fell into her waiting hands. It still held heat from his body and moisture from his hard work. She had to fight the urge to press it to her face and smell the outdoors mixed with his rugged and intoxicating male scent. "I'll be quick," she assured him, turning to find her needle and thread. Her hands trembled as she dug through her belongings, all too aware of his shirtless presence at the table. When she finally found what she was looking for, she headed for the door without looking up.
"Where are you going?"
he asked, his mouth full of food. She paused at the bottom step. "It's too dark in here. I need better light." She hurried up the stairs with the shirt draped over her arm, wondering how Briggs had the power to reduce her to this, to make her melt like butter at the sight of his shirtless male form. But that smooth, muscular chest and broad shoulders, sun-bronzed and covered in a fine sheen of glistening sweat. Good God. With a huff, she flopped onto the chair outside and began to stitch the torn sleeve. When she was nearly finished, she heard Briggs's boots tapping slowly up the steps. She quickened her stitching, wanting to be done before he reached her, and in the panic pricked her middle finger. "Ouch!" She immediately slipped it into her mouth, sucked hard for a second, then pulled it out with a pop before returning her attention to the task of mending his shirt. Before she could complete it, his shadow fell across her lap.
"Stick yourself?"
he asked. Sarah nodded.
"Don't rush it. I'm not ready to face the haying just yet. I think I ate too much."
He sat down on the ground beside her with his back against the wall of the dugout. All was silent as she stitched his shirt at a record speed, refusing to look up, even for the space of a single heartbeat. Yet she knew exactly where and how he was sitting, still distractingly bare-chested. He had one leg bent and a forearm draped across his knee, his white Stetson tipped forward over his eyes, and those hard, rippled muscles at his core. She was beginning to perspire heavily. When she tied a knot in the thread, he sat up.
"All done?"
"Yes, good as new." She examined her handiwork, then flapped the shirt in the wind. They both stood up. With the pretext of smoothing out her skirt, Sarah handed the shirt to Briggs while keeping her gaze lowered the entire time. He slipped it back on and cleared his throat.
"Back to work, I guess."
Sarah also cleared her throat nervously. "Yes, back to work." He walked to the wagon, examining where the tear in his sleeve used to be. When he hoisted himself up into the seat and gathered up the reins, he paused, staring straight ahead. Sarah raised her hand to her forehead, shading her eyes from the blinding glare of the sun, watching and waiting for him to slap the reins and be off. Instead, he looked at her.
"Thank you for mending my shirt, Sarah."
Her lips fell open. She gazed up at his perfectly angled face, his jaw shadowed with stubble. For the first time, she felt as if she'd been rewarded. "You're very welcome." He thumbed the brim of his hat, and then, with elbows to knees, he flicked the reins. The harness jingled as the wagon ambled forward and out onto the vast prairie. Sarah returned to the house, skipping once on her way to the door. Later that day, with a shiver of disgust, Sarah flicked a grasshopper off the tablecloth. Before she could blink twice, another one leaped into its place. "Get away!" she cried, swiping him with the back of her hand. Gooseflesh erupted on her back and arms like 1,000 wriggling spiders. Rubbing her palms on her apron, she collected herself and turned back to the hot stove. Earlier that afternoon, she'd collected some wild greens Martha had told her to look for, mixed them with some salt pork, onions, and potatoes, chopped everything up, and made a stew. She bent forward and removed it from the oven, breathing in the aromatic tendrils of steam. She wondered what Briggs would think of it. Sarah looked up at the open door when she heard the wagon roll in. It seemed a little early for Briggs to be returning. She went to see what had brought him home. As she emerged from the tiny dugout and into the sunny afternoon, a hot and drowsy stillness enveloped her. It seeped uncomfortably into her skin. "What are you doing home so early?" she asked, trying to shake away the uneasy feeling. Briggs hopped down from the wagon and landed with a thud.
"There were too many grasshoppers."
He walked toward her, his brow furrowed. "I noticed a couple of them myself." He removed his hat and stared at the darkening horizon. "Would you like some supper?" Sarah asked. "It's just about done."
"Not yet."
He stared at the sky for another few minutes, pacing back and forth, then donned his hat and moved past her toward the house where Shadow was dozing. Briggs stopped outside the door. Shadow stood up, his long ears pressed back. Whimpering, he padded toward Briggs, who squatted down to scratch behind his ears.
"What's the matter, boy? Do you smell something?"
The dog looked around and began to bark. Sarah walked to the edge of the house to see if there was a wagon approaching on the road, but nothing moved, not even the grass. Nothing chirped or sang or squawked. A single nervous breeze lifted Briggs's hair off his shoulder, then quickly disappeared as if it had hurried to take shelter. Feeling anxious, Sarah hugged her arms around herself.
"Darn,"
Briggs grunted, then marched angrily toward the geranium plant Sarah had set outside the front door.
"What's going on?"
He removed his hat and used it to slap at the petals, shaking his head the whole time. Only then did Sarah notice the grasshoppers falling from the shivering leaves, flitting about in a panic. "Do you usually get this many insects?" she asked.
"Never."
His tone was laden with concern. Sarah stood in silence, not knowing what else to do. Briggs replaced his hat again and looked at the dusty window. Grasshoppers were beating against it as if trying to gain entry to the house.
I think you better close the front door.
Briggs picked up the damaged geranium plant to give to Sarah to take inside. They stared at each other, both of them pale with worry. "The vegetable garden," Sarah said. He nodded once, as if that exact thing had been registering in his mind. He turned to run around the side of the dugout.
"Go inside and get some blankets."
Without another thought, Sarah bolted into the house and down the steps. She dropped the plant onto the table and ripped the red blanket from the tacks in the ceiling. Quickly, she tore the quilt and sheets from the bed and the flour sack from the tabletop. Snatching a fistful of her skirt and yanking it up to her knees, she ran up the stairs with the pile of blankets in her other arm, slamming the door behind her. Grasshoppers were flitting about, banging into the wagon and tormenting the horses, who swung their long tails and shook their heads in a feeble retaliation. Her chest tight with fear, Sarah darted around the house. She felt a sting on her cheek as she collided with one, and then another of the vexing insects. Keeping her head down, she rounded the house and reached the little garden where Briggs was slapping his hat over the defenseless tomato plants. Shadow was pacing back and forth, growling. Briggs looked up and gestured with his arm.
"Bring the blankets. Cover what you can. I'll get some tools to hold them down."
Sarah dropped the pile onto the ground. Within seconds, 4 or 5 grasshoppers leaped onto the mound of bedding. "Shoo!" Sarah hollered as she picked up the top blanket and flapped it hard into the air. The bugs were flung heedlessly about, disoriented. Then they righted their course toward the garden. She covered the plants, knowing she was trapping dozens of the hungry insects beneath. Briggs returned with some tools and waved his hat over the green leaves, slapping and fanning the trembling plants. After a moment, she found herself frozen in space, staring in confusion at her husband. He stood in the center of the garden, ignoring the grasshoppers on his shoulders and sleeves. What was wrong? Why was he just standing there? The yellow sunshine of only moments ago was turning gray. There was a loud ringing in her ears, a violent pounding against her ribcage. Briggs looked pale. Sarah gazed into his frowning eyes, then turned slowly toward the horizon that held her husband's attention. "Oh no," she said. A peculiar cloud was moving in from the west, too dark in color to be a rain or dust storm. It advanced all too quickly, as if powered by some unearthly energy, floating higher until it blocked the sun. Sarah moved closer to Briggs, who protectively closed his hand around her forearm.
"This can't be happening,"
he said, shaking his head with disbelief. "What is it?" He quickly escorted her away from the garden.
"I think you better go inside."
Sarah stopped and pulled her arm from his grasp. "Why? Tell me what it is." Without taking his eyes off the darkening sky, he answered.
"It's a swarm of locusts."
Chapter 11. Briggs stopped and watched the grasshoppers pass like a dense shadow over the wheat field. The stalks hushed, as if they were too frightened to even breathe. The dark cloud whirled around like snowflakes in the chaos of a winter storm. Shadow barked, while Sarah and Briggs stood astonished, hypnotized as they watched the seething, fluttering mass in the distance. It roared like a prairie fire, rasping and ringing and crackling. Briggs snapped himself out of his daze and continued to drag Sarah toward the house. "What about the crops?" she cried, the full meaning of this invasion settling into her brain.
"I'm going to cut what I can."
Sarah forced him to stop. "You're going to fight them?"
"Yes."
"You have to let me help you."
"No," he replied. "You stay inside. Seal up the house."
"I will, but then I'll come and help." More pests came upon them, flying into their faces and lodging in their clothing. Sarah screeched, waving her arms.
"Sarah, I don't think you—"
"You need my help." Surprised at her willingness, he looked around the yard. The horses, frightened and restless, were still hitched to the wagon. The pigs were snorting in the pen.
"Okay," he said. "Cut what you can from the vegetable garden. Get the animals into the barn and close the doors. I'm going to get my corn knife. We'll start there."
"What about the wheat?"
"We can only be in one place at a time. Go!"
He touched the small of her back and sent her off while he ran back to the wagon. Crunching grasshoppers under her feet with every step, Sarah ran first to the barn to seal it before it became infested. She screamed at the pigs, "Yeah! Yeah!" and herded them, squealing and snorting inside. Sarah slammed and latched the door. Next, she ran to the edge of the yard where Maddie stood at the water trough, lowing and stomping about. "Come on, Maddie!" Sarah led the cow to the barn and slapped her rump. Slam! The door was shut. Click! It was latched. She swung around. What next? The garden. A grasshopper hit her in the eye. "Ouch!" she cried, rubbing it. Sarah ran to the dugout and spotted Shadow. "Come on, boy! Get over here!" The dog ran toward her, but stopped a few feet away. His ears rose and fell as if he knew she meant to lock him up and keep him from his duty as guard dog. He stubbornly sat down. "Shadow!" Sarah yelled, her patience snapping. "Get in here!" She clapped her hands and opened the dugout door for him. "Hurry up! There's no time for this!" After a moment's deliberation, he ran inside. "Good boy!" She dashed in behind him, her shoes tapping quickly down the dirt steps. It was dark. Where was the knife? Her gaze darted to the table, the stove. There. Her fingers closed around the wooden handle. She picked up 2 empty buckets, and in a flash, she was scurrying back up the stairs, where she paused at the top. Briggs had tried to convince her to stay inside, and the temptation was all too great. But he needed her help. This was her farm, too. She strengthened her will and pushed the door open. A mass of winged creatures blew into the house. "No!" Sarah yelled, forcing herself to dash outside and slam the door behind her. She heard Shadow barking his protest from inside. Feet drumming over the wriggling, crunchy ground, insects beating against her bonnet and clothing, she clutched the knife and returned to the vegetable garden. The blankets, she discovered in horror, were almost invisible, covered with locusts. Sarah ripped the blankets from the ground, sending a flurry of creatures into the air. Soon she had filled 2 buckets with whatever vegetables were left, leaving the potatoes, which she hoped would be safe underground. She carried the buckets into the house, then ran outside again to help Briggs in the cornfield. By the time she arrived, he looked exhausted. His face was damp with perspiration, his hat literally being eaten off his head. "Did you save the vegetables?" he asked, wiping a sleeve across his forehead. "They're in the house and all the animals are in the barn." "Good. Now tie up the stalks I've cut and pile them in the wagon. We can't haul everything back, but if the stalks are bunched, some will survive." Nodding, Sarah gathered what fell behind Briggs. The green stalks were fast disappearing, impossible as it was to keep up with the grasshopper's greedy jaws. Before they had stacked 1/10 of the crop, the sun had set. "It's dark," Sarah called out, trying to see through the cloud of insects between them. "What should we do?" Briggs stopped working and turned to her. He was covered in sweat and grime. "You're exhausted. Look at you. You should go back, Sarah. Stay inside." "No, I can keep working." He stared at her for a long moment, then removed his work gloves. "We can't keep up this pace. We should take a break, get some food. That'll give me a chance to empty the wagon, get these crops into the barn." Sarah nodded and followed him to the rig, anxious to return to the house and escape the constant menace of the locusts. By the time Briggs entered the dugout, Sarah had managed to get her salt pork stew onto the table while killing a few dozen grasshoppers in the process. She wiped a damp cloth over her forehead and tried to pat down her messy hair. Shadow sat down next to the stove. Briggs removed his hat. He looked solemn. "How long do you think this will last?" Sarah asked. "I don't know." He sat down at the table and rubbed his eyes. The house was all too quiet. "Do you think they'll get the wheat?" "It looks that way." Serving up the stew, Sarah sensed Briggs's discouragement, his need to sit and eat without talking. He probably didn't know how to tell her that the profits from the wheat harvest were supposed to be their sustenance for the winter. She wasn't sure she wanted to hear it either. Troubled, she scooped some water out of the bucket for each of them and gave Briggs a cup. He quickly downed it, his face contorting sourly after he'd swallowed. "Ugh!" Sarah cringed, examining her own cup of water. "Oh, no," she said. "I scooped them out of the bucket as best I could, the ones that were floating. There must have been some at the bottom." He set down his cup. "I can make coffee. That might mask the flavor a bit." She prepared a pot, and while it was heating, she sat down to eat. "The timing couldn't have been worse," Briggs said. "If that swarm had just waited another week, the harvester would have arrived and cut all 20 acres in a couple of days." Sarah looked across the table, hearing the gloom in her husband's voice. Even so, he seemed too calm, and it worried her. Maybe he thought this would be the final straw to send her running back to Boston. Well, not so. Not so. Closing her eyes, she clasped her hands together. Thank you, Lord, for giving us the strength to save some of the corn and vegetables. Thank you for keeping Briggs and I safe through all of this, and thank you for this supper. Amen. She opened her eyes to see Briggs staring dazedly at her, his mouth slightly open. Amen, he said finally. Go ahead, dig in, Sarah prompted. They began to eat, both of them famished. Occasionally a stray locust would spring onto the table, only to meet a sudden death under Briggs's big, heavy fist. I wonder how the Whitakers are managing, Sarah said. Do you think they were invaded too? I hope not. Howard has a bigger crop, more to lose. But they have the children. Frank would be a help, I think. Yes, he likely would be. Molly wouldn't like it much, though. I hate to think of it. Sarah felt her heart throb for the little girl. I hope she's all right. Briggs finished his first helping. Is there any more? Yes, I'll get you some. Sarah rose to refill her husband's bowl. When she sat down again, he rubbed his forehead. I have bad news. Before I came in, I went to the vegetable garden to get the blankets we'd left there. I'm afraid there wasn't much left. Much left of the garden? No, he answered, his voice tired. There wasn't much left of the blankets. Sarah covered her mouth with her hand and looked toward the bare mattress on the bed. The darn things chewed right through them, Briggs went on. They were in shreds. That was all we had. Shadow perked up, whimpering at her. I know, Briggs said. You'll have to cover yourself with some clothing, at least until we can get something else. But without the wheat harvest, how could they afford to buy blankets, much less the bare necessities for the winter? Briggs slid his chair back. I should go milk Mattie and water the horses. What about the coffee? When I come back, he answered, donning his hat. Can you keep it hot for me? Of course. Briggs left, taking Shadow with him, and Sarah set to work clearing away the dishes. Milking Mattie was supposed to be Sarah's job. Truth be told, she couldn't face stepping outside again, not just yet. A short time later, Briggs returned with a bucket of milk in his hand. Shadow followed, tail wagging. Life from inside the house seemed almost normal until Briggs set the bucket down. Sarah looked inside and saw a few insects squirming about in a panic, trying to crawl over each other to save themselves from drowning. Ugh! She groaned as gooseflesh tingled down her back. Briggs appeared beside her and scooped them out with a cup. She felt tears coming, tears she'd fought against all day. As she considered it more, she realized they were the same tears she'd been fighting every day since she'd stepped off the train. Every time her husband looked at her with that disappointed expression, she'd wanted to weep. But she hadn't, and she wouldn't now. Things could be worse, she told herself, though how much worse she could not imagine. Feeling Briggs's gaze upon her, she looked up. He stared at her, his eyes full of apologies. Apologies for what? For the grasshoppers? For the lost crop? For the coming winter? Or was it for all that had passed between them? When I brought you here, he said, I didn't think it would be like this. As she digested his words, all her efforts to keep tears away failed her. All she'd wanted for so long was a kind word from her husband, anything to say that he cared for her, even just a little. She'd wanted to see the gentle man she had seen in the courthouse on their wedding day, the man who had cared enough to sit her down and fan a cool breeze into her face. Here he was now, stepping closer to wipe away the single tear that fell across her cheek. It's not so bad, she managed to say, her voice shaky. He lowered his hand to his side and stepped back. I have to go out again, he replied. I have to try and save whatever's left. But you should stay here, Sarah. Get some rest. She thought of him out there in the darkness alone, cutting corn stalks and fighting off the insects. He would be discouraged, and he would lose more hope with every passing hour. No, she decided. She would not let him down. Not now. She would go out there, exhausted or not, and carry the corn stalks, or whatever was left of them, to safety. I'm coming with you. You don't have to, he replied, but she saw the look of gratitude in his weary eyes, and she saw, for the first time, that he was not disappointed in her. His appreciation breathed new life into her worn-out body. Sarah picked up her bonnet, tied it tightly under her chin, and gazed with driving purpose at her husband. "Try and stop me." Chapter 12. Briggs and Sarah worked until past midnight in the cornfield, cutting what was left of the stalks and tying them into secure bundles. Neither of them said it, but they both knew there was little chance much of the crop would survive the rest of the night. Worn out and thirsty, they returned to the dark little sod house. Briggs never imagined any place on earth could feel more warm and welcoming. While Sarah lit the lantern, he went outside to fill a bucket with water from one of the barrels. He had to scoop the grasshoppers out with his hand, and he knew it would taste bitter, but his mouth was so dry he could have devoured a gallon of sour milk. When he entered the house, he and Sarah both stood at the table, filled their cups, and gulped down the water. "Ugh," she groaned, her delicate features twisting into something unrecognizable. "Do you think the creek water will taste like this too?"
"Probably."
"Will it ever taste good again?"
"I reckon, sooner or later."
A locust fell from the grass ceiling and dropped onto Sarah's head. Briggs set down his cup and reached out to brush the insect away. She did not flinch. Most women, he thought, would cry or shriek or do worse, but he supposed Sarah had toughened up considerably, somewhere between the nibbled geranium plant and the ravaged cornfield. He lowered his hand and noticed that her eyes were somber and hooded.
"Is something wrong?"
"I'm just tired," she replied. He stood close enough to touch her. He could even smell her. Not the rosewater this time. It was just her. He shut his eyes, wanting to enjoy it for a few seconds.
"I couldn't have done this without you,"
he said, opening his eyes again. Her soft hand cupped his cheek. Without conscious thought, he turned his lips into her warm palm and kissed it. He wanted to cocoon into her warmth and stay there forever. He didn't want to face the grasshoppers, the field, the certain devastation that would greet him in the morning. To his utter surprise, he only wanted Sarah, to hold her close in his arms, to feel her soft, bare flesh next to his own. Startled by his desire, he forced himself to let go of her hand and take a step back. He told himself he was only searching for solace because of what was happening outside. Tomorrow, the crop would be gone. Making love to Sarah tonight would not bring it back. It would only plunge him into that black sea of heartache if she decided to leave him, which, after this ordeal, was a very real possibility. Sarah kept her features composed, but he saw in her eyes that she'd been wounded by his withdrawal. "Are you okay?" she asked. He nodded and tried to remember that he had a duty to himself to maintain an emotional distance between them, at least for the time being, until he felt more certain that he could trust her. "We'll get by," she said. He stared into her dark eyes and saw the enormity of her strength, and despite his intention to remain cautious and guarded, he saw his partner, his companion, a woman who could be his mate through the years, here on this land, for the rest of their lives. Part of him wanted to stop what was growing inside his heart, but another part of him wanted to cherish it and cultivate it. Finally, surrendering to his desires, he stepped forward and gathered her into his arms. Her body melted into his. She was small and warm and oh so lovely. The day's trials had emptied him of all energy, but as he held his wife, he felt hope and optimism returning.
"Sarah,"
he whispered in her ear,
"there won't be anything left in the morning. The wheat crop will be gone."
She nodded, pressing her face into his chest, wrapping her arms tight around his shoulders. Instead of the deafening hiss and crackle of locusts, Briggs heard only the sound of his own breathing, light and slow, and he knew he was feeling everything he'd vowed never to feel again, a love he didn't ever want to lose.
"We should get some sleep,"
Briggs said later, leaning back in his chair as they sat across from each other at the table.
"There's no point staying up all night worrying. We're going to have a lot to do tomorrow."
Sarah couldn't bear to face the idea of tomorrow, but when she turned her exhausted mind toward sleep, she realized uncomfortably that they were both inside the house together, both aware of the single narrow bed. But she couldn't possibly ask him to sleep in the barn. Not tonight. She had already told him so when they sat down. Uncertain as to what to do, she glanced at Briggs and fought the tightening in her chest. They had not shared a bed since their wedding night, and that had turned out to be a disaster. In fact, both times she'd given her body to a man, it had caused nothing but despair. Wouldn't it be better to wait until Briggs had forgiven her and gotten over his anger completely? She and Briggs had come so far. She did not want to remind him of their painful beginnings and spoil things again. She realized uneasily that her hands were trembling. She dropped them to her lap to hide them under the table. Briggs stood and scratched his head. "I guess I'll sleep on the floor. The bed's not really big enough for two." Sarah's shoulders slumped. All her nervous reasoning suddenly seemed silly. Briggs didn't even want to sleep with her. She rose from the table and sat on the edge of the bed, wishing she had a blanket to cover herself. She removed the pins from her hair and set them on the rough bedpost while Briggs lay down on the dirt floor beside the table. Within seconds, Shadow curled up beside him, and Sarah could not help but envy the body heat they were sharing. Resigning herself to her empty bed, she reached into her bag for her nightdress and made her own blanket, forcing her mind to fall as quickly as possible into a deep sleep. The next morning, before dawn, Sarah woke to the sound of Shadow shaking himself, his ears flapping noisily like a startled pigeon. Briggs had risen and lit the lamp and was dipping his tin cup into the bucket of water. He gulped it down, and his eyes clamped shut at the sharp taste. "I'll make coffee," Sarah offered. Still wearing her clothes from yesterday, she threw off her nightdress and stood. She tried to ignore Briggs, who watched her while she filled the stove with cow chips. Feeling self-conscious, she struck a match, which whisked and flared on the first try. "Your hair," he said, squatting to pat Shadow. Sarah froze with uncertainty, then realized she was still holding the burning match. She tossed it quickly into the chips, feeling like her cheeks were catching fire as well. "I'm used to seeing you with it pinned up," he added. She turned around. "I'll be pinning it up in a minute." Still stroking Shadow, Briggs glanced up at her. "You look nice." A rush of excitement pooled in her belly, and she had to wait for the rapid beat of her pulse to subside before she could form words. "Thank you. Have you been outside yet?" She turned away from him, wanting to change the subject. "No, and I can't see anything out the window. It's still too dark. Maybe I'll go milk Maddie while the coffee's brewing." "I can do it. It'll take a while for the stove to heat up anyway." Briggs pulled on his hat and studied her a moment. "We'll both go. Take a look around." He gestured for her to follow. They climbed the steps and reached the door. Briggs lifted the latch, but before he pushed the door open, he turned and looked down at Sarah. "I hope you said another prayer last night." "I did," she answered. Slowly, he pushed the door open. It was not the sight, but the eerie sound that crushed all hope. A monotonous, deafening buzz that hurt Sarah's ears. Briggs quickly stepped back and shut the door again. He said nothing. He stood there, head bowed, clutching the latch. Sarah touched his shoulder. "I'm so sorry. I'd hoped they'd be gone by now." His body moved with a sigh. "Me too." He gazed down at her, his eyes strained with worry. "Do you still want to come to the barn?" "Yes," she answered, needing to be with him, needing to see what was left of their farm. Ushering Sarah by the elbow, Briggs pulled the door open and stepped outside. He raised his arm to shield their faces from the pesky creatures. A pink haze colored the horizon, but barely lit the sky as their feet crunched over the ground. Millions of grasshoppers surrounded them, flitting about and feeding hungrily on anything they could find. Sarah and Briggs reached the barn and quickly entered. The animals were restless, crying and complaining. A number of grasshoppers had infested the tiny structure. Briggs lit the lantern and the room brightened. "Good God," he said, his voice a pale whisper. Sarah's mouth dropped open in shock. The locusts had been everywhere, devouring, consuming. The wooden handle of a hoe that stood by the door had been chewed where Briggs's sweat had soaked in. The worn parts of the harness were badly eaten, and the creatures were still feasting on it. Ropes were cut through and in pieces. An old straw hat, which had been left hanging on a post by Maddie's stall, was in shreds. 2 insects simultaneously beat against Sarah's face. She waved them away while Briggs stood staring at the stalls, astonished. The pests were eating the hay. They were crawling around on the horses' backs and scooting through their long manes. He went to the harness to examine it more closely. Sarah followed. "Can we save it?"
"I think so, but we better take it inside the house."
He placed it in her arms.
"Is it too heavy for you?"
It was heavier than she expected, but not unmanageable. "I'll be fine."
"Why don't you go inside?"
He looked around the barn, the frustration evident in his weary eyes.
"I'll milk Maddie, then check the crops, but it's not looking good."
Sarah nodded in anguish and left the barn. She walked back to the house with the harness, squinting through the swarm and feeling her hopes sinking fast. She had come here with a dream of rewarding farm life, but it seemed that dream would not be granted so easily. She only hoped that after all this devastation, Briggs wouldn't decide to pack it in and pack her off at the same time. Chapter 13. The unwelcome visitor stayed 2 more days, feasting on the helpless homestead. Each night, Briggs slept on the floor of the dugout with Shadow, and Sarah slept uneasily in the bed. Several times she started from her pillow, dreaming that the locusts had invaded her bed. Then she would discover that the little sod house had kept its promise of shelter. It had forbidden entry to almost all the enemy insects. On the 3rd day, Sarah and Briggs woke with little hope that the grasshoppers would ever leave. But as soon as the sun rose in the sky, the wind shifted. By noon, the swarm departed as quickly as it had come, leaving nothing but shredded corn stalks and bare fields where wheat had once blown in the wind like waves on the ocean. Nothing had survived in the vegetable garden either, the dry soil strewn with dead grasshoppers. The water in the barrels looked like grasshopper soup and probably tasted worse. Briggs hauled the barrels to the garden and tipped them over, watering the soil and assuring Sarah that the locusts would make good fertilizer for the new crop he'd plant. That evening, they sat in silence over a dinner of cornmeal pancakes and sorghum molasses, trying not to think about how they would survive the winter without the profits from the harvest. Sarah just wanted to forget everything for the night and pray that she would someday feel hopeful again. "What do you think the creek looks like?" she asked, trying to keep her hopes from fading completely. Briggs sipped his coffee, which was the only thing fit to drink that didn't taste like grasshoppers. They needed to keep the milk for making butter to sell, though they wouldn't get much for it.
"I don't know. I haven't gone down there yet." "Why?"
She sighed. "I'd love to take a bath."
"I was just thinking the same thing."
"You were?"
He nodded. "Why don't we walk over after supper?"
They finished eating within minutes, and Sarah cleaned off the table. She untied her apron and draped it over the chair. "Are you ready?"
"I've been ready for 3 days."
Sharing a much-needed chuckle, they climbed the steps and opened the door. Magenta light struck Sarah in the face as she turned toward the sunset, which seemed to smile at her with bright, swirling clouds.
"Ah,"
Briggs sighed, stopping just outside the house.
"Do you feel that?"
Eyes closed, he breathed in the warm, clear evening breeze. "It's like heaven." Sarah took in another breath of air like a thirst-quenching drink. Then she noticed Briggs staring toward what had once been the wheat field. She reached out and closed her hand around his. His warmth traveled to her fingers and up her arm, all the way to her heart. She felt his grip tighten ever so gently. For an instant, they were connected in some intangible way, communicating, feeling the same disconcerted emotions and knowing it. Sarah felt a brief joy in the shared moment, then led Briggs forward. They'd come out here to celebrate their freedom from the locusts, not to mourn what they'd lost. "Let's go see how the creek looks." They walked across the field, through the dead grass and the leafless stubs of corn, saying nothing. By the time they reached the creek, the rolling plains had swallowed the sun. The sky was a deep shade of royal blue, that rare color that remains only a few moments before the day surrenders to night.
"It looks pretty clear,"
Briggs said, his voice fringed with surprise as he looked down at the water. It was flowing slowly downstream, gurgling in shallow places, swirling silently in deeper ones. Thank goodness. Sarah barely had a chance to blink before Briggs tossed his jacket over a leafless shrub. He pulled his loose white shirt over his head, then hopped to keep his balance while he pulled off a boot.
"Look away if you have to, 'cause I'm in no mood to worry about your delicate sensibilities. That water looks too inviting."
He dropped both boots onto the ground and reached hurriedly to unfasten his denim trousers. Stunned and wide-eyed, Sarah watched him step out of his pants. The darkness dulled any image of him, and she wasn't certain if the knots in her belly were tightening because she was thankful or disappointed. The next instant, a tremendous splash cut through the quiet dusk. "Ah!" he called out as he resurfaced. Brisk waves splashed onto the bank, forcing Sarah back. Briggs flicked his wet hair, shooting bullets of water upward to the sky.
"Come on in. It feels great."
He was treading water, watching and waiting for her to undress. Stalling for a moment, Sarah unbuttoned her bodice, but then hesitated, holding it closed. Hot nerves knotted tightly in her stomach. She'd never undressed like this in front of a man before. Briggs did a backstroke away from her, but kept his eyes fixed on her. Embarrassed at having to ask, but even more afraid of what would happen if she didn't, she met his gaze. "Would you mind looking away?" She felt her cheeks suddenly flame red and hated them for it. Briggs stopped swimming. For a moment, he seemed to hold back a response. Then came the reply.
"Yeah, I would mind. And don't look so shocked. We're married, aren't we?"
His tone was playful, which relaxed her a bit, but not entirely. "Fine," she said, trying not to sound apprehensive. She pulled her bodice off her shoulders, deciding then and there that she would swim in her chemise and drawers. They needed laundering anyway, and wash day wasn't until Friday. Feeling self-conscious under her husband's steady gaze, she stepped out of her skirt and draped it neatly atop his coat. Next, she unhooked her corset, tossed it onto the ground, and unlaced and removed her boots. In a hurry to hide within the water's dark shelter, she waded in, up to her waist, then gently dove under. Cool freshness enveloped her. The muffled din of water in her ears blocked out everything else. She felt all her problems rinsing away. Upward she came in a speedy flight. Shattering the silence, she broke through the surface and sucked the clean air into her lungs. Satin droplets tickled her face and neck.
"Feels great, doesn't it? I could stay in here forever."
They swam around each other a while, enjoying the silence. "What are we going to do?" Sarah asked, after they'd had a chance to enjoy the moment. Briggs pushed his wet hair back from his face.
"I can plant fall wheat, but that won't do us any good until we harvest it in November, and it won't be enough to keep us in provisions all winter."
"Is there nothing else we can do?" He swam closer.
"I've been thinking about that."
His hesitation raised Sarah's doubts.
"I could find work in Nebraska for harvest season, assuming they haven't been hit by locusts. I could wire my pay back here and
leave me behind?" Sarah broke in sharply.
"It would only be for a few months."
"A few months? No, absolutely not." She would have thought her outburst would displease him. After all, who was she to decide what should be done? Oddly enough, a twinkle of moonlight reflected in his eyes and revealed a trace of delight. Delight? Watching him, Sarah dropped deeper into the water until it touched her ears.
"We'll need the money for winter supplies and food," he said. "We don't even have any blankets, and it gets plumb frigid out here in February."
Sarah wanted to sink beneath the surface and drift aimlessly through the water's blackness. She didn't want to think about Briggs leaving her alone.
"Sarah?"
He swam a little closer. "Could I go with you?" He tilted his head to the side, his expression apologetic.
"No. I'd be sleeping in a bunkhouse, most likely. Besides, you'd have to take care of things here."
The thought had barely settled in her mind before she realized what it meant. She would miss him. She would long for him. She watched him dive below, then almost immediately resurface and throw his hair back. "I don't want you to go," she said matter-of-factly. He paused, his green eyes brimming with wonder.
"I don't see any other solution."
Maybe it was affection, maybe it was desperation, but whatever it was, it found an answer. "I know one. I'll sell my pearls." Briggs frowned at her.
"I can't let you do that."
"Why not? I don't need them out here. I'd rather do without them than do without you. Will you just think about it?" He swam closer.
"No, you won't be selling them. I won't let you. You deserve to have something fine."
"But I do have something fine." They gazed into each other's eyes for a moment. Then Briggs set his feet on the creek bottom and touched her cheek. His fingers wandered to her earlobe. Gooseflesh moved down her body as he played with the hair above her ear.
"Even with everything that's happened, I feel lucky tonight."
His strong arms came around her, and she felt the evidence of his arousal. Something tingled in the pit of her stomach. She remembered how he had touched her on their wedding night and realized she desperately wanted to feel him loving her that way again, to be held in his arms. Had he forgiven her at last? She wondered hopefully, shivering when his lips touched hers. Her feet, rooted to the soft, muddy creek bottom, suddenly lifted. She squeezed his broad shoulders while he guided her legs to straddle him. In his arms, she felt as light as a leaf floating in the water. She wasn't sure what to do next, so she followed her instincts and locked her ankles together around his waist. There in his embrace, she felt secure and safe from everything. She let her cheek rest on his shoulder. Droplets of water tickled her skin, sending waves of commotion through her veins. A delicate thread of intimacy was taking shape between them, and she feared if she let him go, it would snap and transport them back to the beginning. And more than anything, she wanted to go forward.
"Sarah,"
he whispered, leaving a trail of kisses across her face. He kissed her nose, her eyelids, then covered her mouth with his. She squeezed her legs around him as their lips met. Was this truly happening? He spun them slowly through the water, his hands grazing up and down her back. Sarah cupped his strong, stubbly jaw and deepened their kiss, not knowing how long this would last, but wanting to enjoy it for as long as it did. His breathing intensified, and his hand moved quickly to unfasten the tiny buttons of her chemise. The soft contact made her gasp. It was all happening so fast. He pulled back.
"Do you want this, or no?"
"I do."
"Are you certain?"
Briggs aroused her senses in a way she had never known, yet she was frightened at the same time. The last time they had come together this way, it had not ended well. Would it be different this time? "I'm sure. I'm just nervous."
"Why? You've done this before."
Her arousal skidded to an abrupt halt. She knew it was the truth, but he had used it to hurt her, to make her remember that she had not been a virgin on their wedding night.
"Sarah," he said, "I didn't mean that like it sounded. I'm sorry."
All of a sudden, she just wanted to go home, back to the dugout. She couldn't even look at him, knowing how he still felt about her. She had so wanted his respect and had thought she'd earned it over the past few days. Swallowing, she watched him wade out of the water, his nude body a shadowy work of art in the darkness.
"We should go back."
Sarah waded out of the creek, hugging herself, her teeth chattering. After they were both dressed, he took her arm and helped her up the creek bank. But all his gentlemanly courtesies could not mask how he truly saw her, and how wretched it made Sarah feel. Chapter 14. Leading his wife across the prickly, ravaged field, Briggs wondered in the darkness if this marriage would ever work. He wanted to kick himself for what he'd said down at the creek. He couldn't deny that he had said it to hurt her. A part of him still thought she must care for the man who had loved her first. Why wouldn't she? It was hardly more than a month. Briggs tightened his grip on Sarah's slender arm, leading her around a pile of shredded cornstalks. They walked in a cloud of uneasy silence, the moon lighting their way. When they walked into the barnyard, he finally let her go. Head down, she quickened her pace to the house and went inside. Briggs stopped and watched the tiny window brighten with a warm, flickering glow. He turned toward the barn, his bed until the locusts had come. He turned back to the little dugout. What should he do? Where should he sleep tonight? He remembered holding Sarah in his arms only minutes ago, the way her soft, lush body had curved into his. He remembered her at his side 2 nights ago, on her hands and knees in the field, cutting corn stalks. She'd been fearless, everything he could have wanted in a wife. He gazed up at the dark sky, breathed in the clean scent of the prairie, and felt a chill. His hair was still wet. Autumn would soon arrive. Burying his hands deep in his pockets, he stood outside a little while longer, kicking at the dirt, then walked to the dugout. If he could find the courage, he would ask Sarah if she would let him sleep indoors tonight. Sarah sat on the edge of the bed, pinning her hair up after donning dry underclothes and a fresh bodice. The fire in the stove burned and crackled, the golden lantern light flickered, but the dugout seemed empty and cold. Then the door creaked open, and Briggs walked in. She stared up at him in dismay, but oh, so happy to see him. She had expected him to stay in the barn tonight. "Hi again," he said, hesitating on the top step. She hadn't realized how tense she was until that instant when her shoulders loosened and she exhaled lightly. "Hi. I'm glad you're here."
"Are you? Even after what I said at the creek?"
Slowly, he descended the steps. "Would you like something to eat?" Sarah asked. "I could get a—" He stopped her with a raised hand.
"Please, Sarah. We should talk."
Her nerves wrenched beneath her skin. "All right," she replied, praying this wasn't going to be painful. He sauntered toward her in that slow, appealing way that he had of moving. His good looks and virility were always such a distraction, even in a moment like this.
"You had every right to be angry earlier. What I said was wrong."
Sarah blinked in surprise.
"You didn't deserve that,"
he continued, staring down at her with wonder. "I just want to be a good wife," Sarah explained, her voice shaky. "Your wife. I wish I could rewrite everything that happened to me before I met you." He exhaled sharply with regret, then took her by the hand, led her to the bed, and they both sat down.
"But you can't rewrite the past, and neither can I."
He looked down at their joined hands and ran his thumb over hers for a moment, as if thinking about something. Sarah's whole body warmed at the sensation. Without looking up, he added,
"Even if I could, I wouldn't. It might change what I've got now."
Sarah stared wordlessly at him, barely able to comprehend all this.
"I know we had a rough start, Sarah, but I'd like to put it behind us, if you're willing."
He turned her small hand over in his strong one, lacing his fingers through hers.
"It's true, neither of us got what we expected. I know you wanted someone more polished. I saw it in your eyes the first time you looked at me."
Sarah wet her lips, surprised and saddened that he'd noticed.
"And I wanted someone plain," he went on. "Instead, I got you, and you're the farthest thing from plain."
"You also wanted someone who wouldn't lie to you," she said. He paused, then nodded.
"That's over and done with. We have a life here now, and we need each other. I don't know what I would have done the past few days without you. You may not have been what I expected in some ways, but in other ways, you've been the best wife I could ever ask for."
Feeling her eyes flood with tears of joy and fear at the same time, Sarah touched his cheek. There was still so much he did not know. It filled her with terror. Briggs kissed her hand, a kiss filled with affection and respect. His hands moved sensually along the inside of her forearm, and she could barely breathe.
"You've been trying to be a good wife to me,"
he said, his voice husky and low.
"But I haven't been a good husband to you. I want to change that."
He slowly leaned in, and his lips brushed gracefully over hers. It seemed as if her dreams, one by one, were all coming true, all that she'd ever wanted. Briggs deepened the kiss and eased her down onto the bed. Butterflies danced within her as his tongue explored her mouth. Gently he rolled on top of her, and their bodies melded together. With soft, warm lips, he seared a path down her neck, over her shoulders and across to the top button on her bodice.
"May I take this off you?"
he asked, his eyes burning with desire. Sarah tried to control the pulsing knot of sexual yearning in her belly, but gave up the effort, nodding her permission. Briggs unbuttoned her bodice and pressed it open to reveal her corset and chemise. He dropped tender kisses along the line of her collarbone. His breath was warm and moist against her chest, and her blood blazed with fire.
"There are so many ways I want to touch you," he whispered. "Things are going to be different from now on. I promise you that."
Reclaiming her lips, he smothered all talk. His hand slid down to her thigh and rested there a moment. Then he got to his feet. Sarah leaned up on both elbows, while Briggs stripped off his shirt and draped it over the chair, revealing his muscled, sun-bronzed chest and powerful arms. Then he unfastened his trousers and stood before her like a demigod, the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen. The sight of him in the golden, flickering lamplight stole her breath and all but paralyzed her. He sat down on the edge of the bed and slid her bodice off her shoulders, then proceeded to remove her corset, leaving her in only her chemise and skirts.
"Why don't you roll onto your front?" he suggested. "Let me rub your back."
When warm fingers touched the small of her back, she quivered.
"Relax,"
Briggs whispered, his hands rubbing the muscles on either side of her spine.
"You worked hard the last few days."
With smooth strokes, he massaged her aching back and shoulders. She hadn't realized until now how sore and tired her body was, but none of that seemed to matter when she knew he was sitting on her bed, completely nude, leaving her starving to touch him, or to feel the substantial weight of that incredible muscled body upon hers. She closed her eyes and sighed. Time slowed to a surreal pace as his strong, generous hands worked over her flesh. Then he pulled the hairpins from her hair and moved the long locks aside and kissed the back of her neck. She tingled all over. With an exploding desire she could barely contain, Sarah rolled over onto her back to face him. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him down for a kiss. His tongue plunged into her mouth, and she wanted to devour him whole. She whimpered a protest when he pulled away to tug her petticoat down over her hips and toss it to the floor. Now she was completely naked as well. At last he lowered his weight fully upon her, and her body writhed impatiently on the bed. "Please," she whispered, not even sure what she was pleading for as the word escaped her lips. His mouth was hot and wet as he kissed her breasts and her belly like a starving man, and used his hands to stroke the damp center between her legs and arouse her senses to a feverish peak. His big muscled thigh came between hers and pushed them apart.
"I'm sorry, Sarah. I can't wait,"
he whispered desperately in her ear. Then he entered her in a swift, deep, soul-wrenching thrust.
"Oh, God,"
he sighed, as they moved together in the dim light, thrusting and heaving until sensations surged to a blinding peak, and Sarah's body tensed with unexpected spasms. Briggs squeezed her and kissed her. Then he laid his palms on the bed, on either side of her shoulders, and rose up to look down at her. His golden hair fell forward. Sarah reached out to push it back, then met his heated gaze, so full of desire. Soon he bowed his head, and she lost sight of his eyes behind his hair as he shuddered and groaned with ecstasy. A few seconds later, he collapsed on top of her, hot and slick with sweat.
"I feel so close to you,"
he whispered passionately in her ear.
"On our wedding night, I didn't know you."
He looked into her eyes.
"But now I do, and everything will be different. I promise I'll be a better husband."
But as his lips came down to brush lightly across hers, Sarah realized miserably that he still did not know her. Not at all. If he did, the feelings and passions that had grown between them would surely die. Her heart wrenched. She could not let that happen, even if it meant lying to Briggs for the rest of their lives. His mouth closed over hers, and she decided with staunch determination that he would never know the truth. She would carry her secret to the grave. That Garrison had been far more than just a lover to her, and heaven help her, if Garrison ever learned that she'd revealed their crimes to anyone, much less married someone else, he would spare nothing to hunt her down. Both she and Briggs would be in danger. The whole wicked truth would come spilling out, and the world would know that she was not a sweet, wholesome, mail-order bride. She was a terrible sinner, and a criminal who deserved to be punished. For she, Sarah Jane Brigman, had knowingly married a man when she was still married to another. Chapter 15. The next morning, Sarah woke beneath Briggs's buckskin coat, the fringe tickling her nose. She stretched her arms over her head and yawned, noticing that her long skirt was draped over her legs like a blanket. Sometime during the night, Briggs must have covered her. His kindness caused a terrible twinge of guilt. She remembered the day she had answered his advertisement for a wife and how she had not revealed her true situation. She had not wanted to admit to herself back then that she was being dishonest. Her marriage to Garrison was irrelevant, she'd told herself. Legally, it did not exist. But she doubted Briggs would be much interested in the legalities. He'd only care that she had kept something else from him. She covered her face with a hand and squeezed her eyes shut. She had not known Garrison at all when she'd agreed to marry him. She had been so naive, so lonely after her parents died. She'd only wanted to be loved by someone again. If only she had been stronger, able to take care of herself like she was now. She hoped she was strong enough to live with this dishonesty. Sarah buried her face in the pillow. She hadn't counted on falling in love with a man who valued honesty and trust more than her pretty face. She would never forgive herself for lying to Briggs, but she'd had no choice from the beginning. Garrison was a dangerous man. There's no telling what he might have done if she'd told him she wanted out of their unpleasant arrangement. And now, if he found out that someone knew the truth, she couldn't put Briggs's life at risk. If anything ever happened to him, somehow, she would have to find the strength to continue living this lie, no matter how much it killed her inside. A short time later, Sarah rose from bed, pulled on her clothes, and lit the stove. As soon as the fire was roaring, she climbed the steps to go outside and fill the coffee pot with water. A warm shiver coursed through her. Despite everything, she could still feel the pleasure of Briggs's touch, the joy of being held in his arms the night before, and the eroticism of his kiss. As she dipped the pot into the barrel, the cool liquid touched her fingers, and she was intensely aware of physical sensations. The bright sunlight on her cheeks, the smell of cows and horses and pigs, the cold wetness on her hand. Life was full of miracles, she realized, admiring the sunrise as she returned to the house, even for those who did not deserve them. She was just preparing to go out and milk Maddie when Briggs walked in carrying a bucket. Her heart quickened at the sight of him, hair disheveled around his shoulders, face shadowed with whiskers, and a smile moving across those gorgeous, seductive lips. She couldn't prevent a surge of arousal as she remembered how those lips had kissed her the night before, and where they had kissed her. "Good morning," Briggs said, setting the bucket down, the rope handle dropping silently. With 2 long strides, he approached Sarah, backed her up against the sod wall, and swept her weightlessly into his arms. His mouth covered hers, and she responded with parted lips, sliding her hands up under the thick hair at his nape and into a delectable warmth there. His kiss fired through her veins and thawed the morning chill still lingering in her bones. By the time he came away, she felt dazed and overheated. "Good morning," she sputtered, fighting to keep her balance. "I brought you some milk." He walked to the bed and examined it. "You know, I think what's left of the cornstalks would be perfect for a bigger mattress." The idea of a bigger bed breathed new life into Sarah's tired spirit, knowing that Briggs intended to share the bed with her from now on. Dreams could come true, she thought again, but realized with some disappointment that she did not feel completely happy. Perhaps one day she would be able to forget. They moved to the table and Briggs sat down. Cornbread? She asked, snatching her thoughts back to where they were needed. Or I can make cornmeal griddle cakes if you feel like waiting for me to gather some eggs.
That sounds delicious.
She dug into the bag of meal, but turned when Shadow barked outside. She looked questioningly at Briggs, who rose and climbed the steps.
"Howard,"
he called from the door.
"Good to see you."
Thrilled to be receiving her first guest since she'd arrived at the homestead, Sarah wiped her hands on a towel and hurried up the steps to greet their neighbor. Howard sat high in the wagon seat, rubbing his dark beard. Although happy to see him, Sarah felt mildly disappointed that Martha hadn't accompanied him.
"Hello, Sarah,"
he said, touching the brim of his straw hat. He set the brake and hopped down, giving Shadow a quick pat on the head. "Have you had breakfast, Howard?" she asked. "I'm just about to cook up some griddle cakes if you'd like some."
"Appreciate the offer, but I just finished a meal and I can't stay long. I'm on my way to Dodge." He turned to Briggs. "I see you didn't escape the swarm."
Sarah stood and listened for a moment, but retreated into the house when the men decided to walk into the field to survey the damage. She worried about Martha, unable to imagine how it would feel to be a mother without food for her children. Sarah decided to go and visit as soon as she could. About a half-hour later, Briggs came into the house and walked to the far corner.
"Howard's heading into town now,"
he said, pulling the bed out from the wall. "What are you doing?" Sarah asked. He crouched down and lifted a small tin box out of a hole in the floor.
"I'm giving him some money to buy seed for fall wheat."
Sarah watched him rifle through the box, then set it back in the hole and pull the bed over it. "I didn't think we had any money," she mentioned. He stopped and looked at her.
"We don't. I mean, this is it, and it's going with Howard."
Briggs approached her.
"What's wrong?"
She dropped her gaze to the floor. "Nothing. I just hope everything will be all right. What if something happens to this crop, too?"
"Don't worry,"
he replied, kissing her cheek. "But if something does happen, what will we do?" He touched her arm.
"We'll get by."
"But I don't want you to go away." He touched her shoulder.
"I won't go. I promise. Everything will be fine."
Despite her fears, he was her husband and she had to trust him. As he walked out the door to give Howard their only savings, at least the only savings she knew about, she wondered with an aching heart how much money they could get for her mother's fine pearls. She prayed it wouldn't come to that. The match whisked and flared between Briggs's finger and thumb. Slowly, watching it burn, he touched it to the chips in the stove. Within seconds, the fire caught, and he closed the door. He turned to look at Sarah in the dim lamplight, lying back on the bed, waiting expectantly for him.
"My God, you are so beautiful,"
he whispered, wondering how he could ever have wished Sarah to be plain. She was perfect just the way she was, her black hair splayed out on the pillow, her full lips moist and parted, her sweet cheeks flushed. He sauntered toward her, grinning, a ripple of anticipation moving through him. He would undress her again, piece by piece, and enjoy every minute of it. He would enjoy every minute of the rest of their lives. Good God, did he care for her that much? He stopped and paused, pulse thrumming in his head. He wasn't ready to feel so much so fast. "Is something wrong?" Sarah asked, leaning up on one elbow. Startled, he smothered his fears and walked to the bed.
"No, nothing at all. I just wanted to look at you. Why don't I remove your boots?"
He sat at the front of the bed and untied the laces, then pulled each one off and set them lightly on the floor.
"And your stockings?"
In a few seconds, he was rubbing her calves and massaging her small, delicate feet. "That feels nice," she said, leaning up on her elbows again. "But why are you being so good to me?" He grinned.
"What makes you think I'm not enjoying this?"
Pressing his thumbs into the silky arch of her foot, he massaged in tiny circles.
"Pleasure for you is pleasure for me."
She tilted her pretty head to the side, considering his answer. "I didn't think it was like that for a man."
"Well, maybe you learned from the wrong man."
Sarah paled, and he went still, realizing he'd once again said the wrong thing. Several seconds of uncomfortable silence filtered between them. I suppose I did, Sarah finally said, lying back. But I believe the right man is going to teach me everything I didn't know, and then I will know what I've been missing. Her words reassured him, and he felt a strange, soft comfort. They'd come a long way since their first day on the prairie. There was forgiveness between them now. He set his hands back to work, massaging her lovely feet. Later that night, as they were making love, their bodies moving together in exquisite harmony, Briggs felt a tension mount as his body arched in a burning release. He was wanting her so much more than he'd ever intended. He felt a sudden urge to resist it, to fight it, because he feared the inevitable loss of her, as he'd lost so many others he cared about. How long would it be before he surrendered to it and let go of his fears? Exhausted and confused, he collapsed on top of Sarah. She squeezed him tightly, nibbling at his earlobe. "Was that good?" she asked innocently. "Yes, my angel." He told himself to enjoy her, to let himself fall in love with her. She was his wife, after all. He buried his face into her thick black hair. "But satisfied only for a short time, I think. Then I might like to do that again." "I was thinking exactly the same thing," she answered breathlessly, and he held her closer than he'd ever held anyone. Chapter 16. A week later, pale gray clouds settled over the prairie, their cottony texture seeming near enough to touch. The air was heavy and uncommonly still, the distant horizon shrouded in mist. Sarah walked back from the barn, carrying a bucket of fresh milk and feeling the prickly rope handle dig into her palm. Breathing fast, she struggled not to spill any of her precious cargo. She would set the bucket out overnight to let the cream rise to the top, then wear herself out making yet another batch of butter to trade for wool blankets. "Come, Shadow," she called over her shoulder as she reached the door to the dugout. "It looks like rain." The dog trotted out of the chicken coop, creating a flurry of feathery commotion and clucking, and his cheerful wagging tail swept Sarah's skirt as he passed by. Inside and down the steps, the house seemed darker than usual for this time of day, the clouds stealing what light could normally sneak into the tiny dwelling. Sarah set down her bucket and rubbed her reddened palm. She looked around the empty house and decided to light the lantern to avoid straining her eyes. Shadow yawned and stretched out next to the unlit stove. As she struck the match and touched the flame to the lantern wick, she reminded herself to purchase matches before winter came, and more lamp oil. Oh, how would her meager butter collection pay for anything if something happened to the fall wheat? There was no chance she'd be able to churn enough to save her from selling her mother's pearls, but she would if she had to. She glanced curiously at the bed made of narrow tree stumps, wondering if the box beneath it contained any money besides what Briggs had given to Howard. Strange that her husband had not mentioned the box before, but she supposed he had never mentioned much of anything at all. Until very recently, that is, thanks to a swarm of locusts. She sat on the chair, still staring at the bed, trying to decide if she could move it herself. But would that be snooping? Would that be a breach of trust? Not that there was much trust to breach in the first place, but there was something growing, no matter how small or fragile. Shadow whimpered, and Sarah jumped. She turned to see him staring at her, his dark eyes wide, his head tilting. "What are you looking at?" she asked, feeling guilty over something she hadn't even done. Thunder rumbled outside, and Sarah rose from her chair, absent-mindedly smoothing the creases on her skirt. Thinking not a moment longer about trust and guilt, she moved toward the bed and closed her palms around the rough tree bark that covered her bed frame. Her back strained when she lifted it, inching it out from the sod wall. She felt Shadow's judgmental glare and reminded herself that he was just a dog. When she pulled the bed out far enough, she saw the tin box sitting unobtrusively in the square hole. Odd that she had not known of its existence a week ago, having slept above it all this time. Her stomach did a quick flip, and she found herself glancing nervously at the door. If it had begun to rain, Briggs may decide to return early from plowing the field. Not that it mattered, she told herself. She wasn't doing anything wrong. She only wanted to know how much money they had so she could plan their trip to town and prepare a list of supplies. Forcing herself to ignore the nervous tightening in her belly, she crouched down on her knees between the bed and the wall, lifted the cold tin box, and set it on the mattress. She stared briefly at the tarnished tin, back at the door, then back at the box again. Slowly, tentatively, she raised the lid. The small, rusty hinges squeaked, and Shadow trotted over to sniff what was inside. Sarah looked down at a few buttons sitting on top of some papers. Reaching in and unfolding them, she discovered the deed to the property and a few old grocery bills marked paid. Feeling a little foolish for having been so curious about nothing, she moved to replace the papers. It was then that she noticed a small blue velvet bag with a drawstring tucked into the corner of the box. Shadow dropped his furry chin to rest on her outstretched arm, watching closely as she withdrew the bag and inserted 2 fingers to open it and feel what was inside. She touched something cold and hard and pulled it out. Eyes wide with disbelief, she stared at the sparkling discovery. A jewel necklace, undoubtedly worth far more than her mother's pearls. A large oval gemstone surrounded by tiny diamond sapphires was set into a teardrop-shaped setting of gold suspended on a shiny gold chain. Sarah held the exquisite object between her fingers, feeling her pulse soar at the sheer beauty of it, as it reflected the golden flame from the lantern. Shadow whimpered again, and she patted the soft fur on his head. "What's the matter, boy?" she asked, knowing he sensed her uneasiness and wanting to convince him everything was all right. But in all honesty, it wasn't. What was this necklace doing here, and why hadn't Briggs mentioned it? They were literally sleeping on a fortune that could see them through the winter and probably the following winter, too. She squeezed her eyes shut, wanting to believe there was a good reason he hadn't mentioned it or offered to sell it instead of her pearls. Perhaps it was made of paste and worth nothing. No, most likely it was a treasured family heirloom. She opened her eyes and looked down at it, deciding immediately that it had to be genuine. Only true gemstones could sparkle so beautifully, so brilliantly. Then, something clicked in her mind. With a growing sense of dread, she slid her fingers back into the velvet bag and withdrew a small card. To Isabel. Love forever. Briggs. Briggs had told Martha and Howard that he'd sold the necklace, but in truth he had kept it. Why? To hold on to the memory of his first love? Or perhaps he thought she'd come back to him one day. Sarah shuddered. He had loved this other woman. She would have been his first choice, if he'd had one. Sarah sat back on her heels. Shadow lay down beside her, resting his chin on his paws and staring up at her. She ran her fingertip over the jewels. How had Briggs given this to Isabel? Had he knelt down on one knee and proposed at that moment? Or had he held her in his arms and kissed her and felt like he would never love anyone else that way again? She stared blankly across the room and thought of the day her mother gave her the pearls. It was Sarah's 13th birthday. She had felt like a woman that day, for the first time. She gazed once more at the inscription. Love forever. Did Briggs think his memories were worth more than hers? The pettiness in her wanted to throw the necklace straight at him as soon as he walked through the door. But no, that would not do, she decided. She was not a hysterical person, and neither was he. He had not thrown anything at her on their wedding night when he'd made a similar discovery about her past experience. He'd simply walked out. Maybe there was a reasonable explanation for this, and for why he hadn't told her about it when she'd offered her pearls to keep him from leaving her to work in Nebraska. Carefully, she dropped the necklace back into the tiny velvet bag, pulled the drawstring closed, and returned everything to its proper hiding place. As she pushed the bed back up against the wall, she knew she must let this foolish jealousy settle a bit, and like a sensible adult, she would simply ask Briggs about it when he returned. Sarah leaned over the butter churn and forcefully, too forcefully perhaps, pumped the smooth wooden handle in and out. Her back was going to pay for this tomorrow, but she couldn't help it. She needed to work off some tension somehow. Her arms soon felt like they were going to fall off. Straightening to rest for a second or two, she glanced down at Shadow, stretched out on the floor at her feet. She remembered the hectic days in her old life back in the restaurant in Boston, when the other server would quit or walk out. Most of them had after a short while, leaving Sarah to tend all the tables by herself. At least here, Garrison couldn't wander in any time he pleased, sit at her kitchen table, and expect her to wait on him. She tightened her clammy grip on the churn handle and pumped it again. If she could handle Garrison and get herself out of that mess, she could confront a husband about a necklace. Shadow raised his head and perked his ears, drawing Sarah's attention away from that prospect. Hearing a wagon, she glanced out the dust-covered window and saw Howard, Martha, and their children. Though she was happy to see them, a part of her wished they had chosen a different day. Shadow barked and darted out the door. Sarah pushed fallen tendrils of hair away from her forehead and wiped the perspiration from her nose and cheeks. She would try to forget her problems for now. She gathered her skirts and walked up the steps and outside into the sunny afternoon. "Martha, Howard, how wonderful to see you." Howard helped his wife down from the wagon seat, and as soon as her feet touched ground, she strode to Sarah and clasped both her hands. "I've been after Howard to let me come calling. It's dreadful what happened to our farms, but we will survive. You'll see." Sarah nodded politely, hoping it was true. "Shadow!" Molly shouted. Tail wagging, the dog paced back and forth in front of the wagon. Howard lifted Molly out while Frank hopped down on his own. Sarah smiled as she watched them stroke Shadow's golden fur and nearly crush him with hugs. "Please, come in. I'll put on a pot of coffee, and I hope you'll all stay for supper." Martha smiled and followed, but Howard stayed behind. "That sounds mighty neighborly," he replied. "If you ladies will excuse me, though, I think I'll head out to the field to see how Briggy's doing." He climbed back into the wagon and drove away. The children took off with Shadow, laughing and chasing him around the yard in circles. "They'll tire out soon enough," Martha mentioned, her arm looped through Sarah's. "But until then, let's enjoy the silence indoors." They went into the dark little house. "Oh my," Martha commented. "You've made quite a difference here. I knew you would, but I see you've given up on your window." Sarah looked sheepishly toward the dirty panes. With all her work, she'd forgotten to wipe them these last few days. "With the wind, it gets dirty so fast, and I just haven't had time to—" Martha held up a hand to hush her. "Please, do not apologize. I know what it's like." She picked up a wet cloth from the table, went outside, and scrubbed off the dust. Welcome sunlight beamed into the house. "What you need is a little helper or two," she said, returning. "Things will get easier when you have children old enough to take over some of your chores." Still thinking about Isabel's necklace beneath the bed, Sarah replied, "I'm sure you're right. Why don't we sit down?" Martha sat and dug into her bag. "I have something for you. Howard returned from town this morning, and it's our habit to pick up the mail for the entire vicinity." She pulled out a letter and handed it over. A warning voice whispered in Sarah's head as she reached for it. Who would write to her? No one knew she was here. There must be some mistake. But when she accepted the tattered envelope, she saw it was addressed to Sarah McFarland, her maiden name. Cold fingers of fear slowly crept up her neck. She'd snuck away from her old life without even informing her employer. This letter could only be one person, determined enough to search for her and find her. She ran her finger over the tidy, familiar penmanship. All it said was, Sarah McFarland, Dodge City, Kansas. How could she open this in front of Martha? What would she tell her? Sarah walked toward the window, keeping her back to her neighbor, fighting the panic that took her breath. She hesitated, then gently tore open the seal and began to read. My dearest Sarah, I don't know if you'll ever receive this. All I know is that your ticket took you as far as Dodge City. The train master was kind enough to help me. My heart forces me to write to you, regardless of where you may have traveled beyond Dodge. Why, my dear? Why did you leave, and why so far away? What are you hoping to find in such untried country? Who there could give you the things you deserve? Fine things for a fine woman. That's what you were meant for. Please, love, come home to me. Couldn't we put this misunderstanding behind us? I know you love me. You said so in your vows,
And surely I don't need to remind you what will happen if you've betrayed me. Come home, Sarah. Come home to me before I am forced to come there and fetch you. Your truest love, Garrison.
Numb with shock, Sarah folded the letter. She stared unblinking out the window at the frolicking children, hearing their muffled laughter as if it came from a distant world. A hand on her shoulder startled her. "Sarah, my dear, is it bad news?" She was breaking out in a sweat. Her head was throbbing as she tried to find an answer to Martha's question. "No, everything's fine. I was just churning butter before you arrived, and I must have worked a little too hard. I feel a bit dizzy." Martha led her to a chair. "Perhaps you should sit." Sarah knew her friend was right. If she didn't get off her feet, her knees might buckle, and she might collapse to the floor. But when she sat down, the tension in her neck and shoulders failed to leave her. The pulsing of rushing blood continued to pound inside her ears. "Is that better?" Martha asked. Sarah could barely respond. She didn't know what to do. Her hand trembled as she stuffed the letter back into the envelope. She wanted to burn it now, but she couldn't, not in front of Martha. "Tell me, Sarah, what is it?" "It's nothing. Just a note from my old employer. It seems he wants me back." She laughed nervously and slid the letter under the pot of flowers on the table. "The patrons must have adored you." Feeling flustered, Sarah stood up again, but realized immediately that Martha noticed her sudden restlessness. Searching for something to do, Sarah stoked the stove. "Do you need help?" Martha asked. "No, I'm fine." She wiped her hands on her apron. "Would you like some coffee?" "That would be nice, thank you." While Sarah moved around the kitchen, she couldn't help but sense that Martha knew something was wrong. After sitting in silence for a moment, Martha began to talk about the locusts. Sarah nodded and tried to respond accordingly, hoping she hadn't driven a sharp wedge into this blossoming friendship. Sarah finally served the coffee and sat down again, finding it difficult to ignore the letter that was screaming at her from under the flower pot. She couldn't let Briggs find out. She couldn't drag him into this. He would try to do something about it, with no idea who he was up against. Garrison would kill him. She had to figure out a way to solve this problem on her own. In the meantime, she would simply have to burn that letter. Chapter 17. Holding the soft leather reins in his hands and resting his elbows on his knees, Briggs steered his creaky wagon into the yard. Behind him, he could hear Howard's team rolling in, the horses nickering and jangling their harness as they came to a stop. With Howard's help, Briggs had plowed more field than he'd expected. He decided just this once to quit early. Besides, Howard had brought his fiddle. Molly and Frank came darting out of the house shouting, "They're back! They're back!" "Hello there," Briggs called out. Little Molly ran straight into her pa's arms, while Frank ran toward Briggs and grasped Jem's bridle, eager as usual to help in some way. "How about unhitching the team, Frank?" Briggs suggested. As he hopped down from the wagon and landed with a thud in the dirt, he couldn't mistake the pride and excitement in the young boy's face. Just then, the ladies' melodic voices emerged from the house. He turned. Something happened inside him in that moment. A sudden burst of joy, an unexpected contentment. He couldn't take his eyes off Sarah, who bent forward to pick up little golden-haired Molly, then approached him with the wee girl straddling her hips. One day, Sarah would be the mother of his children. He wondered if that time would come sooner than he thought. He'd just have to wait and see. "How was your day?" she asked. "It was excellent." For some reason, she wouldn't look at him. Instead, she watched Martha speak to Howard. Briggs took Molly into his arms. "What do we have here? A little mermaid?" Molly giggled and planted a wet, smacking kiss on his cheek. "Why, thank you, Miss Molly," he replied chivalrously. "I was waiting for that." "You need to shave," she blurted out, rubbing her tiny soft hand over his stubbly chin. Martha marched over. "Molly, you shouldn't say such things." Martha smiled playfully at Briggs as she took the child from his arms. "Hello, Briggy," she greeted, touching her cheek to his. "It's nice to see you. Did Sarah tell you we brought a letter?" Briggs looked at Sarah. Her face went pale.
No, she didn't. Not yet, I mean.
My old employer, Sarah said too quickly. The restaurant is busy and... She stopped talking, and her smile quivered. A sick feeling crept into Briggs's gut.
He wrote to you?
Yes, Martha answered for Sarah. He wants her to come back to work, but we shouldn't be surprised. Who wouldn't want her back? Briggs barely heard what Martha was saying. All he could do was stare at Sarah, whose eyes were shifting about.
Thank you for delivering the letter,
he said to Martha, never taking his eyes off his wife. My pleasure. Martha stood with them for a moment, but when nothing was said, she smiled awkwardly and walked back to her husband. Without looking Briggs in the eye, Sarah turned toward the house. Coffee's on if you all want to come inside. Where do you want the horses? Frank asked. In the stalls or the pen? Briggs had to search his mind for an answer.
In the stalls.
The boy began leading them one at a time into the barn. When Briggs turned around, Sarah had already gone into the house. He wanted to trust her about who had written the letter, but at the same time, he wanted to take a look at it for himself. Martha hurried in behind Sarah. He supposed he would have to wait to ask. He hated himself for assuming that Sarah was keeping something from him, but how could he help it? She'd been so vague about her past, and even now she seemed nervous about something. He hoped the letter wasn't from who he thought it was from. With her heart racing like a runaway wagon, Sarah pulled open the door to the dugout and hurried down the steps. She fixed her gaze on the letter on the table. Was the stove still burning? Just before she could reach for the envelope, the door squeaked open. Sarah whirled around expecting to see Briggs, but it was Martha with Molly in her arms. Shall we set the table? Martha asked. Sarah tried to breathe normally. I was just about to do that. Martha set Molly down. Why don't you play with your doll? I have to help Mrs. Brigman. Sarah glanced at the letter. She had to hide it. With the pretext of clearing away the flowers, she picked up the cup, set it on the windowsill, and stuffed the letter into her pocket. First chance she got, she would toss it into the stove. Briggs and Frank swung the barn door closed. They walked together to the little dugout, Shadow at their heels. Once inside, Briggs paused on the bottom step, inhaling the delectable scent of freshly baked bread mixed with coffee and spices. Sarah stood at the stove, stirring the supper in the cast-iron pot and humming quietly. He stared at the back of her head with its loose bun of raven-colored hair and noticed his palms had become clammy. What if her lover had asked her to come back to him? How would she respond to that? He cleared his throat and pulled his gaze away to see Howard lighting his pipe in the far corner. Molly was sitting on the floor playing with a rag doll. It was the scene of his dreams, a house full of loved ones. Briggs took the last step down and tried not to think about the letter and what it might mean. It might not even be what he thought. Maybe the letter was as she had said, from her employer.
Smells good.
He removed his hat and set it on the nail keg by the door.
What is it?
Rabbit stew, Martha replied. Howard caught it special for tonight.
Much obliged, Howard.
Howard held his pipe in one hand, looping the other hand through a suspender.
Well, that fool rabbit leaped right in front of my wagon on the way back from town. Stopped and stared at me like he wanted to treat me to dinner.
Everyone laughed. Howard has always been rather lucky that way, Martha said to Sarah. Animals seem to fall over themselves trying to get in line to be his next meal. Sarah laughed, but Briggs noticed that the usual sparkle in her eye was missing. Frank proceeded to tell every last yarn about his pa's good fortune with a rifle while the ladies served up the meal. They all ate the delicious stew, laughing and going on about Briggs's comparatively poor luck when it came to hunting. After supper, the ladies cleaned the kitchen, while Howard, Briggs, and Frank sat outside watching the sun streak the sky with pinks and purples. They listened to the clanging of dishes inside while talking about their plowing, and when the sky finally grew dark, they started a small fire in the center of the yard to warm their hands against the evening chill. "What's this?" Martha asked, appearing unexpectedly behind them. "We clean the dugout until it sparkles, and you want to sit out here with the snakes?" Howard reached for his wife's skirt and pulled her onto his lap.
"I picked out a star for you, my dear. We've been waiting for you to come out so we could show it to you."
"No, we haven't," Frank broke in. "We were talking about butchering the pig." They all burst into a fit of laughter, except for Frank, who didn't see anything funny about it. The hysterics were just dying down when Sarah came out of the house holding Molly's hand. When she reached their little gathering, Briggs stood and offered his chair to her. She nodded politely and sat down, lifting Molly onto her lap. Briggs sat on the ground beside her.
"How's about some music?"
Howard asked. Frank sat up on his heels. "Yes, Pa, play something good." Martha rose from her husband's lap to let him stand, then took the chair for herself. "He's been itching to play that thing ever since we got here." Frank fetched the fiddle from the case, handed it to his father, who cupped it under his chin.
"Any requests?"
"Play Buffalo Gals," Frank hollered.
"Buffalo Gals it is."
He touched the bow to the strings and filled the night with music. The children leaped to their feet to dance, hooking arms and skipping in circles. Briggs laughed as he watched their faces light up like 100 candles burning at once. He glanced up at Sarah, wanting to be alone with her, to ask her about the letter. How could he enjoy all this when he needed to ease his mind? "Play Jimmy Crack Corn," Frank suggested when the first tune came to an end. Howard quickly drew bow to strings again and started anew. Molly giggled and leaped onto Briggs's lap, and he promptly squeezed her with a bear hug, growling at the same time. Frank reached for Sarah's hand. "Come dance with me, Mrs. Brigman." Without waiting for an answer, he pulled her out of her chair and looped his arm through hers. Briggs watched his wife skip around in circles with young Frank, her face alight with joy, her skirts flapping as her feet came off the ground. Despite everything, how could Briggs help but smile, too? When the song finally ended, Sarah flopped into her chair, panting and laughing at the same time. "That was wonderful," she said to Frank, who stood in front of her, still holding her hand, waiting for the next song to begin. "Come and sit with me, Frank," Martha said. "Give Mrs. Brigman a chance to catch her breath." Frank went obediently to his mother and climbed onto her lap.
"How about something for the newlyweds?"
Howard suggested, rubbing his chin. He began to play Lorena, a haunting ballad, and Martha began to sing, her voice as deep and rich as the dark sky above. The sounds floated upward with the crackling sparks from the fire. Briggs whispered into Molly's ear and gently set her onto the ground. He stood and held his hand out to his wife. She looked up at him, hesitated briefly, then allowed him to help her rise. Briggs led her away from the fire, slid his hand around her waist, and stepped into a fluid waltz. The night closed in around them, drowning out the fears locked in his heart, while only the sad sound of the fiddle and Martha's voice remained. Briggs squeezed Sarah's hand gently while he led her through the dance, admiring her lightness as she followed without falter. When the last note floated up to the stars, Briggs reluctantly stepped back. He still held Sarah's hands, however, and they stood facing each other, staring into each other's eyes. "Play something good now, Pa," Frank called out. Briggs let go of Sarah's hand. She lowered her gaze to the ground and sat down. Within seconds, lively fiddle music struck a new mood, and the children leaped up to dance. Briggs, all too aware of the melancholy place he'd just been, sought to pull himself out of it by tugging Martha out of her chair. Sarah clapped her hands while the rest of them danced around the fire. They laughed and hooted, but for the remainder of the evening, Briggs never quite recovered from the affection he'd felt while dancing with his wife. When midnight came, Molly fell asleep in Martha's arms. "It's time to go," she whispered to Howard, touching his hand, preventing him from lowering the fiddle bow for another song. Howard rubbed his chin.
"I suppose you're right. My arm's about to fall off."
Everyone giggled. "Thank you so much for calling on us," Sarah said, rising. "I can't remember ever having so much fun. We must do it again soon." "We will." They exchanged hugs and goodbyes. After loading their family and belongings into the wagon, the Whitakers left Sarah and Briggs standing outside their door, waving as their neighbors drove off into the night. Soon, all was quiet. Briggs was finally alone with Sarah.
"Shall we go in?"
he suggested, letting his hand rest on the small of her back. She glanced up at him, all smiles gone. "You go ahead. I'll put out the fire."
"I'll do it."
"Don't be silly. You worked hard today. I'll make sure it's out." She reached forward and brushed his hair away from his forehead. They stared into each other's eyes in the dark until Sarah swept her lashes downward. Then she walked toward the roaring bonfire. Briggs watched her go. He had the most uneasy feeling, but wanted more than anything to trust her. After hesitating for a moment, he turned and went inside. Chapter 18. Sarah sat down in front of the bonfire and felt inside her pocket. The letter was still there, and she reconsidered what she was about to do. If she burned it, wouldn't Briggs wonder why? Paper was a valuable commodity on the prairie, and for her to be so wasteful. Oh, if only Martha hadn't mentioned it! She sat in the chair, staring at the yellow flames, wondering if it would be better to simply tell Briggs the letter was from Garrison. Then she could rip it up in front of him to prove she didn't want to go back. But what if he asked to read it?
"I know you love me. You said so in your vows."
Dear Lord, she would have to confess everything. She looked at the house with growing dread. She hated keeping all these secrets from Briggs, but she couldn't put him in danger either. Besides that, what would it do to him if he knew? Their relationship had come such a long way in the past few weeks, but not far enough to handle anything like this. He would be angry and probably devastated. She couldn't bear to think of it. Oh, if only they had been married longer. Surely in time, when their rocky beginning was a more distant memory, Briggs would be more forgiving. She would tell him one day, she promised herself, when Garrison was no longer a threat. But not now. Not until Garrison was in jail. Sarah looked up at the black sky and made up her mind. She would burn the letter. Now. If Briggs asked to see it, she would tell him that she'd used it to light the stove and foolishly hadn't considered keeping the paper for future use. Sitting at the table and fiddling with a spoon, Briggs didn't like what he was thinking. He just couldn't stop being suspicious, could he? Why had Sarah been so bent on putting out that fire? Growing more impatient with every passing second, he went to the dark window and cupped his hands to the cool, clean pane. Sarah was sitting in one of the chairs, staring up at the sky. It shamed him not to trust her, but he had to know what she was doing. He crossed the room, climbed the steps, and pushed open the door. Its creaky hinges drew Sarah's attention. The fire illuminated her face, and he saw a flash of panic. She quickly dropped what must have been the letter into the fire. It sparked and crackled, then disappeared. Sarah stared at Briggs from across the yard. Seconds passed. All she could do was wait for the other shoe to drop. He walked toward her, his face tense with anger. Or was it disappointment?
"What did you burn?"
he asked.
"The letter Martha brought?"
Sarah nodded, her heart sinking.
"It wasn't from your employer, was it?" he said.
"No," she answered truthfully. She saw his jaw clench.
"Why did you burn it? Weren't you going to tell me who it was from?"
"I thought you'd be angry."
"Should I be? You didn't encourage him to write, did you?"
"No." Briggs glanced at the fire, still crackling loudly, the flames quivering in the wind.
"What did he write that you didn't want me to see?"
Sarah paused and took a deep breath. "He wants me to come back," she replied. "That's why I burned it, because I have no intention of ever leaving you." Briggs glared uncertainly at her. She stood and moved toward him, but he stepped back. She halted, then breached the space he tried to keep as his own. "I had to wait for Howard and Martha to leave before I could tell you about it." He considered her answer, then kicked dirt over the fire and smothered the flames.
"You say he wants you back. Doesn't he care that you're another man's wife?"
Sarah regarded him steadily. "He doesn't know about you. I left Boston without telling him anything. I didn't even say goodbye." Briggs grabbed hold of her arm and squeezed.
"Are you telling me the truth, Sarah?"
Fear rioted within her. Briggs had never been rough with her, not even on their wedding night, but she'd seen enough in life to know where a man's anger could lead. She frantically nodded. Briggs let go of her arm and turned away. He kicked more dirt onto the dying fire.
Well, I hope if you decide to put an end to our arrangement here, you'll at least tell me when you're planning to go.
Her stomach dropped, and her heart throbbed painfully in her chest. I told you, Briggs, I have no intention of leaving.
His eyes met hers. You haven't given me much reason to believe you, burning that letter without letting me see it for myself.
He turned away from her and walked back to the house. Desperate to make things right, Sarah picked up her skirts and followed. Once inside, Briggs sat down at the table and pinched the bridge of his nose. "What do you want to do?" she asked, her voice quavering.
The question is, what do you want to do?
I've already told you I want to stay here, with you.
Why? He asked with a frown. You have a lover back in Boston who wants you back. If you want to go to him, I'll survive. I only wanted help around here anyway. I can find someone else.
He may as well have punched her in the stomach. You have no right to say such a thing to me, and I was going to tell you about the letter. I just didn't get the chance.
But I'll never know for sure, will I?
Sarah knelt before his chair. Please, Briggs, I know it's hard for you to believe in me after what happened with... She stopped herself.
After what happened with what? He asked, his tone accusing.
After what happened with Isabel.
Briggs sat back, staring at her as if she had slapped him.
Just because she left you doesn't mean I'm going to leave you too, Sarah said.
Briggs frowned at her and scoffed. Who told you about that? Martha?
Sarah nodded. She had to tell me. I needed to know why you were so angry with me, why you were so determined not to care for me.
I thought you knew why. Because you married me while you already had a man in Boston. Did you tell her about that? Did you tell her how you'd kept that from me?
No.
Briggs looked away. I didn't think so.
Sarah sat back on her heels, feeling suddenly defensive. I'm not the only one keeping secrets, Briggs.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the trinket under our bed.
What trinket?
She could tell by the look in his eyes that he knew exactly what she was referring to. I found the necklace that you said you sold. All the color drained from his face. He glanced at the bed as if he were trying to imagine her moving it aside in order to search through his private belongings.
When?
Today.
He let out a breath of frustration. Sarah, that necklace doesn't mean anything.
Then why did you lie to Martha about selling it? It seemed as if he didn't have an answer to give. The worst part of it all, Sarah went on, is that you were going to let me sell my mother's pearls to get us through the winter, while you didn't even mention that you had something worth far more. You were going to find work somewhere in Nebraska and leave me here all alone. Why?
He reached out to grasp her hand. I was never going to let you sell those pearls, and I wasn't aware that you knew about Isabel.
Well, she leaned back. I do.
Sarah, he tried to explain, I was ready to marry her. I never took the way I felt about her lightly. That's why I couldn't sell the necklace right away. Then you came and things got busy and...
He looked at her, his eyes accusing.
Maybe you could stop loving someone on a whim, but I couldn't.
Sarah shook her head in exasperation. Why would you say something like that to me? You have no idea how my heart works or what I've been through. You seem to think that because you couldn't let go of Isabel, I shouldn't have been able to let go of Garrison. Yes, that's his name. Garrison. And you don't know why I left him or what happened before I came to you. You have no idea.
Briggs sat forward. Then why don't you tell me?
Chapter 19. Sarah stared at the dark window, wondering how much of the truth she could reveal without destroying everything. I don't love him, Briggs. I thought I did at first, but I was naive and felt very alone. She shook her head solemnly. He wasn't what I thought he was.
And what was that?
Sarah had to consider it a moment. I thought he was decent. Like you. Briggs shifted in his chair, but his expression remained untouched. She wondered if he was believing any of what she was saying.
What are you trying to tell me?
He asked. I'm trying to tell you that I made a mistake. After my parents died, I was suddenly on my own. I was very close to them, and I was devastated.
Wasn't there anyone you could go to? Any other family?
No, there was no one, and I wasn't a child anymore.
How did they die?
Their carriage overturned and went down a sharp incline. They were killed instantly. Sarah rose to her feet and walked to the window. She heard Briggs's chair slide back and felt his strong hands come to rest on her shoulders.
I'm sorry about that.
She nodded, unable to speak without her voice breaking, but appreciative of his sympathy. Garrison was kind to me at first, she continued, needing to change the subject and explain something to her husband, who knew so little, so very little. He was handsome and polite, she went on. I had taken a number of jobs since my parents died. I worked in a shoe factory, then a clothing factory. It was always a struggle to support myself. When I met Garrison, I was working in a hotel restaurant. He came in every day for supper. He seemed like such a fine gentleman, always charming. When he began bringing me a flower each day, I have to admit I was flattered. She faced Briggs. I enjoyed his attentions. I was alone and missing my parents, and I wanted to be a part of a family again. I saw no reason to turn him away. He seemed so genuinely interested in me. Briggs took a step back, as if he didn't want to hear any more of this, but she had to tell him. She had to explain and make him understand that she had not been as shallow-hearted as he thought. He took me driving in his fancy carriage every day and was always so attentive. After only a few weeks, She stopped, uncertain if she'd be able to confess the rest.
He what, Sarah?
He proposed to me. She moved past Briggs and sat down at the table, resting her chin in her hand.
He proposed?
Sarah heard the surprise in Briggs's tone, the clear note of jealousy. Yes.
Did you accept?
She forced herself to meet his questioning gaze. I did, but...
You did?
Briggs sat down again, his face drawn and pale. Sarah could see how shocked he was at this bit of news, and she couldn't imagine what he was going to do when he learned the rest of it. She couldn't look at him. She was too angry with herself. She had been so fanciful, so trusting and foolish. She had been raised by good, decent parents, and she had not known what other sorts of people existed in the world. She had wrongly assumed that Garrison would be decent too. If only she had known about his previous marriage and where his money came from, she would never have become involved with him.
Sarah.
She jumped, her gaze flicking through the dim light to settle on her husband. She continued, her voice shaking. As soon as I accepted, he insisted I never go back to the boarding house where I lived. No wife of his should have to live in a hovel like that, he had said. He booked me into an expensive hotel. She stumbled around for words, wishing she didn't have to continue. That was when...
He stayed with you in the hotel?
Briggs leaned forward in his chair, his brow creasing with anger.
Before he married you?
He cracked his neck from side to side, fighting to subdue his obvious rage.
I'd like to get on a train bound for Boston right this minute so I can wring his neck.
Sarah froze with panic. Briggs couldn't go to Boston. He simply could not meet Garrison. Not ever. If he found out about the things Garrison had done, that he was a swindler who cheated elderly ladies out of their fortunes, not to mention the unlawful marriage, he would try to turn Garrison into the authorities, and that would incriminate Sarah as well. There was no telling what Garrison might do. She had left him because she feared for her safety. Why go back there? But to keep it from Briggs when she wanted so desperately to trust him with this... What was worse? To lie or to risk both their lives?
So why did you leave him?
Briggs asked directly. Because after
you spent the night with him,
he finished for her. She nodded and chose not to go into any more detail about how unpleasant that part of it had been. Afterward, he showed a side of himself he'd not shown me before. I think because he had taken my virginity, he felt he owned me in some way. He tied me to a chair in the room and gagged me while he went out to take care of some business.
Briggs shoved his chair back and stood. He did what?
She couldn't look up. Tears were threatening, and if they came, she feared they'd never stop. Her hands began to tremble. Her heart pounded like a hammer as she relived the experience. He tied me to a chair.
For how long?
She searched for strength to continue, trying to access the memories she had worked so hard to suppress. Not long. As soon as he closed the door behind him, he came right back because I was making too much racket, thrashing around, trying to call for help. Briggs ran his hand over his face and paced back and forth.
I want to meet this man in person. I want to.
He growled like an animal. No, Briggs, please. Just leave it be. I want to forget about it. I just want to stay here with you and never see him again. Briggs's neck was corded, his hands clenching and unclenching. She knew that if he ever met Garrison, it would not end well for any of them. She couldn't let that happen. He paced around the kitchen like a caged tiger.
He should rot in prison for what he did to you.
That would be nice, she said, but I have no proof of any of it. No one would believe it. He was charming and well-respected. I just wanted to get away from him. He looked at her.
That's why you answered my advertisement.
Yes. He told me that he would never let me go, and I knew if I wanted to be free of him, I would have to go very far away, where he wouldn't find me. I slipped out of the room when he was indisposed, and I was wandering the streets trying to decide what to do when I stumbled upon the newspaper. I managed to stay hidden until all the arrangements were made. Briggs paced the dirt floor, shaking his head. His eyes had gone from green to icy gray. Sarah stood and watched him. I told you I loved Garrison before because I didn't want you to think I'd give myself to a man I didn't love. And I didn't want to talk about what really happened, because every time I thought of it, the panic would return, as if I were back in that chair with the ropes cutting into my wrists. Even now, when I remember it, I feel as if my heart is going to explode out of my chest, and I'm going to die from the anxiety. Briggs sat down on the edge of the bed and said nothing for a long time. Sarah hoped this would be the end of it. His eyes were full of sorrow when he finally looked up.
Sarah, the fact that you weren't a virgin on our wedding night, that didn't matter to me. What mattered was that I believed you loved someone else. Even though I never intended to love you or desire you, I was jealous and angry. Why couldn't you have just told me the truth beforehand? I would have understood.
Would you? If I had written about all of it in my letter, you never would have accepted me. You would have taken someone else with a prettier past. He raked his fingers through his hair.
You don't know that.
Yes, I do. After Isabel, you wanted calm waters, no unexpected difficulties that might cause another bride to walk out on you. He didn't deny it. And maybe it didn't matter to you that I wasn't a virgin, she continued, but it mattered to me. I will always regret giving myself to a man I didn't truly love, when a man like you was just over the horizon. He frowned.
Yet you came here and did it again. On our wedding night, you gave yourself to me when we were complete strangers.
She shook her head at him. That was different.
Why? Because you were no longer innocent? The first one mattered, the second one didn't?
Of course you mattered, she cried, unable to control her desperation. Can't you see? Now I understand that it's not the first time that matters so much as the last. The last! There will never be anyone else for me, Briggs. You're the only one I will ever want because I love you, with every inch of my heart and soul. I would do anything for you. Doesn't that count for anything? An unrecognizable emotion flickered across his face. She wished she knew what it was. At last, he spoke.
Yes, it counts, Sarah. Because I love you too.
All the breath sailed out of her lungs. She blinked a few times in disbelief.
But I want you to write to Garrison now and tell him that you're married and that if he ever tries to contact you again, your husband will hunt him down like a dog and make him rue the day he ever met you.
Sarah saw the anger burning in Briggs's eyes and realized it was not an idle threat he was making.
We'll post it tomorrow, Briggs added. We'll go to town for supplies.
He brushed by her to leave, but stopped and turned.
And if this man knows what's good for him, he'll put you out of his mind for good. Because you're mine now, Sarah, and I swear by all that is holy, I'll never let anything bad happen to you again. Not while I live and breathe."
Briggs stormed out of the house, leaving Sarah standing in the middle of the room, feeling overjoyed that Briggs had admitted to loving her. He loved her. Yet at the same time, she was doubtful and afraid, because unfortunately, Garrison McPhee did not know what was good for him. He only knew what he wanted. Chapter 20. Sarah swayed, rocked, and bounced in the wagon seat, holding her white woolen shawl closed with fingers that were beginning to feel numb with cold. The temperature had barely warmed since she and Briggs had left the dugout at dawn. The sky was pure white, the morning colorless. The prairie grass quivered beneath the relentless wind. Without the sun, the summer heat seemed to be relinquishing itself to autumn far too early. A chilly breeze blew over her cheeks as she sat quietly with the letter to Garrison in her pocket, feeling its presence like a lead weight. She knew its contents by heart. She'd worked hard to find just the right words. "Dear Garrison, I received your letter. Please do not write to me again or try to contact me. It is completely over between us. My heart belongs to another man now, and he will do whatever it takes to keep me safe from you. You would be wise to simply let me go and forget we ever knew each other. Sarah." She'd been torn over the last line because she didn't want to incriminate herself, yet she wanted Garrison to understand that she would incriminate him if he did not leave her alone. Briggs cleared his throat beside her. She wished he would say something, anything. All he did was flick the reins and hurry the horses on. She guessed he wanted this mess over with as much as she did. All of a sudden, the wagon rose and fell, then jerked to a halt.
"Tarnation,"
Briggs cursed quietly beside her.
"Yeah, yeah."
The horses labored, but the wagon would not budge.
"We're stuck,"
he said, throwing down the reins and hopping over the side. Sarah felt like this was all her fault. Briggs leaned into the left front wheel.
"Take the reins and get the horses to pull."
Sarah slid across the seat. The horses strained to walk, their large hooves thumping against the ground. Briggs grunted and groaned.
"Okay, stop, stop,"
he yelled, breathing hard. He went around to the front and tried to lead the horses backward, but the wheel was wedged in a deep hole. "Maybe I should get off," Sarah suggested. "Maybe the wagon's too heavy." Briggs glanced up at her, his expression clouded with frustration. He nodded. Sarah hopped down into the grass, seeing for herself the depth of the hole. From the ground, the wagon looked tilted at an impossible angle. Briggs moved to the wedged wheel again.
"Go in front and lead them forward."
Sarah did as she was told, and for 10 long minutes she and Briggs pushed and prodded and grunted, but to no avail. Sarah walked back to examine the situation. "How long have we been traveling?"
"It's almost noon. 4 hours at least."
She felt uncomfortable making a suggestion, but at the moment, things didn't look very promising, and she couldn't bear any more of her husband's angry looks. "Why don't we have lunch?" she suggested. "You're tired, the horses need a rest, and maybe if we just take our minds off it for a bit, we'll come up with a way out." He ignored her suggestion and pushed the wheel again. After a worthy effort, he cursed and backed away.
"We're going to be late. The post office will be closed."
Sarah wet her lips, understanding why he was so irritable. They'd have to stay over and wait until tomorrow, which would mean another day of plowing lost. All because of that wretched letter. Well, they were stuck, and they were hungry. It wouldn't hurt to eat something and then start fresh. She went to the wagon and withdrew the box she'd filled with cornbread and a jug of coffee. "Let's sit down and eat and think about how we're going to get the wagon out." After sitting down and spreading her skirts out around her, she tore off a hunk of bread for herself. Sarah was biting into her second helping when Briggs finally joined her and sat down. "Cornbread?" He nodded and helped himself. They ate the whole loaf without saying a word. When they finished, Briggs lay back, bent one knee, and covered his face with an arm. Sarah watched his lips and his unshaven jaw. The rest of his face was covered by that fringed sleeve and the brim of his hat.
"We'll get on the road as soon as we can," he said. "Then we could either camp on the outskirts of town or stay with George. I reckon he'll string me up if we don't come by."
"That sounds like a fine idea. We can run our errands first thing in the morning." He didn't say anything for a few minutes, then,
"You never offered to show me the letter last night. I'm curious what you wrote."
Ah, now Sarah understood the true motivation for his surliness. She reached into her pocket. "I have it right here. Would you like to see it?" His wrist came away from his eyes, and he sat up. The seconds it took for him to read it felt more like hours. Finally, he lowered the paper to his lap, and his eyes rose to meet hers. His brow was no longer furrowed.
"It's a good letter."
"I'm glad you think so." Everything was quiet for a moment, except for the chilly wind sweeping across the prairie. She gathered her shawl more tightly about her shoulders.
"I'm sorry I was so hard on you last night," he said, "but I was angry, and maybe a little jealous."
Surprised, she wet her lips. "You have nothing to apologize for."
"After I saw you burning that letter, I assumed the worst. I should have given you a chance to explain."
He leaned back on one arm, plucked a blade of grass, and entwined it around his index finger.
"Do you think, after we post your letter, we could—"
He paused, swallowing.
"We could start again? I don't know what Martha told you about Isabel and me, but I promise you, Sarah, that's finished. I brought the necklace with me this morning. I'm going to sell it today so that we won't have to be apart over the winter. Once your letter goes out to Boston, everything will be different."
Sarah's heart warmed with hope and joy, knowing that Briggs still wanted to be with her. He wasn't giving up. "That sounds wonderful." They sat in silence for a moment, staring up at the thick, heavy cloud cover. Then Sarah couldn't help herself. She closed her eyes and said a silent prayer that her past would not catch up with her, ever, and that this new life on the prairie, with the most incredible, beautiful man she ever imagined to exist, would not turn out to be only a temporary respite from the nightmare. It frightened her sometimes that out here on the prairie, so far from the rest of the world, this new life she'd stumbled into felt more like a dream than anything real.
"Let's unload the wagon,"
Briggs said, feeling replenished after eating his lunch and watering the horses. He had to admit his wife had been right in forcing him to take a break and eat something. The horses had needed the rest, too. Sarah helped him unload the cooking utensils, the kettle, the spider skillet, and the boxes of butter and eggs she'd brought to trade for blankets. Briggs removed his shovel and shotgun.
"I'm going to dig us out of this hole and use the shovel handle as a leverage to lift the wheel. You can lead the horses out."
For the next half hour, he forced the shovel into the tough ground, thick with tangled, grassy roots. Then at last, the time had come to try again. Sarah walked to the team and took hold of the harness. "I'm ready whenever you are." Briggs speared the shovel into the dirt to lift the wheel. It came up an inch or two.
"Start pulling,"
he yelled, throwing his full weight upon the handle of the shovel to lift the wheel and feeling it cut into his palms. Sluggishly, the wagon moved.
"Pull them harder."
The horses strained against the impossible weight, stumbling and groaning. The wagon creaked like an old ship, then soon shifted and rolled up the slope, picking up speed. Then Briggs heard a scream. He scrambled out from behind but saw no sign of Sarah. "Whoa!" he yelled. The team came to a sudden halt. "Sarah!" Dropping to his knees, he crawled under the wagon where Sarah lay on her side, clutching her wrist. "Are you all right?" "It's my arm. Jem lost her footing and stepped on it."
"Is it broken?"
"I don't know."
"Let me see."
He tried gently to peel her hand away. A muddy hoofprint dirtied her long sleeve. Why had he let her do this? Why hadn't he just done it himself?
"Can you move it?"
"No." Leaning up on his elbow beside her, watching her face go pale, Briggs carefully rolled up her sleeve. His hand shook as he closed his fingers around her tiny, wounded wrist, feeling for broken bones.
"Am I hurting you?"
Stiffening, she stared straight up at the bottom of the wagon and nodded. "Yes, I think it must be broken. I'm sorry, Briggs. That was so careless of me to lose my footing." Clenching her teeth together, Sarah tried to sit up.
"It's not your fault. It's mine," Briggs said, "and we'll go straight to Doc Green's office when we reach town."
After helping Sarah out from under the wagon, Briggs swept her into his arms like a new bride and set her gently onto the wagon seat. By now, her color was pasty gray. He tried to appear calm, but his heart was battering his rib cage. What if something worse had happened to her? What if the horses had crushed her, or a wheel had rolled over her body? She could have died right there in his arms, all because he was too impatient to wait on posting that damn letter. An image flashed in his brain suddenly, like a lightning bolt. His youngest sister, June, cradled in his arms. He remembered the exact moment she had taken her last breath, and how he had watched, sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face, as she quietly slipped away. Sweet, darling June. She had been only 7, but so strong, for she had held on the longest. She was the last one to go. As Briggs flicked the reins and took it slow over the rutted road, he glanced at Sarah beside him and felt almost sick to his stomach. By the time they rolled into Dodge, it was nearly dusk, and the pain in Sarah's arm was severe and unyielding. Every time they'd hit a bump along the way, fresh spasms of agony shot through her body, and it took every ounce of self-control she possessed not to break down into a fit of weeping. Instead, she'd forced herself to withstand it. When she wanted to cry out, she focused on breathing steadily, in and out.
"We're almost there,"
Briggs said, steering onto Front Street.
"You look cold."
"I'm fine," but her teeth were chattering. Briggs shrugged out of his buckskin coat and draped it over her shoulders. As she wrapped it around herself, fresh pain shot up her side, but at least the coat was warm. Thank heavens for that. They pulled up in front of the doctor's home on the main street, but all the windows were dark.
"Wouldn't you know it," Briggs whispered. "He's not here."
They sat in the wagon for a moment while Briggs decided what to do. Sarah pulled the coat tighter around her shoulders.
"I'm going to drive you to George's place," he said, "and get you settled. Then I'll track down the doctor and bring him over."
Briggs slapped the reins and drove to his brother's house. Thankfully, a lantern was flickering in the front window. Briggs leaped out of the wagon, ran up the steps, and pounded on the front door. Almost immediately, it creaked open, and George stepped into view.
"Briggs, what are you doing here?"
He glanced over Briggs's shoulder toward the wagon.
"Is Sarah with you?" "Yes. We came in for supplies and got stuck on the prairie. She's hurt, and we need the doctor."
George's eyes widened with shock.
"Bring her in."
Briggs ran back to the wagon to fetch her. Feeling weak and sick, Sarah leaned on his shoulder to step down. Before she knew what was happening, he had swept her into his arms. She buried her face in his neck, wanting to disappear into a deep sleep there, but knowing it would be impossible to ignore the pain long enough to slip away. He carried her inside, his strides smooth and fluid.
"Take her upstairs to the spare room," George instructed, following. "I'll light the lamp."
In a matter of minutes, Sarah was set down on a soft mattress, and her husband drew a quilt up over her. He touched her forehead with the back of his hand.
"You'll be all right until I get back?"
"Yes." Briggs turned to his brother.
"George, look after her. I'm going to find the doctor."
Sarah listened to the sound of her husband's boots tapping lightly down the stairs and the squeaking of the screen door as it burst open and snapped shut. She lay in the bed, staring up at the white-painted ceiling. George approached the bed.
"How did it happen?"
Sarah hadn't even realized he was in the room. She'd been concentrating on fighting the pain. "The wagon got stuck in a deep rut," she answered. "I was leading the horses out, but Jem slipped and I fell. I should have been more careful."
"Nonsense. Accidents happen. Where was Briggs?"
"Behind the back wheel." She paused to breathe. "He was in such a hurry to get to town."
George frowned. "Is everything all right between you two?"
Confused and disoriented, Sarah tried to sit up.
"No, lie still."
George hurried to the bedside and pulled the covers up to her chin again.
"I know about the situation. You mustn't worry."
She tried again to sit up. "What situation? Do you mean the locusts?" He backed away, bumping into the rocking chair and stumbling slightly. "George, what's going on?"
"Nothing. You should rest."
Her agitation caused another spasm of pain. She clutched at her arm and dropped back down. "Don't tell me to rest. I'll rest when you tell me what's going on." George pushed his spectacles up the bridge of his nose.
"It's nothing to be concerned about."
"Please tell me," she said, her tone softening as she tried to sit up. "If you don't, I'll lie here imagining all sorts of things. Probably far worse than whatever it is you're trying to hide from me. George let out a sigh of defeat.
Like I said, it's nothing to worry about. It's just that He paused. An old friend of Briggs's is at the center of a scandal.
A scandal? Sarah's thoughts slowly came into focus. An old friend? Do you mean Isabel? George relaxed slightly.
So, you know about her?
Of course. He told me everything. Eventually. What's happening? George let out a breath.
Evidently, her husband has abandoned her. That certainly didn't last long, he added under his breath.
Sarah felt a wave of uneasiness spread through her body. Where did you hear that? Maybe it's just gossip.
It's quite true.
How can you be sure? He stared at her directly.
Because she came home to her father's house last week, and she called on me the other day to ask about Briggs.
Chapter 21. Briggs burst through George's front door with Doc Green trailing a few paces behind him.
She's up here.
They quickly climbed the stairs. When they walked into the bedroom, Sarah looked at first as if she'd fallen asleep, but her eyelids fluttered open immediately upon their approach. George was sitting in the rocking chair watching over her. The doctor pushed past Briggs.
Good evening, Mrs. Brickman. I'm Dr. Green. Your husband tells me you were trampled today.
Yes, she replied. I think my wrist is broken. The doctor approached, set his leather bag down on the bed, and touched her forehead.
No temperature. That's a good thing.
He pulled the covers back.
Which arm is it? Ah, this one.
Briggs stepped forward. Sarah's hand had turned black and blue. It was swelled up the size of a turnip. Dr. Green attempted to roll up her sleeve, but it was too tight.
I'm going to have to cut this.
He darted a glance at George in the rocker.
I'll wait downstairs.
George rose and took Briggs by the arm.
Why don't you come too? I should talk to you about something.
Briggs glanced down at his brother's firm grip.
I'll come later.
I'll need his help here, the doctor firmly mentioned. George hesitated briefly, then left the room and closed the door behind him. The doctor withdrew scissors from his bag and cut Sarah's sleeve from wrist to elbow.
I'm going to examine you now, my dear. I warn you, it might smart a bit.
Briggs approached the bed and took hold of her other hand. The doctor touched her wrist.
Does this hurt?
Yes. The doctor's grip inched up a little.
How about this?
Sarah's whole body wrenched. Yes, she replied through clenched teeth. The doctor felt around a bit more, then glanced up at Briggs.
It's broken, all right. Judging by the look of her hand, I need to set the bone right now. There's no circulation.
What about something for the pain? Briggs asked.
No time to wait for it to take effect. She could lose her hand. Grab her arm, right here.
Sarah steeled herself while Briggs moved around the bed and took hold. The doctor gripped her wrist and felt around with his fingers.
This is going to hurt, Mrs. Brickman, but I'll do it as quickly as I can.
Suddenly, he yanked. Sarah cried out. Briggs held onto her arm, fighting back the urge to shove the doctor away. He was pushing and pulling and twisting her arm with all his might. Sarah writhed in agony on the bed. Briggs had to hold her down. "Please stop," Sarah cried. "I can't take it." The doctor let go and stepped back, wiped his forehead with his sleeve. Sarah squirmed on the bed, grimacing in pain.
"Did you do it?"
Briggs asked. The doctor shook his head, his brows drawn together with concern.
"I couldn't set it in place. There's a lot of swelling. I'll give her a break, then I'll have to try again."
The doctor went to the door and called down the stairs.
"George, do you have any whiskey?"
Briggs leaned over Sarah and brushed her hair off her forehead. She was lying still now, a thin film of moisture covering her face. George hurried into the room with a bottle.
"Is everything all right?"
"I'm still setting the bone," the doctor replied, taking the whiskey from George. He tipped it over Sarah's mouth, and she gulped down as much as she could.
"Very good. Let's try again."
He handed the bottle back to George. "Please, not yet," Sarah said.
"I'm sorry, Mrs. Brickman, but your hand."
He nodded at Briggs to take her arm again and hold it steady. "Courage now." Briggs's gut turned over at the sight of her, gritting her teeth and squeezing her eyes shut. Tears spilled onto her cheeks as she prepared herself. The doctor yanked against Briggs's hold. Sarah cried out and contorted in pain. Horrified at the degree of physical strength he had to use against the doctor's twisting and pulling, Briggs prayed for it to be over quickly. Finally, the doctor set the bone in place, and Sarah sagged against Briggs in relief. "George, get me the splints in my bag." Doc Green wrapped Sarah's arm while she rested her cheek on Briggs's shoulder. He leaned down and kissed the top of her head. "It's over now, love." She nodded weakly. "Can you give her something now, Doc?" Briggs asked. "Yes, I'll give her some morphine." A short while later, Sarah closed her eyes and went to sleep. Briggs buried his face in his hand. God help him if anything ever happened to her. He couldn't go through that again. Briggs and Dr. Green went downstairs to the kitchen where George was boiling water for tea. "Will she be all right?" George asked. "She'll be sore for a while," Doc answered, "but she'll survive. And she'll keep her hand." "That's a relief. Would you like to stay for tea, Doc?" "No, thank you. I have to get home." Briggs showed him to the door. "I guess you heard about the locusts," he said quietly. Dr. Green nodded and laid a sympathetic hand on his shoulder. "We're a bit hard up at the moment, but we've got butter in the wagon if that'll do until I can pay you what I owe." The doctor held up his hand. "I know you're a man of your word, Briggs. Pay me when you can." Briggs nodded, appreciating the doctor's generosity. At least he had the necklace to sell. After the doctor drove away, Briggs went to the kitchen and sat down, his legs giving out on him suddenly. He'd been strong upstairs for Sarah, but now all he wanted to do was down some of that whiskey himself. He looked up at George. "So, what is it you wanted to talk to me about?" George poured 2 cups of tea and carried them to the table. "I think you'd better sit down, because I had a visitor the other day." "Who was it?" George paused. "Isabel." Briggs said nothing for a moment. He simply raised the teacup to his lips, trying not to appear shaken or to reveal that the mere mention of her name made him feel angry. "What did she want?" "Are you ready for this?" Briggs wasn't sure he was, but he nodded anyway. "Her husband ran off with a barmaid from the Comique Theater." Briggs set the china cup down on the saucer and let out a breath. "Is this supposed to matter to me?" George slumped back in his chair. "I don't know. I thought it might, but I'm pleased to see that it doesn't." Briggs frowned at him. "What did you expect?" George shrugged. "A part of me thought you might dash out the door to let her cry on your shoulder." Briggs shifted in his chair. "No, because I have a wife upstairs that I care about. Very much. And why are you looking at me like that?" George rubbed his chin. "I don't know. I guess I'm just surprised." Briggs set down his cup with a clatter and stood. "I don't care about what's happening to Isabel, George. I'm sorry for her, but that's all." Briggs entered the quiet, dimly lit bedroom and climbed into bed next to Sarah. She was flat on her back, sleeping soundly. With that dose of morphine, the doctor said she probably wouldn't wake until morning. Briggs reached out and let his hand rest gently upon hers. A swell of deep regret erupted within him. If he could have traded places with her tonight, he would have without hesitation. He would have done anything to spare her that suffering. He leaned up on one elbow to look at her lovely face, peaceful at last, then kissed her lightly on the lips. Strange to think he was married to Sarah because of Isabel. He had never imagined anything good would come of her breaking their engagement, but looking back on it, it was the very thing that had forced him to place a passionless advertisement in a newspaper that in the end had brought him Sarah. Isabel had been here to see George. Why? What had she said to him? Downstairs, the news had startled Briggs. He had worked hard to appear indifferent and hadn't permitted himself to ask any questions. He cupped his forehead with his hand and closed his eyes, dreading the possibility that he might see her again in town. He would, of course, be polite, but there was no question that it would be awkward. On the other hand, if her visit with George was simply a courtesy, there was nothing to worry about. He stared through the darkness at the ceiling, listening to Sarah's steady breathing beside him. If Isabel held on to some hope that he would take her back again, she would have to learn straight away that he was married to someone else now, and he had no intention of breaking his vows. Isabel would have to learn that what once existed between them was dead and buried. Sarah woke the next morning, her arm throbbing. She groaned and remembered the horrors of the night before, the doctor pulling and twisting. It was like something out of a nightmare. She'd never endured anything so physically painful in all her life, and it seemed the pain intended to stay a while. She listened to voices downstairs. Briggs and George were talking, but she could not make out what they were saying. Feeling thirsty, she noticed a glass of water on the bedside table, but when she reached for it, she accidentally knocked it over. It fell to the floor and broke. Drat! She tried to rise but felt sick and dizzy and flopped back down onto the bed. A knock sounded at the door. When she didn't answer, it opened and Briggs walked in. "Are you all right?" He shut the door behind him and crossed the room. "I feel terrible, actually, like I've been trampled all over again this morning." "No wonder. The doctor gave you quite a dose of whiskey last night, and morphine. How's your arm?" "Sore." He reached up to sweep a tendril of hair away from her eyes. Despite her rolling stomach, her body calmed at his touch, and she felt her love for him explode in her heart. "We don't have to go anywhere until you're feeling better," he said. "George says we can stay as long as we need to." "What about the plowing?" "That can wait a few days, and Frank will take care of the milking until we get back. The important thing is that you get well." "I feel like such a nuisance. I've caused you nothing but trouble." Briggs caressed her face tenderly and gave her a reassuring smile. "Hardly." Sarah sighed with contentment. "You don't have to stay here just because of me. You could go back and finish your work, and I'll come when I'm better. I'll be fine, really." But in all honesty, she didn't want to be away from him, not even for a single day, because she longed for his touch constantly. Just to be in the same room with him now was the best medicine she could ask for. He was so handsome, so appealing to her in every way. He distracted her from the pain and whatever other hardships might lay ahead. "I wouldn't think of it," he replied. "The doc said you'll be feeling better in a couple of days. You'll just have to take it easy for a while. I'll look after the milking when we get back, and I'm sure Martha would be more than happy to help out." Sarah smiled appreciatively. "Did he run the errands?" "Not yet. I'll go after breakfast." He stood up to leave. "Can I get you anything?" "No, but you'll need this." She reached into her skirt pocket and dug out the wrinkled letter to Garrison. He moved to take it, but she didn't let go right away. "I'll feel a lot better when I know you've sent it." She finally released it and dropped her hand to her side. He bent to kiss her again and walked out. Bells jingled when Briggs opened the door to the general store and postal office, anxious to send the letter to Garrison and put all that behind them. But as he approached the counter, every man, woman, and child seemed to stop what they were doing and fix their eyes on him. He had a funny feeling the whole town knew about Isabel's latest tragedy. He walked to the postal wicket with his head down. "Morning, Roger." Roger Crosby sniffed and blew his nose. He'd lost some hair since the last time Briggs had seen him. "Morning, Briggs. Haven't seen you around in a while." "I've been busy on the claim. You heard about the locusts, I reckon." "It's a darn shame. Folks are having a rough time." He turned around and began sorting through a pile of letters. "There's something here from Martha Whitaker. Came in just this morning. You want to take it?" "Sure." Briggs dug into his pocket for the letter to Garrison and tapped it on the counter. "Anything else I can do for you today?" Roger asked. Briggs handed him the letter. "Yes, you can post this to Boston." Cupping one lens of his spectacles between his thumb and forefinger, Roger studied the address. "Boston, you say?" "Yes." "Are you certain? Because there's a Garrison McPhee right here in town." Briggs felt the walls begin to close in around him. "You sure? Maybe it's a different Garrison McPhee." "Possibly, but this one just arrived from Boston a few days ago. In fact, he came in to hand-deliver that letter Martha picked up. Is he a relation?" Briggs turned to walk out, his boots pounding heavily across the floorboards. "No, he's most definitely not." "You don't want to post that letter?" Roger called after him.
"Nope," Briggs replied as he pushed through the door and felt his vision turn red. "I'll hold on to it for now."
Chapter 22. Walking back to George's house, Briggs fought to keep his anger in check. Sarah didn't know about Garrison's presence in town. At least he didn't think so. God only knew what was in that letter she burned. As he walked, he had to force his suspicions down and try not to assume the worst. He had to trust that she had told him the truth about everything and that she had no idea Garrison had followed her here. And heaven help the man if he tried to see her or talk to her. After what he did to Sarah, it would take every ounce of self-control Briggs possessed not to beat the despicable worm to a bloody pulp. As Briggs approached George's house, he considered what he was going to say if Sarah asked if he'd posted the letter. He stopped on the covered veranda for a moment and stared down at the unpainted wood planks under his boots. Laughter from the kitchen startled him. Sarah was feeling better, it seemed. Briggs pulled the screen door open and walked in to find her sipping tea with her shawl pulled over her arm in the splint, listening to George tell the story of how Briggs had bloodied little Charlie Tompkins' nose 20 years ago. Briggs moved into the room. The laughter died away. George slid his chair back and stood.
"Briggs, we were just talking about you."
"I gathered that." He looked down at his wife's curious face and shrugged out of his coat.
"You were saying?"
George cleared his throat.
I was just telling Sarah why no one calls you Arthur."
Briggs glanced from George to Sarah and back at George again. The two of them looked like children caught spying on their teacher before school. Briggs draped his buckskin coat over the back of a chair.
"Little Charlie Tompkins was in bad need of a bloody nose. In fact, he told me afterwards it cleared up his head cold."
George and Sarah glanced at each other, then began to laugh. Briggs backed up against the dry sink, watching them and wondering how he was going to tell his injured wife that her former betrothed, who had abused her unforgivably, was here in town, and that her current husband wanted to hunt him down and give him far worse than a mere bloody nose. Rubbing the back of his neck, he eyed his coat pocket and saw the top corner of the letter peeking out. It wouldn't be long before Sarah saw it too and asked why he hadn't posted it. "I guess you noticed I'm feeling better," she said cheerfully. "My arm is still sore, but I think I just needed to eat something. If you wanted to go home today, I think I could manage it." Go home. She wouldn't want to leave so soon if she'd come here expecting to see Garrison. That provided Briggs with some relief. They could drive straight out of town and be long gone before he even mentioned Garrison to her. He'd eventually have to tell her, of course. He only hoped it wouldn't matter.
"Sure, we could leave today," he said, "only if you're certain you feel well enough."
Sarah stood up with care. "I think so. Did you run all the errands? You weren't gone very long."
"I still have a few things left to do."
He thought mainly about the necklace and the blankets they needed, and maybe having a word or two with a particular worm from Boston if he could find him. "We could run the errands on the way out of town," Sarah suggested, "if someone would help me gather my things." Briggs reluctantly agreed, knowing that if Sarah was with him, he couldn't very well track Garrison down. Wondering what to do, he watched her go upstairs, then felt the weight of George's curious stare.
"What's the matter?"
Briggs asked. George cocked his head.
"Nothing. You just look bothered." "Wouldn't you be if your horse trampled your wife?"
"I suppose," George replied, as if he wasn't convinced that was the problem. Sarah let Briggs assist her into the wagon, but with the movement of vehicle as they lurched forward came a stabbing pain in her arm, all the way up to her shoulder. She suppressed the urge to complain about it, wondering if she'd made a mistake in suggesting they travel home today. She had honestly felt better at the time. She just hadn't imagined how difficult it would be to climb into the wagon with one arm in a splint. Briggs climbed up beside her and freed the brake. They waved to George, who was out on the veranda leaning on the railing. Then they rolled down the dusty street toward the business district. A few minutes later, they were driving along Front Street, passing other wagons, carriages, and roaming livestock. The street seemed to play music, like a grand orchestra of clip-clops, jangling harnesses, cowbells, and nickering horses.
"We'll stop in at Wright's to sell the butter and eggs,"
Briggs said, pulling the wagon to a halt out front.
But why don't you stay here and wait for me?" She knew it would be painful to get in and out, but she also knew the trip home would leave her sitting in the wagon for many hours to come.
"I'd prefer to go with you."
He agreed and helped her down, withdrew the wooden box from the back, then led the way into the store. The door swung closed behind Sarah, and she stood for a moment looking at everything from saddles and rifles to barrels of salt and molasses, canned goods, ashes for soap making, and bolts of calico fabric. Customers roamed around, inspecting items and chattering constantly, and the air was thick with the scents of tobacco, spices, and leather. Briggs made his way to the counter and set the box down. "Morning, Austin." "Briggs." He glanced over Briggs's shoulder at Sarah, who approached and linked her arm through his. "This is my wife, Sarah Brigman. Sarah, this is Austin Moore."
"It's a pleasure to meet you."
"Likewise. I don't recall seeing you in town before. You must be from away."
"That's right. I'm from—"
"She's from out east,"
Briggs finished for her. Bewildered, Sarah slid him a look, but he was already changing the subject, and she could only guess that he didn't want folks to know that he'd ordered her like a catalog item.
"We have some butter and eggs here,"
Briggs continued. While Sarah watched the transaction take place, a cowboy approached and leaned on the counter beside her. He held soiled brown gloves in his hands, and Sarah wondered uncomfortably how long it had been since the man had taken a bath. She raised a gloved finger under her nose, then, unexpectedly, she gagged. Briggs immediately turned his attention to her.
"You all right?"
Eyes watering, she quickly nodded, unable to speak for fear of gagging again. "I just need some air. I'll wait outside." She hurried to the door.
"What about picking out the blankets?"
Without turning back, she replied, "You can choose them." Outside, she sucked in a mouthful of fresh air. Well, as fresh as could be expected with the stockyard less than a mile away. At least the gagging sensation had passed. Sarah walked leisurely along the boardwalk to the wagon and climbed awkwardly onto the seat while favoring her sore arm. She sat down and spread her shawl over her legs, waiting. Wagons and buggies rattled by, the gentlemen tipping their hats at her, ladies smiling. On horseback, cowboys trotted down the center of the wide street. Just then, a familiar voice spoke from behind.
"Well, well, what a coincidence."
Her body exploding with shock and apprehension, Sarah stared straight ahead, praying she was imagining things, because she would know that voice anywhere. But unfortunately for her, the voice was real. Garrison moved into her line of vision and tipped his elegant top hat at her.
"That arm must be awfully painful if you're going to let your husband choose your bedding," he said. "Aren't you worried he'll choose the wrong color?"
Briggs stared blankly at the pile of blankets for sale. There were gray ones, red ones, and blue ones. He wondered what Sarah would prefer. Something like the red blanket she had hung in their house, or something different. What did it matter? All he needed was something to keep them warm at night, in the big, comfortable feather bed he intended to build for them very soon. Besides, he'd kept her waiting long enough. Briggs chose a red one and a blue one and proceeded to the counter. He had to wait a moment while the lady ahead of him paid for her dry goods. At last, he stepped up and set down the blankets.
"I'll take these." "Fine. I gave you a credit for the butter. Tell your wife I already sold half of it. She'll be pleased to hear it."
He thought of how worried she'd been that no one would want the butter. He couldn't wait to tell her. Right after that, he'd deliver the news about Garrison and hope that she wouldn't care, that she'd simply want to go home. Sarah slid across the hard seat, away from Garrison, but winced in pain. "What are you doing here?" She watched helplessly as he leaned against the side of Briggs's wagon and crossed one ankle over the other. He brushed a fleck of dust off the shoulder of his black coat. Panic, raw and icy, froze her to the seat. He removed his hat.
"What do you think I'm doing here? I came to take you home, where you belong."
"How did you find me?"
"It wasn't difficult. Didn't you get my letter? The train master in Boston was very cooperative, and once I got here, well, this town is exactly what I imagined it would be. It seems everyone knows everyone else's business."
"Then you must know that I'm married," she said with a note of warning in her voice. "His name is Briggs, and he'll be out of the store any minute now."
"Yes, I know about Briggs, the heartbroken farmer. Sad story, that is."
"You don't know anything about it," she practically spat. "Or about him." Garrison's expression was one of pained tolerance.
"Aren't you forgetting something?"
Sarah stared at him, unable to speak. He leaned toward her, his eyes calculating and sinister.
"You must realize that your marriage to that man isn't legal."
The panic she had felt when Garrison had bound her to the chair in the hotel room began to creep up on her, causing her heartbeat to accelerate. "It is legal. It was done at the courthouse."
Garrison shook his head as if he considered her to be a fool. "I'm assuming you didn't tell him about us."
"It's none of your business what my husband and I discuss."
"Your husband? You say it with such conviction. Makes me want to laugh, Sarah."
She leaned toward him and spoke heatedly through gritted teeth. "Make no mistake about it. After what you did to me, I hate you, Garrison. If you ever lay a hand on me again, I'll report you and everything I know about you to the authorities. But you should know that that would be a far better fate than what my husband would do to you if he catches you talking to me. So just leave us alone. Don't ever contact me again."
Garrison strolled to the front of the wagon and stroked Jem's forelock. "Looks like someone developed a backbone since her arrival here. Did Briggs beat that into you?"
"He would never!"
Garrison scoffed. "How much longer are you going to keep this up, Sarah?"
When she gave no reply, he returned to her side and rested his hand on the wagon seat. Sarah slid across, away from him, to avoid his touch.
"Perhaps I deserve the cold shoulder," he said gently and apologetically,
in that charismatic voice that had wooed her in the beginning and had made her feel as if he truly cared about her happiness.
"But I told you I was sorry for not explaining everything sooner. You know I love you more than anyone. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever known. I want you to come home. Put all this foolishness behind us."
"I'm not going anywhere with you," she firmly told him. "I'm with Briggs now."
He gave her a look. "Surely you couldn't love a farmer who makes you live in a house made of dirt. You're better than that."
He glanced at the splint on her arm.
"Besides, it looks like he doesn't treat you very well."
"He didn't do this. Unlike you, he would never hurt me."
Garrison shook his head at her. "As you say. But with all that aside, I'm your true husband, Sarah, and I mean to remind you of that."
Sarah's vision clouded with fury. "Don't you dare remind me of anything. You are not my husband. Our marriage was never legal. It was completely meaningless." She leaned forward and realized too late that she'd attracted some attention. Quickly, she sat back.
"Come home with me, Sarah. It's time to stop this."
"I told you I'm not going, and I'm warning you."
"Warning me, are you?" He chuckled. "I should think you know better than to threaten me."
Despite the pain it caused, she climbed down the other side of the wagon to get away from him.
"Where are you going?"
Garrison calmly asked, following her to the boardwalk. "Away from you." An unexpected raindrop landed on her cheek.
"But we're not finished yet."
"Oh, yes, we are." She heard the sound of his footfalls on the boardwalk behind her and felt her dander continue to rise.
"If I thought we were done," he said, "would I have come all this way to find you? To make sure you're keeping your mouth shut?"
Sarah stopped, recognizing the threatening, manipulative tone she'd thought she had escaped. An unpleasant chill shivered through her as rain suddenly fell from the sky in a torrential deluge, pattering on the overhang above them. She moved into a doorway. "Get out of my sight, Garrison."
"You know I can't. I love you too much. I live for nothing else."
"That's rubbish." She knew this was another one of his great performances. She may have fallen for it before, but she was no longer that same naive young woman. Garrison glanced toward the wagon parked outside the mercantile.
"Oh, look, your farmer has finished his shopping."
Sarah's stomach exploded with apprehension. Part of her wanted to call for Briggs and tell him what was happening, but Briggs would most certainly blow a gasket. He'd go after Garrison, and knowing Garrison, Briggs could end up dead. Briggs stopped just outside the store, saw the empty wagon, then glanced up and down the street. Her stomach in knots, Sarah watched Briggs pause while waiting for the pedestrians on the boardwalk to clear. His golden hair blew across his face. The brown fringe on his coat whipped in the misty wind.
"Will you introduce us?" Garrison asked.
Sarah shot him a glare. "He doesn't want to meet you."
"I doubt that. I think he'll want to meet me. Very much so."
Just then, Briggs looked in her direction. He stood motionless, staring at her. Sarah felt as if she were choking.
"Oh, good. He's seen us," Garrison said cheerfully.
Sarah wondered if she should run to Briggs before Garrison had a chance to say anything. She had to try. She could not let him find out this way. When Briggs started toward her, she made a move, but Garrison closed his fist around her good arm and jerked her back to him. She winced in pain.
"Not so fast, love," he breathed into her ear. "I want to meet your latest husband."
Chapter 23. Sarah felt as if she were standing on the edge of a cliff, teetering, about to be pushed over the side. Setting the wooden box full of supplies in the back of the wagon, Briggs walked sternly toward them, not once releasing Sarah from his intense, green-eyed gaze. Thunder rumbled somewhere in the distance, and rain poured like a curtain from the slanted awning above. Time seemed to slow down as Briggs neared. Sarah tried to take a step forward, but Garrison tugged her back again. He'd always been brazen, but this was beyond belief. Briggs arrived with a frown, a muscle twitching at his jaw.
"Sarah?"
She shook her head frantically, trying to tell him with her eyes that she hadn't planned this, that Garrison was her enemy, and that she had not known he'd follow her all the way from Boston. Briggs's eyes shifted to Garrison. She felt the grip on her arm loosen. She immediately moved closer to Briggs.
"I don't believe we've been properly introduced," Garrison said, holding out his hand. "You must be Arthur, but I hear they call you Briggs. I'm Garrison McPhee. I've heard a lot about you."
Briggs glanced down at Sarah. Her heart tightened with dread. This was her worst nightmare come true.
"It seems we have a great deal in common," Garrison remarked, lowering his hand when Briggs refused to shake it. "I doubt that," Briggs said. "What do you want?" "What do I want? I should think that's obvious."
Briggs set the box down on the boardwalk and took a step forward, crowding Garrison up against the wall. Sarah had not known her husband to be a violent man, but at this moment she saw another side of him and wasn't sorry if it meant Garrison would feel intimidated, or possibly get punched in the nose. And yet she feared for Briggs's safety, because Garrison possessed no scruples. He might have a gun or a knife up his sleeve.
"Don't worry, Sarah," Garrison said. "He just wants to intimidate me." "Damn right I do."
Briggs said nothing more. Seconds of taut silence passed until Sarah touched her husband's arm. "Briggs, let's just go home. He's not worth it." At first, Briggs didn't respond. Then, thankfully, he stepped back, but not without saying his piece.
"I know what you did to her, you slimy bastard. So why don't you go back where you came from before I tear you limb from limb?"
Garrison raised a haughty eyebrow.
"I didn't travel all this way to be bullied by you." "I don't care what you came for," Briggs said, turning away. "You're not to speak to my wife ever again. Do you understand me?"
The challenge between them hung in the air while the rain beat down on the overhang. Sarah's heart thumped wildly in her chest. Her breaths came in quick, short gasps. Sarah shot a look toward Garrison, begging him with her eyes. "Please don't say anything more. Just let us go." A slow, crooked smile played across his face.
"Your wife? I think you're mistaken about that, sir."
"Briggs, let's just go." Sarah tried to drag him away, but Garrison followed. Briggs jabbed a finger at him.
"No, you're mistaken, you foul piece of trash, because Sarah and I were married at the courthouse a month ago."
Garrison shook his head.
"You may have signed your name on the dotted line, but she still isn't your wife." "Why the hell not?"
Garrison's dark eyes narrowed, and Sarah feared she might faint dead away at her husband's feet.
"Because she's mine."
Briggs felt as if he'd been struck across the back with a wooden plank. He laughed once, thinking this conversation absurd, but somewhere beneath the denial, he knew something was wrong. He tried to make sense of it, wanting nothing more than to believe his wife over this gutter scoundrel. But all his thoughts were becoming scrambled. For some reason, and it shamed him to admit it, his instinct moved him to doubt Sarah.
"You don't look as surprised as I thought you might," Garrison said with interest. "No more arguments?"
Briggs felt Sarah's uneasy presence at his side. "Let me explain," she pleaded.
"Let me explain?"
He couldn't bring himself to look at her. He knew he should hear her out, but he just couldn't listen right now.
"There's nothing to explain," Garrison said. "It's quite simple. She married me, then perhaps a little hastily, she married you. Fickle little thing, isn't she?"
Briggs wanted to say something, anything, but words would not come. He heard Sarah's voice like a distant echo. "Briggs, please listen to me." He cut her off by holding up his hand and speaking to Garrison.
"I have a marriage certificate."
Garrison dug into his breast pocket.
"How brilliant. So do I."
He unfolded a piece of paper and held it up.
"See for yourself."
The print blurred before Briggs's eyes. He saw Sarah's signature and Garrison's. A sickening lump settled in his gut.
"See,"
Garrison said, but Briggs could not see. He could not accept this. Sarah was his. They'd spent the past month together on his farm, working together, learning to trust each other, growing to love each other. They'd made promises. "Briggs, there's so much more to this that you don't know about," Sarah said, her voice desperate. "If you'd only let me explain." Finally, he met her gaze. All he saw was the woman who had hidden secrets from him on their wedding day. He had asked her if she loved this man, and she had said yes at the time. Now, to learn that she had actually married him? Sarah touched his shoulder, but he shrugged her hand away. "Please, Briggs." He could not stay here. He had to leave. If he didn't, he might say or do something he'd come to regret. He hopped down into the street, his boots splashing into a puddle. He felt the cold, hard rain battering against his hat as he tried to make sense of what he'd just learned. If this man was Sarah's true husband, that meant the past month on his farm with her was nothing but a charade. Truthfully, it wasn't all that surprising. He'd been expecting something like this from the beginning. When had love ever remained? When had it not been taken away from him? Briggs climbed into the wagon and gathered up the reins, staring straight ahead. He flicked water into the air as a damp chill invaded his clothing. Raindrops trickled from his eyelashes onto his cheeks. As he started to pull away, he heard a muffled cry from somewhere beyond his barely functioning consciousness. He tried to block it out, but it cut through his pain and wrath like a blade.
"Don't look back,"
he told himself over and over as he turned the wagon toward home. But the scream punctured his resolve yet again. He pulled the horses to a halt. He sat there paralyzed, water streaming down his face. He felt like he was surrounded by a thick fog and couldn't find his way forward. The muffled screams were coming at him from somewhere outside this debilitating stupor. Sarah. She was crying for him to come back. He swung around in the seat. Garrison was dragging her by her broken arm, pulling her along the boardwalk while she struggled and pleaded for help. Good God. What was wrong with him? Leaping from the wagon, Briggs sprinted toward them. His boots splashed through the mud. Rain battered his face, but he felt none of it as he flew up onto the boardwalk. Sarah was shouting and causing a scene. She turned back just as Briggs overtook them and punched Garrison in the face. Garrison stumbled backwards onto the boardwalk. The whole world went quiet and still as Briggs took hold of Sarah's good hand and led her toward the wagon. He scooped her up into his arms, set her onto the seat, and in a matter of seconds, he was flicking the reins again, and the horses were galloping away, mud splattering everywhere. Sarah tried to control her tears, but she couldn't. Cold rain struck her cheeks as they sped into the wind. Sobbing, gasping for breath, she clung to the side of the wagon as they skidded around a corner. She said a silent thank you that Briggs had come back for her. Turning her gaze toward him, she wondered miserably if it even mattered. He was staring straight ahead, all emotion gone from his dark expression. Yes, he had rescued her from Garrison, but had he lost all feeling for her in the process? "Briggs, I'm so sorry," she shouted over the noise of the clattering hooves.
"Why didn't you tell me about that?" he said. "Is it true? Did you actually marry him?"
"It's complicated," she tried to explain. "I didn't tell you because, at first, I was afraid you wouldn't take me. Then, after our wedding night, I was afraid you'd send me back. Then I fell in love with you, and I didn't want you to know. I was ashamed of how stupid I was."
"Ashamed? Feeling embarrassed or remorseful is the least of your problems, Sarah. There's the law to consider here. Do you not know that bigamy is illegal?" He focused on the road ahead and slapped the reins. "Yah!"
Sarah swiveled in the seat to face him, clutched his sleeve in her fist. "You haven't given me a chance to explain what happened, and can you honestly say you wouldn't have sent me away after our wedding night if you knew? You almost left me behind just now, after everything we'd been through these past few weeks. I thought we'd fixed things. I thought there was hope for us, but you almost left me behind."
"I'm not the one who should be defending myself," he said. "You are."
"If you'd given me a chance to speak back there, I would have told you what really happened. Now I'm not even sure it makes any difference."
She saw the muscle in his jaw tighten. After a few seconds, he pulled the reins and slowed the horses to a walk, then met her gaze and studied her face. "What do you mean? What really happened?"
Sarah wiped the wetness from her cheeks. "It's not as simple as Garrison made it out to be. I didn't just marry him and then marry you. I wouldn't do that."
"Are you telling me you're divorced, or that you had it annulled?"
She shook her head, wishing it could be so. "No, but when I married you, I honestly believed I was free to do so."
He pulled the wagon to a stop on the edge of town. "What are you trying to tell me?"
"That my marriage to Garrison was never a true one."
"Why not?"
"Because he already had a wife. Our wedding was a sham. He was just trying to trick me and use me."
Briggs sat stone still, blinking from the rain. "You mean he is guilty of bigamy?"
"Yes, but I didn't know that when I married him. He told me on our wedding night just after we'd—"
Briggs held up a hand to stop her. "Why didn't you tell me this before? If you were innocent, you could have reported him. It could have been straightened out before you ever came here."
"You wouldn't have wanted me if you knew. And besides that, Garrison threatened me. He said if I told anyone, he'd say I knew what I was doing, that I was a con artist just like him. Then I saw your ad, and I had the chance for a decent life with an honest man, someone I could respect and start a family with. I didn't think I'd ever get the chance to have those things if anyone knew about my past. I thought if I could keep the whole thing a secret, at least until some time had gone by, I could straighten things out later. But I made a mistake when I got on the train in Boston. I should have used a different name or disguised myself."
"You make it sound as if your only mistake was in getting caught."
She shook her head. "I don't expect you to understand. I wish I could go back and undo everything." They sat in silence a moment, both of them soaking wet. Sarah couldn't stop her teeth from chattering.
"So what does this mean?"
Briggs asked, looking down at the leather lines he squeezed in his big hands.
"Are we married or aren't we?"
She didn't want to answer that question, but she knew if she wasn't completely honest with him now, all would be lost. The time for secrets had come to an end. "I'm not sure of anything anymore."
He turned to her. "Why should I believe you after what you've kept from me?"
"Because I love you, Briggs," she replied. "You know I do. Surely you felt it. We've come so far together. I was just so afraid you would be disappointed in me and stop loving me." He bowed his head. "In my heart, I'm your wife," she continued. "You're the only man I will ever love. Isn't that what's most important?"
He frowned and shook his head. "You tell me that you love me, but all along you knew you were lying to me. What kind of love can there be without trust?"
"Briggs."
"No, you have to answer me. How do you expect me to respond to all this? How do you expect me to love you now when I don't have the slightest idea who you really are?"
Sarah shuddered at his disillusioned tone. "You say there can't be love without trust, But I trust you with my life.
He tore his gaze away from her. Maybe that's because I never lied to you.
With growing resentment, Sarah thought about everything they'd been through, how she'd been treated after their wedding night, how Briggs had been so punishing toward her. Never lied to me? What about Isabel? You didn't tell me any of that. I had to find out from Martha.
That has nothing to do with this.
Why not?
Because it wasn't the same. I didn't lie about Isabel. I just never mentioned her. There was no point.
Sarah felt her blood quicken in her veins. It was exactly the same. And yes, there was a point. She was the reason you sent for me. I was just a way for you to forget her. You were using me just as much as I was using you.
Briggs squeezed the reins in his hands.
I know you weren't over her when you married me, Sarah went on. So if Garrison finds a way to destroy what we have, will you order another wife and forget about me too? As if the past month never happened?
Of course not. Briggs's voice was low and controlled.
If you were truly over Isabel, Sarah continued, you wouldn't fight so hard against trusting me or loving me. He dropped the reins and stood up in the wagon, towering over Sarah.
I told you, that has nothing to do with this. I am over her. I'm just not over the...
It was as if he was only now understanding the emotions he'd worked so hard to ignore all this time. The what? She pressed him.
His tone softened. The fact that the people I care about always get taken away. They leave, or they die.
He sat down again, and his expression was completely open.
I watched my family die, Sarah, right in front of my eyes. My mother, my father, my baby sisters, and little brother. There was nothing I could do to stop it, and I thought I was going to die too. I don't know why I was spared.
Fighting tears, Sarah covered his hands with hers. Oh, Briggs.
I didn't want to love you, he said. I worked hard not to, but then I gave myself permission to hope, and now I find out that you were never mine to begin with.
I am yours, Briggs, she said. I've been yours since the moment we walked into the courthouse and you made me feel safe and cared for, as if everything was going to be all right.
He bowed his head. But you were Garrison's before you were mine. You spoke vows. You promised to love him until death parted you. Did you really believe you would? Did it mean anything to you when you said it?
Ashamed, she tried to find a way to answer him, but how could she when she didn't even know the answer herself?
Did you?
Briggs pressed. Unable to look him in the eye, she nodded. I wrongly believed in him, and perhaps, if he had turned out to be a good man, I would still be with him.
You promised him a lifetime.
She quickly looked up. And you promised me one, too, when you didn't know me at all. Briggs did not respond. He simply stared at the gray horizon, blurred with rain and mist, while he considered everything. Please believe me, Sarah said. I thought I was free to marry you. I was certain my marriage to Garrison was not valid, and over the past month I've grown closer to you than I ever was to him. To anyone.
The past month. Briggs gazed up at her despondently. And all that time, I never really knew who you were.
His tone sent a chill down her spine. But you know now, she said. I promise you, you know everything.
Maybe so, he said uncertainly.
Panic shot through her as he picked up the reins and flicked them against the horses' broad backs, turning them around. Where are we going? She asked.
Back to see George, he replied. He's a solicitor, and I want to know what's real and what isn't, at least in the eyes of the law.
Chapter 24. Each of them drenched to the core with rain, Sarah and Briggs pulled into George's yard. They had not spoken a word since Briggs had turned the wagon around. Without waiting for him to assist her, Sarah climbed down and hurried toward the front door to escape the downpour. Her arm ached and throbbed with every move she made, but the pain in her heart was worse by a long shot. She pulled the front door open and, shivering, entered the warm, dry house. George met her in the front hall.
Sarah, you're soaked. Come in by the stove. He led her into the kitchen. Where's Briggs?
The front door squeaked open, and she heard her husband's boots tap against the step. George immediately went to meet him.
"What's wrong with you?" he demanded. "Sarah could have caught her death out there."
As much as she could tell from the kitchen, Briggs didn't answer. She wondered if he even cared. He walked into the room and didn't waste a single second on civilities.
"George, we have a legal problem and we need your help."
George followed behind Briggs and gave Sarah a questioning glance.
"Maybe we should go into the parlor."
Briggs gestured for Sarah to lead the way. She went in and sat on the sofa in front of the window, and George handed her a blanket that was draped over the back of a chair. He helped her wrap it around her shoulders.
"I suppose you should be the one to explain it," Briggs said. "You know what happened better than I do."
Sarah hesitated, wondering how she would ever get through this. Her stomach felt like it was bleeding fire. "It's something very private, I'm afraid." George removed his spectacles.
"You may be assured of my utmost discretion."
"Thank you." This was proving more difficult than she expected. She kept her eyes lowered. I made a mistake before I married Briggs, and now I'm afraid it's going to ruin everything."
"What sort of mistake?"
She stood and walked to the unlit fireplace, staring numbly at the white china bowl on the mantel. How could she say this to George, her brother-in-law, who had always made her feel so welcome? But if she was going to set things right with her husband, she had to find a way. Closing her eyes, she began. "I was involved with another man before Briggs and I were married, and the involvement progressed to the point of—" Hearing Briggs clear his throat, she stopped, unable to go on. Sarah tried to find the right words, but gave up, deciding there was no respectable way to put it. "I married him." She heard George whistle in shock.
"You're divorced?"
"No, George. That's the problem. I'm not divorced." She faced the two brothers squarely. George merely stared, his mouth agape. Briggs stood in angry silence.
"Sarah, I don't understand,"
George said. "I didn't get the divorce because I never believed the marriage was legal in the first place. I still don't, but I'm not certain. If only I'd had the courage to seek legal advice right away, but I was afraid I'd be arrested." George stopped pacing and shot her a horrified look.
"Arrested? Why?"
"Because he already had a wife." George sank into the rocking chair by the fireplace and rested his forehead in his hand.
"Good God, this is unbelievable. You mean he never divorced his first wife before marrying you?"
"No."
"And he wasn't a widower?"
"No."
"You're telling me you married a bigamist?"
"Yes." George glanced at his brother.
"You knew nothing of this?"
"Not until today," Briggs said, his voice flat. "At first I didn't tell him," Sarah added, "because I was ashamed and afraid that he would turn me away. You have to understand, George, that I had no notion of what I was getting into when I met Garrison. He was charming in the beginning. Then he became very cruel. I had to escape the marriage." Sarah was desperate to salvage whatever was left of George's good opinion of her. "I had no idea he was already married, and now he's followed me to Dodge, and he wants me back. I'm afraid of what he might do if I don't obey him. He told me he'd never let me go, and now he knows that I'm married to Briggs." George sat forward.
"He's here? You spoke to him. Did anyone see you? There's definitely going to be a scandal."
Briggs finally spoke up.
"George, you're missing the point. Are any of her marriages legal?"
His detached tone made Sarah shudder inwardly. George scratched his head.
"I'm not sure." "What do you mean you're not sure?" Briggs shouted. "Law is your profession." "I'd need to see the written documents," George explained, "including those that go along with Garrison's first marriage. And I must be straightforward with you. I've never dealt with a bigamy case before. I'll have to look it up." "How long will that take?"
He thought about it for a moment.
"It's difficult to say. I may have to consult with a colleague."
"Wonderful," Briggs whispered, heading for the door. "Where are you going?" Sarah asked, feeling her courage rush out of her.
"For a walk."
"Can I come with you? We could talk more about this."
"There's nothing more to talk about, and I need to be alone."
He walked out and slammed the door behind him. Briggs sloshed through the mud in town, barely conscious of how deep he was sinking. The rain had stopped, but the dark gray sky prevailed. Looking up at a passing cowboy atop an impressive black horse, Briggs realized with some despair that he'd walked all the way from George's house and couldn't remember anything he'd seen along the way. His head was pounding with tension, his muscles stiff. It pained him to remember the nights he'd spent with Sarah when she had been hiding a part of herself and keeping secrets. Why hadn't she trusted him enough to tell him? Had he been that much of an ogre in the beginning? He supposed with some regret that he had. Just then, someone called his name. Oh God, that voice, that sing-song voice. "Briggs, is that you?" He stopped on the boardwalk. Slowly turning, he did his best to appear indifferent and at ease. "Hello, Isabel." She smiled and moved toward him. He took in her overall appearance, which had not changed since the day she broke off their engagement, except for the fact that she wore an expensive-looking dress he did not recognize. It was bright yellow with a high ruffle collar, sleeves with large frilled cuffs, and a long trained overskirt caught up at the sides in an overabundance of pleated draperies. As for her face, it was as flawless and as shockingly beautiful as he remembered. But then he noticed the lacy parasol, which made no sense on a rainy day like this, and the long suede gloves, jeweled purse and fan. She was, and always had been, completely unsuited to his sod house on the prairie. Hesitantly, he strode toward her. "It's wonderful to see you, Briggs," she said. "You as well." "I heard you were married last month. I had no idea it would make you even more handsome than you already were." He glanced around, wondering how many of the town gossips were feeding on this. "Her name is Sarah," he mentioned. "I know," Isabel replied. "George told me. Congratulations." "Thank you." The dazzling twinkle in her eyes dissolved suddenly. "I suppose he told you about my—" She paused, then glanced around self-consciously. "My situation." Briggs nodded. "I was sorry to hear about that." "And I was sorry that—" She stopped herself, and his desire to hear her out was disturbing, to say the least, because he had no desire to explore the what-might-have-beens. He swallowed the urge to prompt her on, but she did so anyway. "I was sorry that I left Dodge without saying goodbye to you." Briggs stared over her head at nothing in particular. "No worries. It's all in the past now." "I hope you don't feel any bitterness toward me, Briggs. I don't think I could bear it if you did, not after what we once were to each other." He nodded his head and spoke gently. "Like I said, it's in the past." Isabel straightened her shoulders, fiddled with her jeweled purse, and strove to speak with a cheerful, animated tone. "Of course you're right. So much has happened since then. I am so happy you were able to get on with your life." But then her voice quavered. Lord help him. What would he do if she started weeping right there in the street? She'd always been emotional. There was a time when it charmed him because he rather fancied it when she rested her cheek on his shoulder, and it meant he had an excuse to put his arm around her. But today, there was enough turmoil on his plate. "What's she like?" Isabel asked. "George told me she was the exact opposite of me. Dark hair, dark eyes, rather short." Briggs swallowed over a rise of annoyance, because Sarah was so much more than that. "She's very lovely," he replied, wishing she was there at his side, so that Isabel could see that she was not the only beautiful woman in Dodge. Not anymore. "You must be happy," Isabel added. "Is she everything you always wanted?" He stood for a moment, pondering that question, realizing Sarah was not what he'd always wanted. Until recently, Isabel had worn that crown. "She's what I want now," he answered truthfully. Isabel's smile faded. "I see," she stammered. "Well, I do hope we can be friends." "Of course." Her eyes darted to something in the street. Briggs turned to see George approaching in his buggy with Sarah beside him. "Is that her?" Isabel asked. "Yes." "Then I should go. I wouldn't want her to catch us together." He turned to tell her to stay and be introduced, but she was already walking away. He stared after her, watching that familiar gait, feeling no regrets, none whatsoever. He turned again, back to George and Sarah. The buggy pulled up alongside the boardwalk. "What are you two doing here?" he asked. Neither one answered. George merely stared at him, his lips pressed into a thin line. Briggs looked back to see Isabel disappear around a corner, and realized uneasily that Sarah was watching her too. Chapter 25. George jumped down from the buggy.
Sarah needed some fresh air, so we thought we'd go for a drive and look for you.
He frowned with disapproval, then spoke to Sarah.
I'll head over to the office now. Briggs will drive you home.
Slowly, not knowing what to expect, Briggs walked toward her and climbed into the driver's seat. Without a word, he flicked the reins and turned them around. He kept waiting for Sarah to ask him questions or act hurt, accuse him of something, but she didn't say a word. A few minutes later, they pulled up in front of George's house. Briggs set the brake and hopped down. Sarah didn't wait for him to come around and help her. She began to climb out by herself, wincing at the pain in her arm.
Wait, he said, hurrying around the horses. I can help you.
He wrapped his hands around her tiny waist and gently lowered her to the ground. She looked up into his eyes, and there, at last, he saw the question.
It was a chance meeting, he explained, his hands still gripping her waist. I didn't plan it.
She stared at him for a long moment, then said, "Okay, I believe you." Then she turned and walked toward the house.
Sarah, wait.
She climbed the steps. "What?" "I said I believe you." She let the door snap shut behind her. Briggs whipped it open, following.
Just listen, please. I bumped into her. It couldn't have been helped.
Sarah went into the kitchen, poured water into the tea kettle, and set it on the stove.
I wanted to introduce you, but she walked away before I got the chance.
Shaking her head, Sarah set a china cup on the small pine table, then went looking for the sugar bowl. "I told you, it's fine."
"It's not fine."
Briggs couldn't take it anymore. He reached out, touched her good arm, and forced her to face him.
Sarah, despite everything that's happened, I don't want Isabel. You need to know that. Anything I might have felt for her is long dead.
She merely stared up at him and nodded. He pulled her closer, felt her soft body against him, and suddenly wondered why he was the one trying to explain himself when she was the one who had married 2 men in the same month. But none of this made sense, he realized, fearing the loss of her now more than ever, and resenting all these complications that were driving wedge after wedge between them. Farmer Arthur Brigman seeks gentle and peaceful wife for simple life on Kansas prairie. If only it could have been simple. But it wasn't. This was the lot they'd been given, but at least he knew one thing. He wanted no one but Sarah, and if he had anything to say about it, no other man would ever touch her again. Just the thought of it, of that maggot, Garrison McPhee, wanting her, filled him with jealousy and a scorching need to hold on to her, to keep her safe, to possess her completely and not feel this fear that she would be snatched away at any moment. He gazed down at her and took her face in both his hands.
I'm sorry for all this. I wanted it to be easier.
So did I, she replied with sorrow and regret. Briggs lowered his mouth to hers and felt her lips part with longing. The heat and warmth he felt against her mouth was like a balm to his senses. It sent tremors of wanting through his body. Her good hand slid inside his coat, up the length of his chest, and slipped it off over his shoulders. Suddenly he was overcome with desire, and he had to have her, to feel her body writhe with pleasure beneath him, to know she belonged to him and no other. Tearing his coat from his body, he dropped it onto the floor, then scooped Sarah into his arms and carried her up the stairs, taking 2 at a time while she clutched at his neck, kissing his cheek and whispering his name. He kicked the bedroom door open with his boot. It slammed and bounced off the inside wall. He carried her to the bed and gently laid her down, careful not to hurt her injured arm. Her bodice, it had to come off. 1 button, 2 buttons. His fingers trembled uncontrollably with impatience. At last he was unfastening her corset in the front, removing it and sliding her chemise off her shoulders to uncover her beautiful breasts, bare and calling to him. She pulled his head down, and he took what he could into his hungry mouth, more than willing to give her as much pleasure as he was capable of giving. At her urging, he stripped his own shirt from his body, kicked off his boots, and pulled off his trousers. As he came down upon her, naked and reveling in the sensation of her bare flesh against his, she whispered, "I need you so much, Briggs." With one swift thrust of his hips, he entered her. Heavy rain pelted the roof over their heads, roaring steadily as the rhythm of his penetration deepened. They moved together, Sarah digging the nails of her good hand into his back, while Briggs raised himself up on his arms to look down at her. Her face so impossibly beautiful in the murky light of the afternoon rainstorm. He found himself making love to her harder and deeper than ever before, wanting to claim her as his own, to prove that she belonged to him. Soon she reached her peak and cried out as wind shook the window panes. Greedy for his own release, Briggs clenched his jaw as the orgasm came upon him. It trembled through his body, and he felt the hot, throbbing rush of his seed pour into her. For a moment, he couldn't breathe. All he wanted to do was remain there inside her, holding her tight against him, while time stood still all around them. But time would not stand still, he knew. Life didn't work that way. There was so much left to resolve with Sarah, so many secrets and legalities he needed to understand. How long would that take, he wondered, breathing deeply and feeling Sarah also take a deep breath beneath him. His heart tugged in his chest, and he hugged her closer, then wondered when he would ever feel certain of anything again. What if Sarah went to jail for what happened, even though Garrison had tricked her? Allegedly. With that old familiar urge to protect himself, something he thought he had conquered when he started to love Sarah, Briggs rolled off her and sat up. Damp air chilled his skin. "I have to go," he heard himself saying. "I'm sorry. I need to go for a walk or something." "Briggs, please don't go." Sarah sat up and pulled the blanket up to cover herself. He pulled on his trousers, then his shirt. "Where will you go?" she asked. "Why?" "I don't know." He honestly had no idea. All he knew was that his stomach was in knots, and there was a quiet, simmering anger coursing through his blood. "I just need to think." He bent over her, gently brushed her hair away from her eyes with his thumb, kissed her on the forehead, then walked out of the room. What just happened? Sarah wondered uneasily, realizing that she had felt a desperate need for Briggs to make love to her, and in the middle of the afternoon, no less. But after seeing him with Isabel, she had felt possessive and jealous and wanted to prove that he belonged to her and that she was what he wanted. The desire to be held in his arms had been overpowering. She simply had to have him, body and soul, in that moment. So, if that was her motivation, what was his? He'd made love to her more roughly than usual, with all the force of a prairie storm, and she'd seen the carnal need in his eyes. He, too, had wanted her in a way that was different from the other times in their candle-lit sod house. Why? Had he closed his eyes and imagined he was with Isabel? No. He had assured her he didn't want Isabel. Sarah was just feeling insecure and irrational. Suddenly aware of the throbbing sensation in her arm, which she had been completely distracted from while Briggs made love to her, she rose from the bed and awkwardly dressed herself. Then she stood in front of the mirror and straightened her tousled hair. A short while later, Sarah jumped at the sound of the front door opening. Had Briggs returned already? Gathering her skirt in her fist, she moved out into the hall, only to look down from the top stair and see George hanging his overcoat on the hook behind the door. Briggs entered behind him. George peered up at her and removed his fogged spectacles.
"Sarah, are you all right? Your cheeks are flushed."
Embarrassed, she touched each of them with her good hand. "I'm fine. I was just resting. It's rather warm up here." She started down the stairs. "Did you learn anything about the situation?" George folded his spectacles and slid them into his breast pocket.
"Why don't we all go into the kitchen?"
All three of them went in, and Sarah sat at the table while Briggs poured a cup of coffee from the pot on the stove. Pockets of dread burst like spasms under the surface of her skin. All she could do was grit her teeth and prepare herself for the worst. "Please tell me, George. I can't stand this any longer." He stood just inside the door, looking down at her, his hands cupped in front of him like he was about to recite the Lord's Prayer.
"Well, you're married. There's no question there."
"To whom?" she whispered. George nodded at his brother.
"To Briggs."
Sarah leaned back in the chair. "Oh, thank God."
"But there's more."
"More?"
"Yes, I think Briggs should sit down."
Briggs set his cup on the table and sat down across from her.
"The good news is, your marriage, currently, is valid," George told them.
Briggs met her gaze, and she wished she knew what he was thinking. Was it relief she saw in his eyes, or uncertainty? What had he been thinking about during his walk in the rain? That if it turned out he was not truly bound to her by law, it might be easiest to simply part ways and forget all of this ever happened?
"I took some notes," George continued, "and it seems a bigamous marriage is considered void, whether or not either party moves to end it with an annulment or a divorce. So you were right in your assumption that it was invalid, Sarah, when you agreed to marry Briggs."
Sarah nodded, relieved to hear this. "You said there was more," she mentioned, working hard to keep her voice steady.
"Yes."
George reached for a document he had laid on the counter. He put on his spectacles and read some of it over to himself. Those few silent seconds felt more like an eternity. Finally, he set down the page.
"In 1862, an anti-bigamy act was set forth. It's a federal statute making bigamy a criminal activity."
"Will Garrison go to jail?"
"Yes, once he's reported to the proper authorities. But so could you, Sarah."
Heart suddenly racing, she felt Briggs's eyes on her. "But I didn't know," was all she could say.
"That being the case, you would be innocent, of course, but if Garrison says otherwise, do you believe he would try to incriminate you?"
"Yes. He told me if I ever revealed any of this, he would say I knew what I was doing because I wanted his money."
"But you left him without taking anything from him, isn't that right?"
"Of course."
"Then he'd have a difficult time proving you wanted his money."
"So, you think I have nothing to worry about?" Sarah asked, afraid to even hope.
"I would certainly do everything in my power to help you."
Through all this, Briggs said not a single word. His silence troubled Sarah more than anything. "But this is good news," Sarah said to George. "Why are you looking so concerned?"
"Because there is still one other point."
Sarah steadied herself.
"It has to do with your marriage to Briggs."
Briggs leaned back and folded his arms.
"I thought you said our marriage was valid." "I did, but there are some complications."
"Because we didn't know each other?" Sarah asked. "People do that all the time."
"Yes, they do. But in this case, it was more than not knowing each other. There's the issue of fraud."
"Fraud?" Sarah repeated.
"Yes. On the day you arrived by train, Briggs let me read your letter. Don't be angry. He was just trying to convince me he was doing the right thing. I distinctly recall that you wrote you had never been married before."
"But I hadn't been. Not legally."
"I understand that, Sarah. But a court might see it differently if Briggs were to bring it forward."
Sarah shot a glance at Briggs. He was sitting calmly, listening to it all. "What do you mean, bring it forward?"
"I mean that Briggs has grounds to seek an annulment, if he wants to."
He looked down at Briggs, questioning him with his eyes.
"He may not, of course, in which case everything would remain as it is."
Staring across the table at her husband, Sarah swallowed nervously. Perhaps the worst of it was she couldn't begin to guess what he was thinking, despite the fact that they had shared so much over the past few weeks, and he had just made love to her that very day.
"Why is everyone staring at me?"
Briggs asked, flipping his hair back off his shoulder.
"I suppose you both want me to say I don't want to end this marriage."
George stepped back and set the paper down on the table by the stove.
"I think we'd both like to know what you... I don't know. If you're looking for answers, I can't give them to you."
He grabbed his coat and strode out of the room. Sarah sat frozen in her seat, staring helplessly at George. The front door opened and slammed against the inside wall. George hurried to the foyer.
"Where are you going?" "I don't know."
Heartsick with dread, Sarah listened to her husband's boots pound down the veranda steps. "He has not forgiven me. He doesn't want to love me." Chapter 26. Rain-soaked and exhausted, Briggs pushed through the swinging doors of the Long Branch saloon. He stopped just inside, inhaled the thick scent of cigar smoke, and removed his waterlogged hat. The place was uncommonly busy for this time of day. Must be the rain, he thought, as he strode toward the bar and dug into his pocket for a few coins. "What can I get you?" the bartender asked, wiping his hands on a damp cloth. "Whiskey." Briggs didn't take a drink often, but he reckoned if there was ever a suitable time, this was it. The bartender poured him a glass, then turned to set the bottle back on the shelf. "Leave it," Briggs said, knowing he wasn't going to be ready to return to George's house for a while yet. He had a lot of thinking to do, and he wasn't about to do it in the same house with Sarah. She'd cloud his judgment with the way she made him feel, constantly aroused and possessive and desperate to hold on to her. He should have known something like this would happen when she'd first told him about Garrison and about her parents being dead for 4 years instead of 4 months. The lies had started then, but he'd felt obligated to stick to their agreement, and he had to be honest with himself. He'd been attracted to her from the first moment, and he'd wanted her in his bed. Raising the shot glass to his lips, he took the first drink and tasted the bitter liquid for a moment before he swallowed. He carried the bottle to a table and sat down. After everything that had happened with Isabel, he should have been more careful about bringing another woman into his life so soon. And he certainly shouldn't have let himself fall so hard for Sarah, so quickly, without knowing her better. He probably should annul the marriage, put all this behind him and move on. It was quite simple, really. Except that it wasn't. He tipped up the glass, downed the rest of the sour-tasting drink, then poured another. He watched as the amber liquid gushed into the glass. What the hell was he supposed to do? His head was telling him to cut her loose. The law was clear. He was justified. But the idea of leaving Sarah behind and returning to the farm without her was unthinkable. Just the thought of it made his body ache with dread. Never see her again? Never touch her? Smell her? Could he go on knowing that he'd never be able to bury himself in her sweet, warm body ever again? Laughter erupted in the back corner of the saloon. Briggs jumped, then tossed back another mouthful of whiskey, welcoming its numbing effect. He pinched the bridge of his nose and shut his stinging eyes. What were the chances this would all work itself out? What were the chances he'd be able to trust her, ever? If he was smart, he'd never trust any woman again. Or at least he'd never trust the idea that he could be happy and loved without God in the very next minute pulling the rug out from under him. Briggs heard footsteps approach and felt someone's unbidden presence behind him. He swiveled in his chair. "We meet again," Garrison said, touching the brim of his black top hat and sporting a nasty-looking black eye. Not by choice. Briggs had to force himself to stay seated when all he really wanted to do was toss Garrison outside, straight through those swinging doors, face first into the mud. After a short pause, Garrison pulled out a chair. "Mind if I sit?" "Yeah, I do mind." "Oh, come now. You're being a bit hard on me, don't you think? Sarah's the one you should be angry with." Something jolted inside Briggs. He downed another mouthful of whiskey and gritted his teeth, biting back a surge of violence that was rising up from within. Garrison sat down across from him, despite Briggs's earlier objection. "Bartender, I'll have what he's having." The bartender brought a second glass. "You want a bottle too?" "No, just a glass. I'm not in need of it, like this gentleman is." The bartender poured, then turned his back on them and returned to work. Briggs felt Garrison's gaze upon him and tried to ignore it. The last thing he needed was to get into a saloon brawl and spend the night in jail. "Ah, the drowning of the sorrows," Garrison sighed. "It's none of your business, McPhee. I'm only trying to make conversation. We got off on the wrong foot, it seems." "There is no right foot where you and I are concerned." "I don't blame you for being angry. I would be too. But like I said, it's not me you should be angry with. I'm only trying to help." Taking a slow, dignified sip from his glass, Garrison crossed one leg over the other.
I'm here to talk to you, aren't I? You look like you need some helpful advice. You're my problem, McPhee, not the solution.
That's not very neighborly of you.
You ain't my neighbor. Briggs raised his shot glass and gestured toward Garrison's black eye. I'm surprised you're willing to come within 10 feet of me. Garrison chuckled with too much confidence.
We're in a public place, Mr. Brigman. If you lay a hand on me, there are plenty of gentlemen here to come to my aid.
That's not what I'm talking about. Garrison took a drink, staring straight ahead.
No?
No. I could talk to the sheriff. You'd be locked up before you even know you'd left the room.
Locked up? And how, may I ask, would the charges read?
They'd read exactly as they should. They'd spell bigamy with a capital B. Garrison nearly choked on his drink.
Is that what she told you? I must admit, that's not one she's used before.
Garrison swallowed another mouthful, then smiled and dropped his hand onto Briggs's shoulder.
Bigamy. How original. But in this case, I'm not the bigamist, Brigman. She is. I suppose that makes you one, too.
Briggs felt his guts twisting like a corkscrew. I'll have you know my brother is a lawyer. He's checked into things for me. My marriage to Sarah is valid. Yours isn't.
Garrison scoffed. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh. This is very serious.
You bet it is. I think it's about time you tell me what's so funny.
Garrison reached for Briggs's bottle of whiskey. May I? Perhaps you should have another, too.
Briggs watched as Garrison filled both their glasses.
This is always difficult.
Briggs glared intensely at him.
I've had to do this before, you see. It's not the first time Sarah has gone off for a new life, and I've had to bring her home. And you're not the first man she's married.
Feeling tired all of a sudden, Briggs rested his forehead in his hand.
I see you're surprised, Garrison said.
He looked up. I'm only surprised you're fool enough to make any of this up.
I'm not making it up. She's my wife, and she has a problem.
Briggs downed the rest of his whiskey and slammed the glass onto the table. He wiped his sleeve across his mouth and stood up to leave. Why don't you go back to Boston and take your lunatic stories with you? Briggs walked toward the door. The confident sound of Garrison's voice stopped him.
I suppose she told you her parents were dead.
Briggs froze. He stared out of the swinging saloon doors at the curtain of rain cascading from the roof. Slowly, he turned around to face Garrison. The man had risen and moved to stand at the bar.
Did she say they died in a train accident? Or was it the pox?
Every thought in Briggs's head was humming with anger and disbelief. This couldn't be. Why had he even stopped to listen? He knew he couldn't trust Garrison.
Well, Garrison asked, which was it? And was this when she was a child, or was it recently?
Swallowing his unease, Briggs searched his brain for an answer. Before they were married, Sarah had written him and told him they'd died 4 months ago. She'd later told him 4 years. Which was it? Garrison poured more whiskey into both glasses.
Maybe you should have another drink.
Briggs didn't want another drink. He didn't want to look at Garrison another minute. But he did want answers. Most likely Garrison was playing him for a fool. At least that's what he hoped. Slowly, cautiously, Briggs returned to the bar and wrapped his hand around the glass. What else? Garrison reached into his breast pocket and withdrew a cigar.
I'm assuming she told you they were dead, then.
Aren't they? He cut off the tip of the cigar and lit it, shaking his head as he puffed a few times in succession.
They are alive and well in Chicago.
Briggs felt his chest constrict.
You must have had a feeling that something wasn't quite right, Garrison said. Instinct? She would have come to you with some obvious experience in the bedroom. Didn't that suggest anything to you?
Unwilling to confide in this man, Briggs stood in silence. But yes,
His instincts had been to doubt her, but he told himself at the time it was his own problem, that he had come to the relationship a skeptic. Even George had tried to convince him of that. But perhaps it had not been because of what happened with Isabel. Maybe his instincts had been correct all along. He gulped down another mouthful of whiskey and felt it sear its way down to his knotted stomach. He looked at Garrison.
"If it's as you say, why do you keep taking her back?"
Garrison puffed on his cigar.
"You should know the answer to that. You've been with her a month. She's an incredible woman."
Briggs stared down at his glass and worked hard not to reveal anything. Garrison continued.
"There's something about her, don't you think? Something that makes you want to protect her, even when you know she can take care of herself. Better than anyone, in fact. I suppose I'm no different from you. I want her still, after everything she's done. The thought of letting her go, well, I can't easily live with that. Isn't that how you feel, too? Aren't you trying to justify all this, to figure out a way to fix it and put it behind you?"
Briggs didn't answer Garrison, but the question flapped wildly in his brain. Sarah had deceived him from the beginning, saying that she'd never been married. Then to trick him on their wedding night as she had... Briggs prepared himself for the question he was about to ask.
"Do you have children?"
"No. Sarah doesn't want any, and she knows how to prevent it." By now, Briggs's head was spinning. His limbs felt shaky, and it had nothing to do with the whiskey. He tipped his glass back to empty it. Laying his money on the bar, he turned away.
"Where are you going?"
Garrison asked.
"Home."
Garrison's hand snaked out and clasped Briggs's arm.
"What are you going to do? I won't stand by and let you beat her. Just let her go. That's all you have to do. Bring her back to me, and I'll take her home where she'll be safe. You can forget any of this ever happened."
Briggs hesitated, glaring down at this man before him.
"You'll give me your word. You won't mark her?"
Garrison implored.
"Mark her?"
Briggs's gut wrenched with disgust.
"That ain't how I handle things."
Walking out of the saloon, disillusioned, Briggs wondered how he would handle this, when all he wanted to do at the moment was put Sarah on the first train back east and never lay eyes on her again. Walking back to George's house, Briggs had to focus hard on not staggering around the cow patties and falling face first into the mud. In fact, in his pathetic, intoxicated condition, he wasn't sure he could distinguish between the two. He flipped his wet hair out of his eyes so he could see better in front of him. The rain had finally stopped, but the road remained a sticky pool. With each step, he sank down at least 4 inches, the dark muck pulling at his boots. And oh God, his head, pounding like a drum. He should have known better than to accept that last drink. He should have known better than to take the first one. He'd never had much use for liquor. It dulled a man's senses. By the time he reached George's house, it was sufficiently dark. He stopped on the veranda to scrape the mud off the soles of his boots and paused there, gazing blurry-eyed at the lighted windows. He didn't want to go inside. He didn't want to do what he had to do, but the time for indecision was over. He just didn't want to get Sarah into trouble with the law. Nearly losing his balance, he reached out to grasp the door handle and kicked himself again for drinking all that whiskey. He entered the dimly lit house. No one came to greet him. The silence pulsated around his garbled senses. Standing unsteadily in the foyer, he heard a chair slide out from the kitchen table. George appeared.
"You're back,"
he said softly.
"Yes. Where's Sarah?"
"She's resting. I'll get her." He made a move to go upstairs.
"No, don't."
George stopped on the bottom step.
"I promised her I'd wake her when you returned." "I don't want you to."
Suddenly the room began to spin and Briggs stepped sideways. George grabbed his arm and drew his brows together.
"Are you drunk?" "No. Yes. I had a few drinks, but I'm fine."
Wearing a disapproving frown, George went into the parlor and lit a second lamp.
"It's not like you to take a drink, Briggs." "I know. And believe me, I'm already regretting it."
The room brightened, and George sat down on the sofa.
"Sarah was upset after you left. She didn't eat any supper. She went straight upstairs to bed."
Briggs leaned against the doorframe and folded his arms.
"Are you trying to make me feel guilty? I'm not the one who lied." I know. Whose side are you on, anyway?"
George raked a hand through his hair.
"I'm not on anyone's side. I just think Sarah needs—" "Sarah needs? I'm your family, George. Me. She lied to me from the beginning, and you act like I'm the one to blame here? Like I'm the one who's being unreasonable? I don't think that."
Briggs moved into the room with deliberate care, trying not to knock over the lamp on the side table as he passed it by.
"Then what do you think?" "You can't turn your back on her, Briggs. She has no one."
Briggs squeezed his eyes shut against the throbbing sensation in his head.
"No one? Did she tell you the story of her poor deceased parents?" "Yes. Why are you looking at me like that?" "So, you lent her your sympathetic ear, did you?" "You're not making any sense."
Briggs walked to the mantel. He leaned one elbow upon it, resting his temple on two fingers.
"George, you don't understand."
George rose and gripped Briggs's shoulder.
"You need to get some sleep. You're a mess. And Sarah does love you."
Wincing inside, Briggs stepped away from his brother. His speech was slurred.
"I don't want to hear that." "But you care about her, Briggs. I know you do. You're just gun-shy." "Damn right I'm gun-shy. And you don't know everything, big brother. You think you know her because you spend some time with her, but you don't. She's beautiful, and she uses that to get what she wants. You're playing right now into her game."
George backed away with a frown, retreating into the dark kitchen.
"You're drunk." "Am I?"
Briggs followed him. George said nothing. He went to the kitchen window and pulled it closed.
"You're always taking her side," Briggs went on, "like I'm the one who did everything wrong. Granted, I haven't always been easy to get along with. I'll admit that, but hell, George, I'm your brother. We really don't know anything about Sarah."
George sank into one of the kitchen chairs. Leaning both elbows on the table, he said,
"I'm sorry, Briggs. I just can't accept what you're saying." "I know that. Because you were taken with her the moment you saw her at the train station, weren't you?"
George shook his head.
"No, she's your wife."
Briggs laughed bitterly.
"Funny, you were the one trying to convince me not to marry her in the first place. You wanted me to get to know her first."
George leaned back in his chair.
"I remember. I had a bad feeling about everything. And you were right. You have no idea what I learned tonight."
George inclined his head curiously.
"Well, are you going to tell me?" "I sure am."
A half-hour later, George sat back in his chair and sighed.
"Do you believe him?" "I don't know what to believe," Briggs replied. "I'm just starting to have the feeling that this marriage was never meant to be. I thought I was avoiding trouble by getting myself a mail-order bride. I thought it would be simpler." "What are you going to do?"
Briggs rested his forehead in his hand and squeezed his eyes shut.
"I should do what any man in my position would do. But the idea of it—"
George looked up.
"The idea of what?" "The idea of—"
He couldn't believe this was happening.
"God, George, I do care for her. I'm practically obsessed because I can't stop thinking about her every damn minute of the day. But that's crazy, and I can't let how I feel about her change what has to be done. I know it'll be hard, but I gotta do the right thing. I gotta protect myself, and I'm going to need your help."
George exhaled heavily and sat back in his chair. Chapter 27. Sarah lay awake in the darkness, staring at the ceiling. The pain in her arm had woken her an hour ago, and she'd tiptoed into the hall, only to find herself alone in the house, which was odd because it was past midnight. Her mind had already created an alarming number of unpleasant scenarios. What if Briggs and George had gone out to find Garrison? What if something terrible had happened to them? What if they reported everything to the sheriff? Back in bed now and turning onto her side, she rested her cheek on the back of her hand. If only she could sleep through this physical pain and emotional uncertainty. About a half-hour later, she heard a wagon pull up in front of the house. She leaped out of bed and hurried to the window. They were back. A sigh of relief escaped her. She stood at the window, one hand resting on the sill. George and Briggs spoke for a moment. Then George hopped down from the wagon and came to the door. Briggs drove off. A sick feeling crept into Sarah's stomach. Where was he going? She wrapped her shawl around her shoulders and hurried downstairs, where she met George in the kitchen. "Where were you?" she asked, unable to hide her fear and desperation. George laid some papers on the table and seemed to have some trouble meeting her eyes. His tone was cool as he spoke.
"You'd better sit down, Sarah."
Her heart began to thump inside her chest. "Why? What happened? Where did Briggs go?"
"Please sit down,"
George suggested more insistently as he pulled a chair out for her. Sarah hesitated, then slowly made her way into it. She sat there waiting while George flipped through the papers.
"Would you like a cup of tea before we begin?"
he asked as he put on his spectacles, hooking the wires behind his ears. "No, I don't want anything," she replied, feeling confused and anxious. "Except for you to tell me what's going on." George folded his hands on top of the papers in front of him.
"I'm afraid it's not good news."
A jolt of fear left her paralyzed.
"I'm sorry, Sarah, but Briggs has decided to seek an annulment."
Everything seemed to grow dark around her as George's words settled into her mind. An annulment? Had she heard him correctly?
"He feels very strong about it, and he hopes you'll understand."
George took a deep breath.
"He doesn't want to see you again."
Tears flooded her eyes. She swallowed hard, trying desperately not to cry. "Did he tell you why, exactly?"
"I'm not at liberty to discuss that with you, Sarah, but I will say this much. It's on the basis of fraudulent misrepresentation. You may want to seek your own counsel if you wish to contest it, as I am representing Briggs now."
The chill in her brother-in-law's voice wounded her deeply, for she'd always felt that George thought highly of her. Now it seemed as if the whole world was turning against her. "Does he still love Isabel?" she asked, her voice cracking.
"As I said, it's not my place to discuss that with you."
But she could not back down, because this made no sense. "Did Garrison say something to him?" George picked up the papers and ignored her question.
"Everything's right here. You should read it over carefully. Briggs has already signed it."
Staring in disbelief at what George held in his hands, Sarah felt a sudden burst of anger. When she made no move to reach for the documents, George offered her some information.
"It may come as a relief to you to know that it doesn't implicate you as a bigamist. We've discussed it at great length, and he doesn't want to see you go to jail. He just wants his freedom. So we came up with a phrasing that would—"
"I don't care about that," she blurted out. "I just want to know what his reasons were, because everything was fine this afternoon. I still believed he loved me." George cleared his throat awkwardly.
"It says you misrepresented yourself, that you led Briggs to believe things about yourself that were not true."
She shoved her chair back and stood. "This annulment won't make me go back to Garrison if that's what Briggs thinks. I'll make my own way. I want you to tell Briggs that." George stared at her, his face pale.
"I will."
"And if Briggs can walk out on me knowing how much I love him and how much I wanted to be his wife, then I welcome this annulment. If he's incapable of trusting me or of loving me, then I'm better off without him." Heart racing, she turned and walked out of the kitchen, but stopped at the bottom of the stairs. The papers. She hadn't signed the papers. She squeezed the railing. Should she do it? Should she let Briggs go so easily without a fight or without an explanation on his part? Sarah's anger quickly became a scalding fury. After all they'd been through together, how could he leave her without even saying goodbye? He'd sent his brother to do it for him. As she stood at the base of George's staircase, she began to wonder if this swift death to her marriage had been inevitable from the beginning. They hadn't known a single thing about each other when they spoke their vows at the courthouse, not 15 minutes after they'd first met. Surely that had been madness. Of course, Sarah knew why she had been so desperate to become someone's wife that day, to change her name and disappear into the vast Kansas prairie. But what had driven Briggs to act so imprudently? Clearly he hadn't been in his right mind either, after the loss of his family and then the heartbreak of his broken engagement to a woman he might very well still love. Now reality had set in, and he had come to realize that marriage to a stranger wasn't what he'd thought he'd wanted after all. And as desperate and frightened as Sarah had been on her wedding day, she couldn't deny that she had been wrong to deceive Briggs, and perhaps this was her comeuppance. Fighting her grief over how it had all played out, Sarah spun on her heel, walked into the kitchen, and hastily scrawled her name. The sun was just coming up when Briggs drove into his yard feeling sleepy, sore, and hungover. He'd driven all night in a post-drunken stupor, brooding over Sarah's lies and deceptions. At the same time, he'd fought the urge to turn back around, rip up those annulment papers, and bring her home with him. Though now, he had to wonder what there was to come home to. Dead crops, a tiny structure made of sod, a bitter cold winter on the way, which he would spend alone, missing her. He pulled the wagon to a halt, set the brake, and hopped down. The chill of the night had not left his bones with the advancing dawn. Autumn would soon be here. With the sky growing brighter, he could see his breath. The barn door swung open just then, and Frank Whitaker appeared.
"Briggs, you're back!"
the boy shouted.
"I was looking after Maddie for you. She's milked and the pigs are fed."
Briggs walked toward the boy and messed his hair.
"Thanks, Frank. I knew I could count on you."
The boy's face beamed with pride. Briggs smiled, but noticed how much effort it took to do so.
"I should be getting home," Frank said. "I still have my own chores to do before breakfast."
He bolted across the yard, but stopped suddenly and turned back.
"Wait until I tell Ma and Pa you're back. They'll want to come over again for more dancing."
Briggs frowned. He wasn't looking forward to explaining any of this to Howard and Martha.
"Mrs. Brigman isn't with me, Frank. She stayed in town."
Frank scratched his head.
"Oh."
"You can tell your folks not to worry, though."
The boy hesitated, then slowly turned and took off across the barren field. An hour later, Briggs sat down at the table and stared at the dirt wall while the wind roared eerily across the endless ocean of prairie. Why did he not feel more relieved? He'd just cut loose a deceptive wife, gotten out of it legally. Yet the only thing he could think about was how desperately he wished she was here. After purchasing a train ticket to Caldwell, it was as good a place as any to start over, Sarah went out to walk for a while. She wasn't feeling very well and thought some fresh, cool air and sunshine might help. She stepped up onto the Front Street boardwalk, her heels clicking in a steady rhythm as she walked by Mueller's boot shop. The smell of fresh bread emerged from the bakery next door, and an unexpected wave of nausea moved through her. Not again, she thought, holding her gloved hand up to her mouth. Her eyes searched frantically for a place to go, but where? She gagged, then turned and ran into the fenced-in alley beside the boot shop. With one hand on the tall fence, she bent forward and retched. A moment later, she was wiping tears from her eyes and sniffling. What else would she have to endure today? Making her way back onto the boardwalk, she tried to ignore the curious stares. She waited for the sick feeling to go away, but it lingered. When she imagined getting on the train and rocking and swaying for the entire journey, she nearly retched again.
"Are you all right?" an older woman asked her. "You don't look well at all."
"I'm fine." The woman stared sympathetically.
"Why don't you let me take you to the doctor? I couldn't live with myself if I left you here."
Sarah was about to decline the lady's offer, but thought better of it because she felt so weak and dizzy. Perhaps she did need some help. She would put the visit on Briggs's account. He owed her that at least. "Thank you," she said, her body shaky as she tried to walk. The kind woman held Sarah's good arm and led her slowly down the street.
"Pregnant?"
Sarah shouted, staring wide-eyed at Dr. Green. "Are you certain?"
"Yes, ma'am."
Sarah collapsed onto a velveteen-upholstered chair by the door. The doctor knelt in front of her, his brown eyes full of compassion.
"Is there a problem, Mrs. Brigman?"
A problem? Only if one considered it a problem to be pregnant and not know who the father was. She stood up and touched her fingers to her lips. Did the baby belong to Briggs? If so, she could not possibly dispute what she felt. a joy so intense it could not be matched by anything else in this world. Something inside her told her that it was his, but how could she be sure? She whirled around and pulled the door open, her skirt spiraling outward.
"Mrs. Brigman, where are you going?"
"I'm going to tell my husband." From where he sat in the barn milking Maddie, Briggs was agonizingly aware of the late afternoon silence. The wind had died down, the grass had gone still. If not for the rhythmic streaming of Maddie's milk into the wooden bucket, he would have questioned whether or not his ears still worked. He hunched forward beside the cow and remembered all the days during the past month when he looked forward to returning to the little sod dugout after a long day's work. It's true what they say, he thought, squeezing the last drop of milk from Maddie's udder. You don't appreciate what you have until it's gone. He gripped the bucket's rope handle and rose to his feet, wondering if what he missed was simply the smell of hot cornbread and pork roast. Any woman could prepare a meal and create a cozy feeling in a sod house. All it took was a few flowers, a tablecloth, a curtain hung on the window. But would another woman make this empty feeling go away? Suddenly he wanted to saddle one of the horses and gallop straight back to town, get down on his knees and beg Sarah to forgive him for being such an ass, such a coward. When had he ever just let himself love her without fretting about it? When had he ever given her what she'd given him? He stopped suddenly. And why in God's name had he believed that no-good scoundrel McPhee over Sarah? Briggs could barely remember what he had said now on account of the whiskey. He turned to carry the bucket outside, but stopped when he heard something. Hoofbeats? Anticipation rippled through him. Had Sarah come back to give him another chance? Heart flooding with hope, he bent forward to set the bucket on the ground. The hoofbeats came to a halt just outside, and someone hopped down. Briggs moved to the door. His mood began to rise. He was beginning to shake with joy, the urge to laugh. The orange sun came into view as he stepped outside into the light, ready to break into a run, to take his wife into his arms and apologize for everything. He stopped dead in his tracks, however. Approaching him, with her long, flowered skirts sweeping to and fro, was Isabel. Chapter 28. Clutching her skirt in a tight fist and holding on to her hat, Sarah burst out of the doctor's office and ran up the street toward the livery. She would hire a buggy and drive out to the farm. Then she would tell Briggs she was expecting a child. A child! As she ran, each long stride sent a jolt of pain up her arm, enough to make her feel faint. She raced into Hambell's livery, but skidded to a halt, realizing she'd never be able to steer a buggy with a broken arm. Maybe she could ask George to drive her. She just couldn't give up. This news had to change things. She was about to turn around and leave when a man in blue overalls approached her.
"Hey there. What can I do for you?"
"I came in for a horse and buggy, but—"
"We got that. How long do you want it for?"
Sarah struggled to catch her breath. "I need to drive out to the Brigman farm, but I'm probably going to need someone else to take me." She held up her arm in the splint. Ignoring her broken arm, he stared at her, his face lighting up like the 4th of July.
"Are you the one that left him for the fancy-dressed gentleman from Boston?"
Sarah frowned. "How in the world did you hear about that?"
"Everybody knows. Aside from that, the Reverend's daughter was here this morning hiring out a horse. Seems like Briggs is finally going to get her back."
Sarah staggered back a step. "The Reverend's daughter? Do you mean Isabel?" Her stomach careened. "When did she go?"
"This morning. I reckon she's there by now."
Shock held Sarah immobile. That witch!
"You still want that buggy?" the man asked.
For a moment she just stood there, the world turning red before her eyes. What if Isabel cried her heart out on Briggs's shoulder and begged him to take her back? What would he do? And what about the baby? Briggs already thought Sarah was a liar and could not be trusted. Wouldn't he think she was now using her condition to get what she wanted? Hadn't he always been quick to think the worst of her? And what if he thought it was Garrison's? And what if it actually was? Sarah looked up at the wood rafters, trying to decide what to do. A meadowlark flew back and forth, trapped high in the peaked ceiling. When it swooped down and found its way out the wide barn door, Sarah exhaled sharply and met the man's waiting gaze. "I want that buggy, if you please." She would then ask George to drive her. A few minutes later, Sarah was pacing back and forth in front of the livery, waiting for the man to bring the buggy around. Her courage cracked slightly when she pictured herself pulling into the homestead. What if Isabel was inside the dugout preparing a meal? What if Briggs was there too, sliding his hands around her waist and pulling her into his arms, burying his lips in her neck? If Sarah walked in on that scene, she might lose her mind. Biting her thumbnail, she decided to see what was taking the man so long. She walked around the side of the building and collided hard with someone. Taken aback, she looked up. No, not now. Garrison grabbed hold of her broken arm. Sarah shrieked, the pain so intense she sank to her knees.
It has to be now, love. Otherwise, we're going to miss our train.
He dragged her toward the station. No! Someone help me! Garrison whirled around and withdrew a pistol from the inside pocket of his black coat. He pressed his cold palm over her mouth and dragged her along with the gun pressing into her temple.
One more peep, and I'll shoot you right here. I'd rather you be dead than in the arms of that brute you call a husband.
Hello, Briggs, Isabel greeted, her long strides fluid and graceful. Stopping a mere foot away, she smiled warmly. I heard about everything. I'm so sorry. I couldn't imagine you out here all alone.
You heard what, exactly?
He asked with a frown. George filed annulment papers at the courthouse this morning. I'm afraid Dodge has a way of spreading news about people's personal affairs. We both can attest to that. He buried his hands in his coat pockets.
You came all the way out here by yourself? That wasn't a wise thing to do, Isabel.
Oh, hush. It was early in the day, and I remembered enough not to lose my way. He recalled the last time she'd been here, and how she had looked over everything with such shock and disdain.
Still, it's not exactly...
Not exactly what? She challenged, in that melodic tone she liked to use whenever she wanted to get her way. Funny how he used to dissolve into 1,000 besotted pieces over that voice, and everything else about her. She raised an eyebrow. Appropriate? These days, I hardly think my reputation is worth protecting. I've been married and deserted, and now I'm going to be a mother. She lowered her gaze. A mother without a husband. Briggs blinked a few times.
I didn't know that.
No one does? Not even my father. She wandered toward her horse and stroked his muzzle. Briggs felt an odd sense of pity, something he hadn't imagined he'd ever feel for Isabel. She'd always gotten everything she'd ever wanted, even at his expense.
I'm sorry about your circumstances,
he said, taking a step forward, then stopping himself. I know you are. She faced him with a genuine look of regret, and for the first time, Isabel seemed like a real person to him, not just a flawless beauty. He could see that she was a bit broken inside and humbled by the harsh realities of the world. But I didn't come all the way out here to talk about me, she continued, pasting on a more familiar, dazzling smile. You're the one who needs a sympathetic shoulder today. I don't suppose you've eaten. He gestured toward the barn.
I was just finishing up some chores.
Well, I have just the thing for a hungry man. She dug into her saddlebag. I brought enough sandwiches for an army, plus a bag of my own home-baked sweets. I remember how much you loved my molasses cookies. He stood in the yard, staring. As much as he would like to believe that his former betrothed was just being kind, he knew she wanted something he wasn't and would never be able to give her. He wondered uneasily how he was going to handle this. He gestured toward the house, and together they went inside. Briggs set the bucket down in the dark dugout and accidentally kicked a chair as he moved toward the window to open the curtains. When he turned, Isabel was still standing on the bottom step, looking around the one-room house. After a general perusal, she moved all the way in and set her saddlebag on the table. I see a definite improvement since the last time I was here. Sarah certainly branded the place. She walked to the window. What lovely curtains! She rubbed the fabric together between her thumb and forefinger and noticed the dried flowers in the vase. I'll have to replace these first thing. Briggs' stomach lurched. Yes, a new bouquet tomorrow, Isabel chirped. Tomorrow. He hadn't thought of that. Of course she was going to have to stay somewhere overnight. She couldn't very well ride back to town alone in the dark. Maybe Howard and Martha would be kind enough to provide a bed for her. Isabel clasped her hands behind her back and wandered around the room looking at everything.
"Shall we dig into those sandwiches?"
he asked, wanting to put an end to the awkward evaluation. "Of course! Pardon me for snooping around. You must be famished." She laid the sandwiches in a decorative circle on a tin plate and set it on the table. Briggs sat down and began to eat, thankful for a reason not to talk. Afterwards, Isabel cleared away the empty plate and wiped the crumbs off the table, then began to make coffee. Within moments, its rich aroma filled the house, and Isabel poured them each a cup. "So, I heard Sarah's old beau came to take her back." Old beau. Obviously, the more degenerate parts of the story had somehow been concealed. "They must have loved each other very much. I'm sorry, Briggs. You must know I can't bear to think of how we parted. Yet here we are sitting together as friends. You're not angry with me." Why, he wondered, did the conversation always come back to her?
Of course not.
Yet the truth of it was, he hadn't given it much thought. It wasn't so much a forgiveness. It was a gradual fading of anger, or more accurately, a growing indifference. Isabel sipped the last of her coffee. "You know, Briggs, it doesn't have to be so painful for you. I could come back. We could finally have what we both wanted before things went so wrong. Since we've been apart," she wiped a single tear from the corner of her eye. "I've missed you." Her voice broke on the last word. Briggs dutifully reached across the table and patted her hand. "You were always so kind to me, Briggs. So caring. I was a fool to leave you. Zach was so unpredictable and so vulgar sometimes. He always wanted to be the center of everyone's attention. But you were always calm and settled. I realize now that to be settled is exactly what I want." She raised her lids to reveal blue eyes now drowning in tears. "You're what I want." Briggs sat staring at her, his pulse pounding inside his head. Here she was, Isabel, returned to him. Every night for 2 full months after she'd left him, he lay awake wondering where she was, how she was, and hoping beyond hope that she was missing him, just a little, and would change her mind. He leaned back, watching her slowly rise from her chair. Reaching into her bag, she withdrew a handkerchief and dabbed her eyes, then walked to the window. Briggs pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes. Even in the heat of this situation, as he faced the fulfillment of an old fantasy, he was thinking of Sarah.
"You'll be all right," he told her, approaching. "You're strong, Isabel. You'll manage."
"But must I manage alone?" Her hand glided along his jaw and slid under his hair to cup his neck. Then, to his surprise and dismay, she rose up on her toes to kiss him. Chapter 29. Briggs looked down at Isabel, her eyes closed, her lips parting in their approach. Her mouth touched his, and what should have been heaven felt like hell. Hands on her shoulders, he gently pushed her back down and shook his head.
"I'm sorry, but no."
Her arched brows came together in confusion. "What do you mean?"
"I can't be with you, Isabel."
"Why not?" Her head cocked to the side. "I'd stay this time. I give you my word. Zach can jump off a cliff for all I care."
"It's not about Zach,"
he said. She stepped away.
"I did want you, Isabel. Once. But I married someone else. I fell in love with someone else."
"You may have gotten married, but everyone knows you'd placed an ad, so it couldn't have been love. You just married her to get over me." The sparkle in her eyes died, as if she suddenly realized she'd said the wrong thing.
Oh, God, Briggs hated this. "Maybe at the time I did it to get over you," he explained, hoping to let her down gently. "But I care for Sarah now."
"But you annulled the marriage," she argued. "Why did you do that if you loved her? I thought you did it because I was free again." He shook his head and began to back away from her.
"I'm sorry you thought that, Isabel, but I made a terrible mistake. I never should have signed those papers."
Something shifted in the stove. All at once, Briggs knew what he wanted and what he believed. That Sarah was innocent and that Garrison McPhee was a no-good blackguard. God help him. How could he have believed what Garrison said? What was wrong with him? Had it been the whiskey, or was he just a stupid coward when it came to loving someone? Maybe a part of him had wanted Sarah to be taken away from him now, before he fell any deeper into his love for her. Isabel began to gather her things. "Zach will come back for me, you know. He won't be able to live without me, and I only came out here because I felt sorry for you."
"I know," he replied, wanting to soften the sting of his rejection. "It's getting late, though. I better drive you back to town."
"I should hope so," she haughtily replied as she scooped up her saddlebag and stormed out. Briggs dropped Isabel off at her father's house later that night. It had been a long drive through the darkness, and they had both felt the chill of autumn on their cheeks and hands. Isabel seemed beyond thankful to return to civilization. Briggs then returned her hired horse to the livery, all the while feeling rushed, as if he were running from a fire someone had lit behind him. He had to find Sarah and apologize. A silent prayer rose up inside him, that she would forgive him, that she might give him another chance. He pulled up in front of George's house, set the brake on the wagon, and glanced up at the bedroom window. A fluttering of butterflies erupted in his stomach. He couldn't wait to see Sarah, to hear her voice, smell the sweet rosewater perfume he'd come to associate with only her. Dear Lord, let her be there, and let her hear me out. He hopped down and raced up the porch steps. He was about to reach for the copper door handle when the door opened wide. George stood there, his face flushed red with anger. "What's wrong?" Briggs asked. George didn't answer. Instead, he took a step forward, hauled back his fist, and punched Briggs in the nose. Pain spread through his cheeks like wildfire. "What was that for?" George turned away and strode back into the kitchen. Briggs followed, realizing with shock that his brother had never hit him in all their lives. He'd never had reason to, Briggs supposed. "You gonna tell me what the problem is?" George sat down, his face suddenly pale. "Don't worry," Briggs said. "I'm not going to return the gesture. I'd rather you tell me what this is about." George flung a piece of paper toward him. "It's about this." With one hand cupped over his nose, Briggs used the other to pick up the paper. "It's a telegram from a colleague in Massachusetts," George said. "I wanted to be certain that I'd done the best thing for you with that annulment. So this morning, I wired him and asked him to look into your little legal problem." Briggs read the telegram. "When did you get this?" "About an hour ago. It seems Sarah was telling the truth all along." "I already know that, George." "Well, you don't know this," George added. "Garrison is wanted in 3 different states, not just for bigamy, for polygamy, under a number of different names. Sarah was wife number 4, poor thing, and she had no idea." Briggs sank into a chair. "Sarah tried to do the right thing," George said. "She tried to work things out with you, but you just assumed she was lying from the beginning, and I let you talk me into it." Feeling sick, Briggs dropped the paper onto the table. "You don't have to tell me I was wrong. I know that. Where is she? I need to talk to her." George gave Briggs a glare that could stop a stampede. "I'm afraid you're a little late." "I know you already filed the annulment papers," Briggs said impatiently. "That doesn't matter. I just want to see her, talk to her. We'll straighten the rest out later." George stood up. "If I wasn't such a rational person, I'd think you wanted me to punch you again." "Why?" Briggs was speechless. George had never acted like this before. "How the hell did you know I filed the papers? Did a little bird tell you?" Briggs letting his hand come away from his throbbing nose. "I can explain that." "I'm sure you can. Everyone in town knew Isabel was riding out to see you. She told the widow Harper that you two were finally going to be together, and no one tells the widow anything they don't want spread all over town by noon." "What are you saying?" Briggs asked. "I'm saying that I tried to find Sarah after I got the telegram. I was going to bring her out to you, but I found out she'd ordered a buggy to go see you herself, then changed her mind when she heard about Isabel. She just disappeared. The station master told me she got on the train bound for Caldwell. I'm sorry, Briggs. I did everything I could, but she left town tonight." Briggs couldn't accept that. He simply couldn't.
Was Garrison with her? I don't know. The station master said a lot of men got on. Briggs made for the door. I'm going after that train, George, right after I report Garrison to the town marshal.
Briggs and George hurried to the wagon. There wasn't much time. Once they turned Garrison in, they would ride to Caldwell, but there was no guarantee they would get there before the train did. They pulled up in front of the city clerk's office, and Briggs hopped down.
You wait here, George. Are you joking? I wouldn't miss this for the world.
They knocked once on the door before entering. Marshal Peavy sat behind his desk, his long legs stretched out on the top.
Evening, fellas. What can I do for you?
You know that man who came up from Boston? Briggs said. His name is Garrison McPhee. You might want to go find him and arrest him.
The marshal lowered his legs to the floor and leaned forward.
You mean the fella who came to fetch your wife? I heard all about it, Briggs. You have my sympathies. She was a fetching little thing. You don't have much luck and love, do you, son?
No, sir, but forget about that, Briggs said irritably. George has a telegram from a solicitor in Massachusetts, and he says Garrison McPhee is wanted for polygamy in 3 states.
Polygamy, eh? Federal offense, if I'm not mistaken.
George moved forward.
That's right, Marshal, and Briggs's wife, Sarah, reported it to me.
The marshal eyed Briggs carefully.
Didn't I hear from old Widow Harper that you got an annulment today?
Yes, sir, and you may have heard something along the lines of me taking Isabel back, but that's just as tall a tale as you're likely to hear around these parts.
Briggs and George exchanged a look. George nodded his head.
My wife was one of Garrison's wives, sir, Briggs confessed, but she didn't know he'd been married before. She was completely taken in.
George added,
All the women were, as I understand it.
Marshal Peavy shook his head.
Terrible thing. Your wife must be beside herself.
He rose and fastened his gun belt around his hips.
Do you think you'll need that? Briggs asked.
The marshal donned his black Stetson.
You can never be too sure of anything around here. Do you know where McPhee might be tonight?
Can't be sure, George answered, but he's been staying at the Great Western Hotel.
The marshal checked his gun for bullets and clicked it shut.
Then let's go give these ladies some justice.
Briggs and George accompanied the marshal into the dark street and walked with him to the hotel. Garrison was finally going to get what he deserved. And Sarah, too. This would clear her of any wrongdoing, and she would be free. Free to marry Briggs again if he had his druthers. They approached the front desk clerk.
"Evening, Marshal," the man greeted, closing his register book.
"Evening. I hear you have a guest here by the name of Garrison McPhee."
Garrison McPhee. He opened the book and ran a long, crooked finger down the last few pages. "I'm sorry. He checked out this afternoon."
"I beg your pardon?" Briggs said.
"He checked out," the clerk repeated uneasily. "He was planning on catching an evening train, I believe."
George laid his hand on Briggs's shoulder as if to restrain him from running out the door in that second.
"You mean the one to Caldwell?"
"I believe so. Said he was going to be with his wife."
"Oh, hell,"
Briggs uttered. He turned to face George.
"She didn't say she was going back to him, Briggs. Based on what she said last night, she despised him more than ever."
The marshal removed his hat.
"What are you two going on about?"
George turned to the marshal.
"I believe Sarah got on the same train as McPhee this evening, but not by choice."
Marshal Peavy scratched under his beard.
"Maybe she changed her mind about him."
A tremor of irritation shook Briggs.
"You're wrong, Marshal. If she's with him, it ain't willingly."
The marshal frowned.
"You talking about kidnapping?"
"Yes, sir."
Briggs turned to leave. Somehow he had to believe that Sarah would never go back to Garrison, no matter how devastated she was by how deplorably he'd treated her. This time, Briggs had to trust her. He only hoped she wasn't in danger. He slammed the door of the hotel and raced down the steps, taking 2 at a time, crossed the road and climbed into the wagon.
"Briggs, wait!"
George called, running after him.
"I don't have time to wait. I have to get to Caldwell before that train does."
The marshal approached.
"You ain't gonna make it in that beat-up old box."
Briggs swallowed, refusing to give up.
"It's all I've got."
"Why don't you borrow my deputy's horse? I'll take mine. I'll ride with you to Caldwell and take McPhee into custody."
"You can't leave me behind," George said. "I'll get my horse from home."
Hurry up then, Briggs said. We're wasting time here.
Chapter 30. It seemed she had come full circle. 1 month ago, Sarah had sat expectantly on a steam train just like this one, watching the Kansas countryside pass by outside the window, wondering what her new life would be like. Now, she was doing the same, only this time her worst fear had become a reality. Drained of tears and fighting the harsh pain in her arm, she turned to glance at Garrison beside her. She must pull herself together and be brave. She had to find a way out of this mess and return to Dodge to tell Briggs about the baby. She couldn't lose hope, even if he was with Isabel. Garrison stared at the seat in front of them, the tip of his pistol nudging her in her side.
My God, this part of the country is monotonous, he sighed, shifting to make himself more comfortable. Nothing but grass, miles and miles of it.
I think it's magnificent, she said, refusing to look at him.
Magnificent. Trust me, you'll be glad to see civilization once we get there. Though for now, I should think we'll end up somewhere in Texas. If nothing else, I admire the spirit of gambling out here.
I thought you wanted to go back to Boston. He shook his head.
Too many bad memories. We need a fresh start.
Sarah closed her eyes, feeling utterly wretched. You can't make the memories go away. A different city won't erase the past. His expression softened with his perfected mask of affection.
I know what happened between us was unpleasant, Sarah, but
I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about what happened to me. I love another man, and nothing you say or do will change that. She winced as Garrison jabbed the barrel of his gun into her ribs.
I told you, I don't want to hear another word about that.
She glared at him, her chin rising defiantly. Just because you don't want to hear about my feelings doesn't mean they don't exist.
Hush, he said through gritted teeth. You don't know what you feel.
Sarah squeezed her hands into fists. She tried to feel pity for this man who knew nothing of real love, but it was hopeless. Garrison would never receive her pity, not after what he'd done to her life. Oh, how would she ever get out of this? She sat in silence after that, jostling back and forth with the train's repetitive, clacking rhythm, thinking of her unborn child and trying not to lose hope. Briggs, George, and Marshal Peavy galloped into Caldwell the following morning, just behind the arriving train and the black cloud of coal dust that sputtered out the front chimney. The horses were winded, and so was Briggs after riding all night with little time to rest. It was the price he would pay for a second chance he hoped he would receive. The train, chugging ominously into the station, hissed and blew white steam onto the platform. The three men trotted alongside, Briggs standing up in the stirrups to peer in the windows at the passengers milling about in the aisles, picking up their bags. His heart ached with the possibility that Sarah was not even on board. How would he ever find her again? The locomotive's wheels scraped noisily along the rails as it grinded to a halt. Steam shot out again, and the brass bell rang as Briggs and the marshal dismounted. After handing the horses over to George, they ran to the back of the train, feet crunching over gravel, and climbed aboard. Briggs led the way up the aisle, pushing his way through the passengers already standing. He and the marshal walked through 2 cars and found nothing. But when they reached the third, Briggs froze, his heart galloping at a frenzied pace. There it was, that familiar purple hat. A noise escaped from deep inside his chest. She was here. He'd not lost her. Taking an anxious step forward, he remembered that Garrison was supposed to be here too. He scrutinized the man beside Sarah, and though he could only see the backs of their heads, he recognized that black top hat. A new realm of possibilities yawned in Briggs's face. What if she actually wanted to be with Garrison after everything Briggs had put her through? He'd annulled their marriage. He could only imagine what tales Garrison had told her. He felt the marshal's hand on his shoulder.
Do you see him?
Heart racing, Briggs pointed.
Yes, that's him. Beside Sarah, the lady in the purple hat.
Marshal Peavy moved past Briggs.
That's some hat.
He walked up the aisle, which had by now cleared of passengers and reached their seat near the front.
"Are you Garrison McPhee?"
Briggs watched from the back, needing to see how Sarah would react. She turned her head to look up at the marshal, her sweet profile revealing full lips parting in surprise. Garrison paused, eyeing the marshal's silver badge.
"Yes. Is there a problem?"
Marshal Peavy reached down and took hold of his arm.
"Yes, sir. You're under arrest. You'll need to come with me now."
Sarah stood up in a panic. "No!" A spark of grief ignited inside Briggs. She wanted to protect Garrison? In the next instant, he saw clearly what she was yelling about. Garrison had a pistol. He pointed it at the marshal and fired. Briggs didn't think. There was no time. As the recoil thundered in his ears, he lunged forward. The marshal fell back into the seats across the aisle. Garrison turned, cocked and pointing the gun at Briggs, who heard Sarah's cry, muffled as if from a great distance. "Garrison, stop!" Briggs reached Garrison before he could pull the trigger and tackled him. They both fell into the aisle. Briggs landed on top, and his chin impacted with Garrison's forehead. Twisting and writhing, Briggs grabbed for the gun. Passengers screamed and yelled. Noise and confusion rebounded off the walls. The barrel of the gun was jabbing into Briggs's gut. Terror, mixed with rage, coursed through him. His life was hanging on a thread. He grunted as he jerked his hand to turn the barrel away. Something clicked. The sound echoed inside his head, and the gun went off. Garrison and Briggs stared at each other in bewilderment. Then Garrison's head tipped back, and he relaxed on the floor of the train. His eyes fell closed. All the chaos and screaming of seconds ago retreated. A hand touched Briggs's shoulder. He knew that touch. With a start, he scrambled to his feet, realizing he'd been lying on top of a dead man. Sarah took him by the arm and pulled him around to face her. "Are you all right?" Her face was pale and tight with worry.
"I'm fine,"
but his hands were shaking. A groan sounded from the seat behind them. The marshal. They turned just as George came running up the aisle.
"What happened?"
Briggs leaned over Marshal Peavy. Blood had stained his shirt at the shoulder. The marshal's cheek twitched.
"I think I need a doctor."
"George, fetch help," Briggs said. White-faced with shock, George ran out. Sarah moved in close and took hold of the marshal's hand. "You're going to be fine," she said. "Thank you so much for coming to my rescue." He blinked a few times and worked hard to suck in a breath.
"You're welcome. And that's a very fetching hat, Miss Brigman. I can't say that I've ever seen anything quite like it."
Then the marshal closed his eyes, said,
"I think it's time for me to retire,"
and passed out. After telling their stories to the Caldwell marshal, Sarah and Briggs watched in relief as the doctor took Marshal Peavy away on the back of a wagon. Sarah carried her hat in her hand and stepped off the train into the clear light of a sunny day. She breathed in the scent of coal smoke on the air and the familiar animal smells that told her this, like Dodge City, was a cow town. Other passengers milled about on the depot platform, and there was a low hum of conversation, undoubtedly about the recent disturbance. She felt Briggs step down behind her, and her heart tightened with longing. She could not turn around. She could not look up at him. She was too afraid to hope. George hopped off the last step and stood on the platform.
"That was close. You both could have been killed."
Sarah finally turned around. Briggs stood tall and strong, his hair resting lightly on his broad shoulders, his expression unreadable. Oh, how she wanted to forget about everything that had gone wrong between them and dash straight into his arms. Sarah lowered her head, wanting to tell Briggs about the baby, but not in front of George. What if Briggs already planned to marry Isabel? What would happen then? The three stood in awkward silence for a moment or two, staring at the wood planks beneath their feet. George scratched his head.
"Maybe I'll go check on the horses."
Briggs called after him.
"Check the train schedule too, George."
"Will do."
Sarah felt her hopes die a little. Perhaps he meant to see her off. All of a sudden, Briggs wrapped his hand around her good elbow and led her around the side of the building. "Where are we going?" Stopping by the depot wall, he faced her, taking both her shoulders in his firm grip.
Just now, when you told the Caldwell Marshal you never intended to leave Dodge with Garrison, that you wanted him out of your life for good. Was that true?
She gazed up at him, seeing the concern in his eyes, the tension in his forehead. Fighting the urge to reach up and smooth away those deep lines, she answered, "Of course it's true. I told you before, I don't love him."
I was afraid you might have chosen to leave town with him.
She shook her head. "No, absolutely not." Briggs shut his eyes.
When I think what could have happened if we hadn't caught the train when we did.
"But you did catch it," she said, "and everything is fine now." Slowly, he opened his eyes. Her gaze met with his, steady and unyielding. What was he feeling, she wondered, her stomach rolling with doubts and nervous knots. She had to know. She had to know before she told him about the child she was carrying. She parted her lips to ask, but her words were cut short. His mouth came down upon hers, hard and wet with desire. Her head began to whirl. He swept her off the ground and into his arms, into the place that had become a fantasy these last agonizing hours. Feeling his warm tongue mingle with hers, she moaned with pleasure. He broke away and gazed into her eyes.
"I'm so sorry, Sarah."
All the possible meanings contained in that single statement swam in her head. Sorry for what? He shook his head, lowering it as if in shame. Was he saying he was sorry to hurt her? Sorry for going back to Isabel? Or was it something else?
"I'm sorry for not believing you about Garrison. I should have been able to trust you, and I should have been able to trust my heart, because I believe it always knew you were a good person, even if you made mistakes in the past. We all have. But when we learn from our mistakes, we become stronger and wiser, less likely to make them again."
Still uncertain, Sarah tried to find the right thing to say. "It's not your fault. I should have trusted you too. If I'd told you everything from the beginning, things might have turned out differently."
"You had every reason to keep things secret from me," he said. "I was impossible in the beginning. I shut you out when you needed me."
Tears formed on her lashes when she blinked, glistening, blurring her view of the man before her. She wiped at her eyes, striving to focus on him.
"I want you to know that I never meant to hurt you," he said. "But I think we were right to annul the marriage. When we spoke our wedding vows, they meant nothing."
In that moment, hearing those words, Sarah's heart broke in two. Grasping for strength and dignity, she took a deep breath and held on. Was he about to tell her he still loved Isabel? "All aboard!" the conductor called. Harnessing all the courage she could find, Sarah posed the question directly. "Are you going to marry Isabel now?" His head drew back, as if she had swung a punch at him.
"Isabel? I don't want Isabel."
"But she came to visit you." Panic whisked across his face.
"Yes, she did, and I drove her straight back to town."
Sarah stared at him, afraid to believe it.
"She wanted to work things out and reconcile," he explained. "But I told her—"
Sarah touched his face with her hand, forcing him to look at her, forcing herself to look into his eyes. "You told her what?"
"I told her that I loved you, and that I always would."
"All aboard!" the conductor called again. "But the annulment," Sarah almost cried. "You just said we did the right thing." He cupped her face in his large, warm hands and laughed.
"Yes, I'm glad we annulled it, because the second time around, our vows will mean something."
Her eyes filled with tears, but this time they were tears of joy and hope. "What did you just say?" He dropped to one knee, holding her hand, kissing it again and again. Then he wrapped his arms around her hips, pulled her against him, and buried his face in her skirts.
"I love you, Sarah. Please marry me. For real this time."
Wonder and rapture flooded through her. She too dropped to her knees, drove her fingers through his thick hair, and pulled him toward her for a deep, soul-reaching kiss. A minute later, the train whistle blew. As it chugged noisily out of the station, hissing and blowing huge clouds of black soot that quickly disappeared on the wind, Briggs and Sarah stared at each other. Sarah felt the hot sun on her cheeks. There was still one last thing to confess. I have something to tell you, but I'm not sure how you're going to feel about it.
No matter what you tell me, he replied. I could feel nothing but happiness at this moment.
She appreciated his reassurance, but couldn't help feeling shaky. I found out today that I'm... How could she say it? What if Briggs couldn't accept that the child might be Garrison's? I'm in the family way, she said, without further hesitation. Briggs stared blankly at her for a moment, and Sarah's heart stood still.
Is it mine? He asked.
Something crumpled inside of Sarah. She had hoped, fancifully perhaps, that it would not matter. The answer she had to give ripped her heart in two. I'm not sure. Ashamed and filled with remorse, she squinted through tears. 6 months ago, who would have thought she would ever find herself in this predicament? Head lowered and weeping in silence, she was startled by Briggs's warm finger under her chin. Gently, he lifted her face, urging her to look at him. His eyes were filled with tears.
Sarah, I will love this child more than any father ever could, no matter what the future brings.
Her body shuddered with a sob. Oh, Briggs, I'm so sorry.
Sorry, he bellowed, laughing. You have nothing to be sorry for. You've just made me the happiest man in the world.
Sarah drew back in dismay. After everything she'd done, after all the lies, how could she be so blessed? I love you, she said. He gazed intently at her, his green eyes sparkling.
And I love you too, Sarah Brickman. Let's go home.
He took her by the hand and led her into the station. Epilogue. Feet crunching over a thin coating of morning snow, Briggs paced by an upturned barrel outside the little sod dugout. He rubbed his cold hands together and blew into them. He could see his breath. The labor had come early. What was taking so long? A painful scream cut through the early morning air. He stopped, chest heaving.
Please, God, let her be all right. I can't lose her. Not now.
Another cry stabbed him in the heart. He approached the door. He had to go inside. He couldn't wait like this. He couldn't bear to hear Sarah in such pain. But then, a different cry sounded. He sucked in a quick breath. A baby. It was a baby's cry. Waiting there, listening, Briggs heard Martha's gentle laughter. Hope and wonder moved through his swirling mind. The seconds ticked by like hours as he stood there, frozen with excitement, waiting for Martha to come out. Was everything all right? Was Sarah well? He took an anxious step forward when the door finally swung open. "Congratulations," Martha said, wiping her hands on a blood-stained cloth. "You have a son." Briggs's shoulders relaxed as a paternal glow warmed him. A son. He had a son.
What about Sarah?
Martha smiled and nodded. She was very brave, and she wants to see you. A lump filled his throat. He rushed by Martha, touching her on the arm to give thanks. Taking 2 steps at a time, he reached the dimly lit interior of their warm little house. Sarah lay on the bed, with the babe in her arms, smiling. Her long black hair was damp around her face, her cheeks flushed. She'd never looked more beautiful to him. "Hello," she softly said. Briggs stood at the foot of the large bed he had built for them just after the first snowfall. He stared in wonder at his wife and baby son.
"Hello."
"Someone wants to meet you." He walked around the bed, never taking his eyes off the two of them. The child, red-faced and gently wiggling, was wrapped in a small white quilt Martha had brought with her as a gift. Briggs raised a knee onto the bed to take a closer look. "Do you want to hold him?" Unable to speak, Briggs accepted the infant into his arms. The boy held up his tiny hand and grasped Briggs's large thumb. What joy could be greater than this? Briggs wondered, staring blissfully